Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are picking back up on Arizona versus Ian Mitcham. This was a case that started back in November, actually, and then they broke for Thanksgiving, and then they broke for the holidays, and now they're back at it. So we're going to pick up on it again as well. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see everybody. Teresa, Itty Bitty, good morning to you. Kimbers, good to see you. Crazy Mary Joe, thank you for joining us. Let's see, who else is with us? Marlene, 80s Music Man, good to see you. Angel, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Nana, good to see you. Radioactive, thank you for joining us. I know it's early for some of you guys, so I appreciate you waking up to us and joining us. Hey, Jill, how are you? Shirley, good morning to you. Selena K, I hope you're feeling a little bit better today. Barry, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Camilla, getting out of bed now. It's freezing cold here. Christy, good morning to you. Angelique, good morning. Christine Fortunato, good morning to you. All right, so let's get started because it's a long day. We're going to put 3 days in one. Yeah, we're going to put 3 days in one, so let's get right to it. All right, so Allison Feldman is the victim. She was 31. Ian Mitcham is on trial. He's 50 years old now. The date of this incident was February 17th, 2015, right? So I know you're asking yourselves, wow, that was a long time ago. Yes, it was. Well, Allison Feldman was found inside her home on February 18th of 2015. Prosecutors alleged she was brutally beaten, essayed, and strangled. The case went unsolved for years, right? Years before advances in DNA testing and familial DNA analysis led investigators to Ian Mitcham, 50, who was arrested April 10th, 2018. He was later charged with first-degree M and burglary, right? So investigators relied on DNA profile developed through familial DNA analysis, which ultimately pointed to Mitcham. The defense challenged the legality of that DNA evidence, arguing it was improperly obtained and should be excluded. Now, the arrest was made possible through that use of that DNA matching, which linked DNA from the crime scene. Remember, there was, if you remember from previous testimony, there was blood on the, there was blood spots. Well, first of all, there was blood all over. Remember, he tried to clean it up, but they did find some blood that they matched to his brother, Mark, who was in prison for other charges. So investigators identified a blood sample from Mitcham that had been collected during a January 2015 DUI arrest, which was later used to confirm the match to the crime scene evidence. Now, remember, he was arrested in 2015. There was an underage female in the car with him. I think she was like 16 or something like that. So JMS, yes, this is a very, very, very gruesome, very gruesome. Conflict of interest, good morning to you. Amanda, hello, welcome in. Melissa, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to pick back up on this. We have a long day ahead of us, so let's just get right into it. Let's just get right into it. And this trial is challenging because it just starts and there was music over it, so I had to fast forward. So anyway, the woman on the stand is Vicky Beamer. I'm not quite sure what she does, but I'll go ahead and I'll pin it. We also missed a day. They didn't stream a day, so we're a little out of sorts here, but we're doing the best we can trying to follow this trial. So we're going to pick up with Vicky Beamer. I'm not sure what she does, but let's listen in.
Areas, and you mentioned that as you were walking the house, there were particular areas of the house that appeared to be disturbed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that the bedroom was not one of those areas that was disturbed. Can you explain, when you used the word disturbed, what you meant by that?
It didn't appear that there was any type of struggle per se in that room, whereas in the living room, the couch was not looked like it was in its normal position. There was debris on the floor, staining throughout the scene. I didn't see that kind of activity in the bedroom.
With respect to the bedroom, though, you also mentioned as you walked through the home, do you recall testifying about seeing spray over throughout the house
I do, yes.
and describing that?
Yes,
Was the bedroom, the master bedroom, one of the areas where you observed the spray over?
I did. I did notice it on a dresser. If I believe correctly, it was a dresser that I saw the overspray on.
So when you were describing disturbed, you were simply referring to the furniture and the state of other things in the room versus that?
Disturbed, yes, and meaning it didn't seem to be signs of a struggle per se.
Okay. And then I believe the last question that I have is, I just wanted to clarify this. You mentioned that you developed the PMH profile, and after you had determined that it did not belong to, or after you excluded Alex and Ed Pfeiffer and Allison, since she was female, from that PMH profile, you mentioned that you then uploaded it into the CODIS database. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes,
And I think you talked about, at some point, the profile was put into a state database, a national database, and Interpol. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
yes.
Once that profile was put into any of those databases, were you ever notified that it had hit on any particular person, or did you get any results back, I guess is the best way to say?
No, we did not receive any notification of a hit.
I don't have anything additional, thank you.
Okay.
I will.
And cross-examination, Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you about what you did in this case and your role, okay?
Okay,
So first of all, you're a scientist, correct?
yes,
You have a bachelor's degree.
correct.
You have a master's degree.
Yes,
You've authored a few papers.
co-authored, correct, yes.
We talked about the paper that you co-authored about DNA mixtures, correct?
Yes, it involved mixtures.
And when I say a scientist, you're a forensic scientist, correct?
Yes,
And you work in a lab,
correct.
And while you're employed by the Scottsdale Police Department, or the city of Scottsdale, I should say, you're not actually a sworn officer, correct?
Correct,
You're a scientist.
correct.
Your job is to be independent in your findings, correct?
Correct,
You try not to have any bias.
correct.
You use, for lack of a better word, formal measures, correct?
Are you talking about procedures?
Tests.
Yes.
You have machines.
Instruments, yes.
And you're able to basically report the data that you find, correct?
Correct,
There is some interpretation, correct?
yes.
And that's part of your expertise because of your education, correct?
Correct,
And you talked earlier about being the DNA technical leader, correct?
yes.
And you're a supervisor,
Correct,
and you're in charge of the quality assurance parts of that, correct?
of the forensic biology unit, yes, I am.
And you have to follow protocols by the ANAB standards to remain accredited, correct?
Correct,
You told us that you were an ISO 17025 DNA lab, correct?
that's the standards that we are accredited to, correct.
So in that, you follow those protocols.
Correct,
And that you talked about, you have to follow the procedures. So it's standard across the board, correct?
The standards from ISO 17025, yes, we are required to follow those.
So if you went to another lab in another city who was also accredited or following those standards, they would roughly do the same procedures, right?
Well, sometimes those standards are fairly general, so procedures, depending on what you're talking about, if you're talking about an extraction procedure, those may vary lab to lab.
And it also depends about the software that you might have.
Correct.
For instance, you guys, you talked briefly about things, how they were done in 2015, how they might have changed in 2025, 10 years later.
Yes.
You have different software.
Yes.
For instance, StarMix.
Correct.
You were running like version 3 back in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And now you're probably at 11 or 12.
Actually, no, we're still on the same version of 3.2, or 2.3.08, actually.
Your job is to make sure that you report accurate results, correct?
That's correct.
And today we're talking about what you did at the scene and then that development of the profile from PMH, okay?
Okay.
When you testify again, I'll ask you more questions about other stuff that you did, okay?
Okay.
So, as we just talked about, you went to the scene one time, correct?
That's correct.
And you were working as a team with law enforcement and crime scene specialists there, correct?
Yes.
And I mean that you were walking around with folks like Detective Heinzelman
That's correct.
and maybe Kat Palma,
Correct.
and you were offering your expertise in those 26 stains that you thought may be important, taking in consideration the other people as well.
Correct.
But you're part of the crime lab, independent of, say, like a Detective Heinzelman, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there with Chris Cano,
Correct.
and she was your boss at the time.
Yes.
And you and her worked together with the other law enforcement crime scene specialists to collect and document the items that were identified, correct?
I believe the 26 stains, there wasn't any crime scene personnel involved in the collection of those items. We collected those 26 items ourselves. But crime scene did collect other items of evidence at the scene.
And your job in this case was really the collection of what could contain biological evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And when you looked at those 26 stains, you thought that they may contain biological evidence, correct?
Correct.
You can't see DNA with the naked eye.
No.
It's something that you have an educated guess best, correct?
As to whether an item contains DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
And I want to talk about some of the terminology that we've heard. When you're looking for biological evidence, or something that might contain biological evidence, the term that most scientists are using today is trace evidence, correct?
Containing biological evidence, I don't consider that necessarily trace evidence. Trace evidence, my understanding is that it contains low levels of DNA.
And we talked about, I heard the term touch DNA. And that's kind of a misnomer, correct?
Yes, I didn't necessarily mean it came from handling of an item.
And you don't want to testify in any way that would suggest the activity, correct, of which the DNA was deposited, let's say.
Activity meaning as far as how the DNA got transferred there.
Correct.
Correct.
And scientists use this hierarchy of propositions. You've heard of that?
Yes.
And as a scientist, and even in the protocols that you have, you're not supposed to testify as to the offense level. Did somebody do X, Y, and Z that was a crime, correct?
I don't know that that's in a standard, but yes, we do not report out whether or not how the DNA got there, an activity level type of conclusion.
And that's actually the second one in that hierarchy of propositions, the activity level is, the act at which that, or the how it got there, correct? You don't testify to that.
No.
And what your job is to talk about the source, correct?
That's correct.
And that means that you can identify if there's a profile there or not, correct? Or DNA there or not, I should say.
Typically, source meaning what the source of the DNA is.
You can sometimes say the composition. For instance, we talked about certain tests that you have that could identify whether or not a substance is blood, correct?
That's correct.
And we talked about a couple of tests that the Scottsdale Crime Lab did back in 2015. We talked about the Castlemeyer test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a presumption of blood, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test that is been validated, correct?
What do you mean invalidated?
It's a test that's standardized across, that people have found that the science backs it up. Let's say the science backs it up, that there's a presumptive test, correct?
Correct. And our lab did validation studies to confirm the use of that test.
And when you say validation studies, tell me about that real quick.
Validation is required for a new procedure, although this technically is a serology procedure and not a DNA procedure. The validation process is a process that we use in the lab to verify that the process, the method, and the reagents are working as expected. So there's studies that are performed to make sure that the test is working as expected in our laboratory, in our setting with our reagents.
And we also talked about the hemotrace, which is also a blood test, correct?
It's a confirmatory blood test, yes.
And that's also been gone through those validation processes.
Correct.
There's also tests for semen, correct?
That's correct.
And saliva.
Correct.
I should have said seminal fluid, right?
Well, are you talking about a presumptive test or a confirmatory test? Because there is a confirmatory test for the presence of semen, which is the microscopic test for spermatozoa.
And those tests are validated too, correct?
That's correct. But I should clarify that our laboratory back in 2015 did not have a saliva test in use at that time.
And when we're talking about DNA, you mentioned that it could be in blood, it could be in semen, or it could be in saliva, skin cells, correct?
Correct.
And even dandruff can have DNA in it.
It's skin cells, so yes.
And when we talk about DNA, the tests have come a long way, correct?
From when DNA originated, yes.
It used to be that you needed a larger amount of DNA to detect it, correct?
That's correct.
And now we're in the microscopic, correct?
DNA's always been microscopic, but we're talking about very small amounts of DNA are now needed in order to obtain a DNA profile.
We were talking picograms and nanograms, correct?
That's correct.
And those are like, if you had a grain of salt, it's even smaller than that, correct?
Yes, there's a billion nanograms in 1 gram. So we're talking about you can't see it with the naked eye.
But you can get a full profile from something that small, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier that you wouldn't make a conclusion about something just by looking at it, correct? A stain, I should say.
As to what the source of the DNA is, that's correct.
You could make note of the color,
Correct.
make note of the size,
Correct.
the location,
Yes.
the surface,
Yes.
and maybe even the shape.
Correct.
And those observations kind of dictates what decisions you're going to make in how you collect that, correct?
That's correct.
And it could be whether you're going to do a serology test on it, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier in this case that you did blood. That was the test that the Scottsdale Crime Lab had. I should say 2 tests, correct?
That's correct.
You had the Castlemeyer, which is the presumptive, correct?
That's correct.
And the Hemotrace, which is the confirmatory.
Correct.
And we talked about how you get a sample from something, correct?
Yes.
And you told us about the Integra swabs just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
In fact, I'm going to show you what's marked as 661 and 660 for 661. And we can see on the bottom of that page that, well, maybe we can't see that yet. I know it's a little distorted, but that brown part at the bottom of the page, that's part of the swab, correct?
It appears to be the stick of the swab, yep, the handle.
Okay. And you have, when you take a swab, you have 2 swabs that you can use, correct?
Yeah, I can use as many swabs as needed to swab the stain.
Generally speaking, you use a wet and a dry swab, though, for a stain like PMH, correct?
For PMH, no, not necessarily. I might just use a wet swab. But there is a wet, dry swab procedure that I would do for other type of samples. But for a stain that appears to be liquid, I would use a wet one and a swab moistened with sterilized water and swab it that way and not necessarily take a dry swab.
And when we talk about PMH, which I think you keep mentioning that it appeared to be a liquid, it wasn't actually wet when you were there, correct?
Correct, it appeared to be dry.
I'm showing you part of the PowerPoint, the swab from the cluster near the chair, PMH. It appeared to be dry. So you used a distilled water and got the end of the swab wet, correct?
The entire swab portion, yes, wet.
And then you took that swab and you rubbed it through those cluster, let's call it, correct?
Correct.
And you do that to a point where you are able to pick up whatever's on that surface, correct?
Correct.
And that may be the brown stuff that we see here,
Correct.
and anything that's above it or below it, correct?
Correct.
Whatever's on the floor, your goal is to just pick that up.
Correct.
And when you look at something and you do the analysis on it, you can't tell me where the DNA came from other than it came from this area, correct?
Are you speaking specifically on the swab? Or,
Not on the swab, but on the floor itself. So what I'm saying is, you know when you swab this area, whatever biological material you were able to obtain came from the area.
that's correct.
It might be within those brown spots, correct?
Correct.
It might be underneath those brown spots.
Correct.
It might be on top of those brown spots.
Correct.
The DNA might not have anything to do with those brown spots.
That's possible.
And your role is to just say, here's what the results were from the analysis that I did. And here we have a DNA profile, correct?
That's correct.
Your job is not to say how PMH got there.
Correct.
And you can't say when it got there.
Correct.
And to reiterate, you do the testing and provide the results.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about how much DNA is actually needed to obtain a full profile. Okay?
Okay.
The kits that you use for STR have 23 locations, correct?
Technically 24, but yes.
And not a lot of DNA is necessary to develop a full profile. You just testified to that, correct?
That's correct.
But you also testified that too much DNA is not good, correct?
That's correct.
And too little is not too good.
Correct. You might not get a full profile.
You hope to get somewhere between 0.8 and 1 nanogram, is that correct?
Ideally, yes.
And we talked about that's microscopic.
Oh, yes.
And you can't see that with the naked eye.
Correct.
So on the 18th, when you arrive at that house, or at the house, your job is to just go through and look at stuff and then try to collect anything that could contain biological evidence, correct?
Yes, that was my role that night and into
and-
the next day.
And your job, and it's an important case, you want to make sure that you don't bring any DNA into the scene, correct?
Correct.
We call that contamination sometime.
Correct.
And you use some type of protection, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I think that you said you did not have a Tyvek suit on that night, correct?
I don't believe that I did, no.
But you had booties,
Correct.
and those went over your shoes, and each time you left, you took them off, correct?
Correct.
You went outside, they got taken off, and you put new ones on.
Correct.
You didn't recycle them.
That's correct.
And then you had gloves, correct?
That's correct.
And we've heard from other folks from the crime lab that the policies and procedures have changed over the years. But in 2015, each time that you move to a different sample collection, you change gloves. Is that right?
That would be the normal procedure, correct?
And that's what you did.
I believe so, yes. I don't have independent recollection of changing my gloves after every sample, but that would have been the process.
And the goal is so that you don't bring anything in there from one place to another throughout the crime scene, correct?
Correct, or get my DNA on any of the items that I'm collecting.
And you'd agree that DNA is small and it moves, right?
Yes.
If I sneezed, you might have my DNA on you right now. I know, gross, but
Yes, I don't know how far your sneeze would reach me, but it's possible, yes.
you just, I can't remember if you testified. It's been a couple weeks. Did you have respirators on?
No, I did not.
So you were able to, when you got to the house, smell that strong odor, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to determine if it was chlorine or bleach, correct?
Correct.
And bleach is important in your line of work, correct?
Yes, it is.
It's something that doesn't allow DNA to be amplified, right? It's an inhibitor, correct?
It destroys DNA. It breaks it down.
So if I wipe this down with bleach, you wouldn't be able to get DNA from that?
I wouldn't want to say it's impossible, depends on how well it's cleaned, but generally speaking, yes, in the laboratory, we use bleach as a cleaning mechanism to clean surface areas and tools that we use in the process to destroy any DNA that might be present on those items.
And that solution is anywhere between 3% and 10%, correct?
That's correct.
And the goal is so there's no cross-contamination, correct?
Cross-contamination or direct contamination, yes.
And you went through and you collected the 26 stains, or 26 items. They weren't all stains, correct?
That's correct.
There were 3 parts swabs that you collected from the decedent, correct?
That's correct.
And that was your first day.
That's correct.
And I think we talked about that you immediately went back to the lab and you started to work on developing those profiles, correct?
That's correct.
And we've been talking about PMH. All the work that was done on PMH was done in the lab, is that correct?
Besides collection, yes, everything that was done afterwards was done in the laboratory.
There was a Castlemeyer test, I think you testified that it was positive but weak.
Correct.
And then the hemotrace was negative.
Correct.
And the hemotrace is the confirmatory test.
That's correct.
So based on that test, you could report that it's probably not blood, correct?
My conclusion is that it did not, it was not positive for blood. Blood was not identified.
And that's based on the testing, correct?
That's correct.
So again, your job as a scientist is to do the test and report the results.
That's correct.
And you qualify things like that, correct?
Yes.
I mean, meaning that you're not saying, no, it's not blood, or yes, it is blood. You're saying the test that we administered or conducted resulted in X, correct?
Correct. A negative hemotrace results in a statement on the report that says blood was not identified on that item.
Now, within PMH, there is biological material, correct?
Correct.
And we know that because a profile was extracted.
Correct.
And you talked to us that you did not do the P30 test, which is for sperm, because you didn't have that, right?
I honestly don't recall in 2015. We did do seminal fluid testing with the P30 test. I don't recall if it was available in 2015.
But you didn't do it on that stain.
That's correct.
And you didn't have a saliva test either, correct?
That's correct.
Now, not asking for results here, but there was a test done independently from Scottsdale. Did you review that?
I wasn't actually given the test, but I reviewed it on a laptop, correct?
And it wasn't at your direction, correct?
That's correct.
You considered it before testifying today?
As far, that test has no bearing on my results that were in the report that I generated.
The test is called an amylase. Hold on. What's the second letter? It's not RMID.
It's RSID.
Correct. And that test, if you considered it, it was negative what you read, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't agree or disagree with it, correct?
Since I didn't perform the test, and I wasn't present when the test was done, then I really have nothing to say about the test.
And part of the reason that you agree or disagree or not part of that is you weren't there for which part of the swab was taken, is that right?
That, I don't know how the test was performed and what control measures were done. There's a lot of information I don't know, so since I didn't personally perform the test, it really has no bearing on my conclusion of my reported results or my testimony today.
And you're not telling us what PMH is, correct?
That's correct.
I just need 1 second. Judge, may I just have a moment to talk to my team?
Yes, you may.
Just a couple of other questions. I said amylase, and I knew what we were talking about, but amylase test is a saliva test, correct?
That is correct.
And even though you guys didn't have those tests available for you, you could have outsourced them if there was a need for it, correct?
That wouldn't be a decision of the laboratory. That would be a decision of the police department.
And other labs could have that available, correct?
Yes, private laboratories can provide serological testing such as saliva testing.
And again, you said something that it's the decision of the police, correct? If they want to go forward with that.
Yes, since we don't provide that service, that's not something that we would necessarily offer. We could provide laboratories to them if they wanted to know laboratories that provide that service, but that isn't a decision that the laboratory would necessarily make.
And I think it's important to recognize that even though you are part of the city of Scottsdale, you try to remain independent of the Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
We are part of the Scottsdale Police Department umbrella, but yes, we try to make sure that there's no bias or pressure from the department on our testing, our results, our conclusions, our reporting.
And they do have the power to request something be done fast, such as the 26 samples here, correct?
Yes, they can request a rush status, an expedited service, correct?
But again, you're just going to, if that's granted, you're going to do the work and you're going to provide results, correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
And redirect by the state.
Let's talk about amylase.
Okay.
So you've had this discussion with the defense before about amylase testing in an interview they did with you a few years ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that during your testimony that your particular lab no longer does amylase testing.
That's correct.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple reasons. Serology overall is, a lot of laboratories are not doing that type of testing anymore because it consumes samples, and a lot of laboratories are moving to a direct DNA process. So they're not concerned so much what the source of DNA is, just that the DNA is present. Also, that test wasn't performed very often in our laboratory, and it takes a rather large amount of sample for the saliva test that we had online at the time.
Okay, so I want to focus on the large amount of sample. So we saw a swab from PMH. There was a photo of it in one of the exhibits, and we've seen examples of these swabs throughout the trial that the head of that swab is like a Q-tip.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when you are doing your DNA analysis, can you explain, remind the jury, I guess, how you go about, like, do you use the whole entire tip of that Q-tip? Explain that part once again.
Back in 2015, we would try to save some of the sample for retesting if needed. So typically, we would take approximately half of a swab for our DNA analysis and serology, whatever serology testing we're performing. Typically, most serology tests take just a very small portion of a swab. And so we try to save at least a portion for retesting should it need to be done.
Okay. So when you're doing an actual swab, we've heard about a lot of factors that affect the swabbing process, how you roll the swab, how much pressure is applied to the swab. Can that affect the amount of whatever substance or biological evidence that you're picking up? Can it vary throughout even that small Q-tip?
It can. We do our best to twirl, I personally twirl the swab as I'm swabbing to try to get the material to cover, the entirety of the swab. But it may be that there's a portion of the swab that has more DNA than another portion of the swab. That is possible.
And in this particular case, did you retain a portion of that swab that we saw for possible later testing?
Yes.
And so, was it half? Do you remember?
It was approximately half.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you about this because you mentioned that not at your request, but at another request, a portion of the swab was sent out to another lab.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you the person who packaged that to send off to the other lab?
I was.
Okay. So you personally are aware of how much was sent to the other lab?
Correct.
And you mentioned that when doing tests for amylase, which we've talked about as a saliva test, does it have to do with a protein that's found in saliva, the scientific version of what we're talking about?
Yes, amylase is found in saliva, so the test is actually to detect amylase.
Okay. And so you mentioned that your lab has steered away from doing that testing because of how much sample is needed to actually do an accurate test.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
So let me ask you this. If a portion of a swab is sent over and there's not enough of a substance on that particular portion of the swab, could that then give a false negative?
It couldn't give a negative result. I don't know that it's necessarily a false negative because it's below the detection level of the tests.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Yes, for serology testing, there are tests that we test bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva. These tests have detection limits, so there needs to be enough of that substance in order for the test to work properly if present.
Now, recognizing that you only sent over a small portion of a small Q-tip swab anyways, was that one of the concerns expressed to defense
Yes.
in terms of the negative result?
Yes, I had concerns that perhaps there was enough substance on the swab or there actually was no amylase present.
And you also identified a lot of other factors that you can't really speak about this test because you weren't the one conducting it, you don't know what was done, so that's another reason why you can't rely on that.
That's correct.
Or are not relying on that for your testimony in court?
That's correct.
Or any conclusions you reached in your reports?
That's correct.
There was some questions about bleach and chlorine. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the effects of chlorine on DNA?
Bleach is made of chlorine, but of specific studies, what chlorine can do, like pool chlorine, no, I'm not.
Would you have the same possible concerns about the effect that either of those substances could have on potential biological evidence?
Yes.
You mentioned that when you went through the Feldman residence on the evening of the 18th as into the early morning hours of the 19th, that aside from the crime scene aspect of it, the floor itself and other area, it appeared to be a clean residence.
Yes.
And you mentioned when Mr. Kirchler asked you questions, do you remember when he said, if I took bleach and I wiped down this surface, would I eliminate all the DNA? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think you answered, correct me if I'm wrong, that certainly can destroy DNA, but if you missed a spot or or maybe somehow didn't get it all, that you could still potentially collect biological evidence.
I think that that could still be possible.
To put back up PMH from what was in Exhibit 63, that PowerPoint, does this area appear to have been clean to you, this particular cluster?
No.
I wanted to clarify a portion of your testimony related to the questions asked to you about the Castlemeyer and the hemotrace. I think Mr. Kirchler established that the way you interpret is you have these tests that have gone through validation procedures in your lab to make sure that the controls are working, and you kind of talked about all of that. Do you recall that portion of the testimony?
Yes.
When you conclude and make these concluding statements in your report, that blood could not be identified, you mentioned that that's after performing the test, correct?
That's correct.
And he mentioned that you can't say there's no blood or yes, there's blood, that you use this test and that blood can't be identified. Can you ever say for sure?
Whether the test's positive or negative?
Or whether there would be blood? I mean, you have this test and you try to do the best that you can. Can you explain the reason why it's blood was not identified versus there is blood or there's not blood? Is there a distinction there?
Yes, the term blood was not identified means that the test, it did not result in a positive test, but the other possibility is that there's blood but below the detection level of the test.
And that was a much better answer to my horrible question. Thank you. So when you're looking at all of these different types of tests, the way that you report results, there's detection levels for almost every type of test that you do within your lab. Is that fair?
Almost, yes.
And if something falls below something that your lab is comfortable in reporting, you can't report it. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Do different labs, based on your training and experience, have different detection levels established?
It's possible. I would say that probably the majority of labs use manufacturer recommendations. However, every lab would do their own validation test and perhaps would come up with another detection level depending on their use of the test in their laboratory.
And have you seen that among the labs?
It would specify what type of tests we're talking about.
Well, let me give you,
Chemical tests like the Kasselmeyer, there's either a color change or there isn't a color change. There's not so much a value that's associated with the test.
okay. Let's get away from those tests for a moment and talk about DNA. In order for you to report a particular profile, it cannot fall below certain detection levels. Is that accurate?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you're establishing a DNA profile, in order to be able to call something at a particular location or not call something, there are certain detection levels that you have to adhere to.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll ask you, I think I'm going to ask you more about this the next time you testify, so I'm going to move on from this at this particular point. But later on, I'll probably be re-asking you about that particular point. You were asked about what you were wearing when you were in the home that night. Do you recall that portion
Yes.
of the testimony? And you mentioned you did not have a Tyvek suit on,
That's correct.
but that you had booties and gloves.
Correct.
And if I'm summarizing your testimony correctly, that it was Scottsdale's procedure at the time, back in 2015, as you changed from one sample to the next to change gloves.
Correct.
Would you have followed that procedure?
I would have, yes.
You mentioned you didn't have any independent recollection. This was 11 years ago?
Yes.
Do you have any doubt that you would have followed whatever the procedure was that was in place for your lab at the time?
I would have followed it.
And Mr. Kirchler talked about, he gave an example of sneezing and how it could reach you and things like that. I don't think there's any dispute from probably anybody in this courtroom that you handled the swabs for PMH in this case.
That's correct.
And that these particular swab or this particular swab that we saw was collected by you,
Correct.
packaged,
Correct.
brought back to your lab within that same period of time,
Correct.
and then you were the one that tested it.
That's correct.
But your DNA wasn't on this swab.
No, my DNA was not detected on that swab.
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay. And could the parties approach, please? So all right. Ms. Beamer, I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury.
Okay.
So the first question is, given the amount of DNA found on PMH, what are the chances of there being some form of contamination?
I guess I'm not sure what the term contamination means, if possible from contamination from a staff member to the profile, or for contamination trigger, that's like extraneous DNA that's not part of the scene. Contamination is always a possibility. We do have measures in my laboratory to identify contamination. We have staff members in a database that the profile is searched against to make sure it doesn't match any crime scene personnel or any laboratory staff personnel, and we also do have some detectives and officers' DNA in that database as well. So that is searched prior to doing statistics on a DNA profile to make sure that any contamination from staff didn't occur.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yes, based on the work you did in terms of the swabbing and then later the development of the profile, was there any contamination that you noted with respect to PMH?
No, there was not.
Any follow-up by the defense?
And to clarify that, I think you gave a good explanation on what contamination is, being that it's extraneous DNA from outside of the scene, correct?
Correct.
You're able to tell us that based on your analysis and extraction of that profile, that when you ran it through the databases, no police officer that you had in the database came up, correct?
That's correct.
No lab personnel came up, correct?
That's correct.
And no crime scene people came up, correct?
Correct.
You did not get a hit from anybody who was at that scene who was part of the law enforcement team, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell me anything else about how that DNA got there, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about that before. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
And the next question is, with regard to PMH, beyond DNA, was there a determination of what substance was contained within that sample? For instance, saliva, tobacco, et cetera?
Our laboratory did not conduct any testing besides the blood testing on that sample.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And the final question is, was there any sign of tampering of PMH, any use of bleach to the sample PMH?
I did not observe any overspray like I had observed other areas of the scene on the floor where PMH was.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those were all the questions. At this time, may this witness be excused, subject to recall when she comes back later?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're pretty close to the lunch hour, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that admonition, and we will see you back here at 1:30.
Please rise for the jury. Z-E-L-M-A-N.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And we'll have you take a seat up here, please. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Hi, I'm Detective John Heinzelman. Spelling is Heinzelman, and I'm a detective with Scottsdale Police Department in the Violent Crimes Unit.
And perhaps an obvious question, but you've been sitting in the courtroom for the duration of this trial?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you the assigned, we've referred to as case agent for this case?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to just back up to sort of your beginning of your law enforcement career. Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience?
Yes. So I was first hired January 16th of 1991 by the city of Marion, Iowa. Spelling is M-A-R-I-O-N. That's a municipality just outside Cedar Rapids. I was a patrol officer, field training officer, and ultimately a kind of a crash reconstruction officer before I transferred or left from there, and I moved to Wisconsin in June of 1995, where I worked for the Wauwatosa Police Department, and that spelling is Wauwatosa. It's a municipality outside Milwaukee, where I worked for about 5.5 years, again, as patrol officer, field training officer, was a member of the special response team, their equivalent of the SWAT team, as well as traffic collision reconstruction. I did a short time from October of 2000 until July of 2001, working for a different municipality in Iowa called Madrid, M-A-D-R-I-D. It was a very small agency, and that prompted me to move to Scottsdale, where I was hired in September of 2001 as a patrol officer, and I've been there ever since. I was a patrol officer, went to the state academy for basic training here, and then I became a detective for the domestic violence unit in February of 2006. In June of 2006, I transferred to the sex crimes unit, where I worked as a sex crimes investigator for about 6 years. And then I transferred to the violent crimes unit in 2012, and that's my current assignment now.
In the violent crimes unit, we've heard from some of the other detectives, but that would obviously be the unit that handles homicides for Scottsdale Police.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So we heard kind of about your trajectory starting in 1991 as a police officer. Can you tell me, we'll start at kind of the academy and transitioning into becoming a detective. Do you receive additional specialized training as you transition?
Yes. So patrol officers will have annual training as well as patrol-based training, some interviewing skills, some little bit of crime scene, some other things. And once I moved to the detectives, which was a tested for process, so then I received additional training on additional search and seizure, crime scene management. I've handled interview classes. I've been to several different homicide conferences, the California and Arizona Homicide Associations membership that we've had conferences for. And then I've also attended Bevel and Gardner bloodstain pattern analysis training as well.
And while we're on that, can you tell me a little bit more about that bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. So that was in early 2019. It's a 40-hour class, lecture and hands-on bloodstain pattern analysis, where we actually discuss all the different types of bloodstain evidence that you may see at a crime scene, as well as reproduce some in a controlled environment by having different things that the instructors or even the students take part in, and then evaluate afterward. They'll give you a practical exam at the end to determine if you can determine what the sequence of events or what happened in this staged scene that they created.
And have you kind of over the years after you became a detective with the violent crimes unit, have you continued your training or going to conferences to the extent that your schedule allows?
Yes, absolutely.
We mentioned you're the case agent and you're sitting here today in 2026. Were you always assigned as the case agent in this case?
No, I was not.
So tell me a little bit more about that.
So initially, in February of 2015, I was a violent crimes investigator. I was called to the scene initially with several other investigators. And at that point, Detective Brian McWilliams was assigned as the case agent. Over the course of the next couple of years, Detective McWilliams actually transferred to the burglary unit, and I believe in February of 2017, at the time, I think Sergeant Lockerbie was my boss, and then he reassigned the case to me.
And at that point even in 2015, you had been a police officer or detective since 2006, about right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to kind of break your role up into a few different chunks. And today I'm going to ask you about sort of the early part of this investigation, and then next week or the week after we'll have you testify after we move forward in the investigation, okay?
Okay.
So today you've mentioned that you went out to the scene, so I'm going to sort of broad brush. Early in this case, you went to the scene February 18th, 2015 with the group of detectives?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go out there each of those days that we've heard about, the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we'll talk about those days. As part of your early role, did you also have some contact? Did you go to the autopsy on the morning of the 19th?
I did.
Did that take you away from the scene for a period of time?
It did.
Okay. Did you also, were you the detective who was asked to make contact with Harley Feldman on the 18th by phone to inform him of his daughter's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with one of the fire department personnel, an initial contact on the 18th? Was that something assigned to you? Do you recall Adam Arrington?
Yes, so we interviewed all of the fire department personnel that went into the scene, and Adam Arrington was one of the firefighters that I spoke with.
Were you assigned early in the case, but in March now, to make contact with Nicole Nesselrode, the witness we heard about from down the street that heard the screaming?
Yes, I'd contacted her while we were doing a neighborhood canvass, and I spoke with Ms. Nesselrode at that point, yes.
And just while we're kind of doing broad brush things, did anyone at Scottsdale PD, the patrol, to your knowledge, had anyone been issued body cams or anything at that time?
I don't believe anyone had body cams. If they did, we were just rolling them out, and it would have maybe been the DUI squad, the drunk driving people. But I don't believe, certainly not as every officer, no one had them, no.
So fair to say there were body cams in existence in 2015, but the fact that we haven't seen body cams, for instance, from the responding patrol officers that cleared the house or the initial responding detectives, for instance, that is not odd or unusual in any way?
No, they just weren't issued back then.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of drill down a little bit more into your role in this case, and we're going to jump around and kind of show the jury a few things that they haven't seen yet. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about, just to get us started this afternoon, is we've heard about a house just south of Allison's house that had surveillance cameras that were noted by other detectives.
Yes.
You recall that?
I do.
Was there video from that house ultimately obtained by Scottsdale Police?
Yes.
Did you personally get that from the owners of that home?
I did not know.
Have you seen that video since it was obtained?
I have.
And Judge, I have here a USB marked as Exhibit 657. I've previously shown it to defense. I believe they're going to stipulate to its admission.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting 657 into evidence.
May I publish it, Judge?
You may.
So Detective, I'm going to ask you some questions and I'm going to show you some clips from this. And although they may speak for themselves in some ways, I'm going to ask you about what we're looking at. 657. Space. So we're going to start with just this folder here so it can acclimate us with what we're looking at. And this mouse is a little odd when I get it up on the screen, so bear with me. So we have two dates here and an address. What is that consistent with?
So that first one, February 17th of 2015, is the date. 8534 East Monterey Way is the address of the Politos. That is one house south or east of Allison's. It's kind of on a curve. And then the numbers 0000 to 2359 are the hours in military time, so from midnight until 11:59 p.m. And then the same thing for February 18th, the exact same thing. And actually, that one stops at 20:29, or what would be 8:29 p.m.
And at that point on the 18th, at 2029, the police are well underway in securing that home?
Right. Officers have been at the house for about 4 hours by then.
So once we get into this, I'm going to open this folder that starts with February 17. Now, this folder here, it says 8, that's office extension. Detective, were there other surveillance cameras on the Politos home?
Yes, they had several surveillance cameras, most of which, all of them covered their particular house, in the backyard, in the front yard, in the front door. This particular camera is there is what they considered their office exterior, which would be at that northwest corner of their house. It's focused on their window, but in the background, you see the front yard of Allison's residence and a little bit of that front porch.
So there were other camera angles that police were able to obtain and look at. Is that fair, that you've seen yourself?
Yes, correct. And I think there were a total of 8. This was the only one of any relevance that showed any more than just their house.
And do these have audio?
They do not.
I'm going to play some now, but before we, get too deep into this, I just wanted to be clear. What are we able to see on this video at night? Are you able to see very much?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, they're not. I don't believe they're infrared. Again, it's focused on the window of the house. So I think you see a small cactus that's growing there, and then for the most part, unless there's an outside light source, it's pretty much completely dark.
Okay. So let's get into this. And when we look at this naming convention, Detective, I'll just read it if I can. 2015-02-17, and then 6 numbers after that. What does that kind of correspond to, or if anything?
So what that is that shows the year, the month, the day, and then the start time of each video. Each video clip is about 30 minutes long. So for example, that top one, that 0000, and then the last 2 zeros depicts midnight. And then the next one is 0030, so that'd be like 12:30 a.m. again for that next 30-minute block of time.
Okay. And we might as well play just one real quick, and I'll just pick this one just so they can kind of, well, that's not going to be a good one. Let me go down to, it's kind of delayed here. Oh. So what we're seeing 13:30 here. That's about 1:30 in the afternoon, roughly.
Yes, that's
Sound
correct.
right? Okay, I'll play that one, not for any particular substance, but just to give us an understanding of what the point of view looks like. And it looks like they're all going to pop up on the other screen. So what are we looking at here, Detective? What part of the homes?
Okay, so again, on the lower right corner is that window of the Polito's residence, and then that little white raised box with the cactus. That's the edge, the south edge of Allison's property. The driveway you see cuts across on an angle, sort of by where the time numbers are, and then up in that upper right corner is the area right outside her front door.
And I'm just curious if this even works. Are you able to touch your screen and make any marks? Does that leave any marks? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nope.
Okay. So the house sort of in the foreground here with the plants and stuff, is this the Polito's home?
Yes, that's correct.
And where would the street be? Where would Monterey Way be if you're coming home?
Okay. So it's not on the video, but it would be off the screen in that upper left corner. And again, if you can imagine, it kind of makes a curve. So that's where that would be. And at night, you might be able to see headlights.
Perfect. So what do we see here, Detective?
So right at that point, actually, is that's Allison's silver Ford, I think Explorer, backing out of her garage. So you kind of get an idea of what this view lets you see from Allison's property.
And we've heard already from some other witnesses, you have some information that Allison went and did some shopping on the 17th in the early evening.
Yes,
She went to a Kohl's and a Walmart at one point.
that's correct.
Okay. And we also know from various sources, but including the Cox alarm information, that she returns home a couple of hours later.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to jump now to that time frame. Again, this is all an exhibit that the jurors can look at as well, but I'm not going to show them 24 hours of video at this moment. So now I'm going to jump to 19, the file ending 90119. It should correspond to about 7. I'm terrible with the military time.
It'll be
but
7:01 p.m., yes.
Okay. So now we see it's a little darker.
That's correct.
Maybe you can help us. So is this kind of roughly what you see during the nighttime hours?
That's it exactly. Without any source of external light, this is the view that you get from this camera.
And you can kind of see the planter, perhaps, maybe an edge of it. I don't know, on the right side, about 3/4 of the way up, like some sort of lighter coloring. And,
Yes.
And the plants themselves kind of making a row. Again, we're going to get to this section in a second, but is it safe to say with the porch light off that the front door of Allison's home, that front entryway, you really can't see?
That's correct.
And if we remember from the picture, is her door set back from, is there sort of a gap of so many feet from the edge of the house to where you would actually enter her front door?
Yes, the front door is recessed about 3 feet. The mailbox is on that wall inside there as well. So, and the porch light is affixed to the west side of the wall, facing the street.
Okay. So I'm going to jump in this section to 715. Again, apologies, this mouse does not correspond to the movements I'm making over here. Try that. A little late. So 715, about 30. Well, let me back up a tiny bit more. Okay, 715:13 on this file, and I'll let it play for a second. What I'm looking for, Detective, or you can tell me, are we going to see Allison returning home, or what appears to be Allison returning home?
Yes, so right there you saw the light. That's the garage door, the front garage door opening, and then her headlights as she pulls into the garage on her driveway.
Okay. And then we see what appears to be a consistent SUV-style vehicle pulling into the garage?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just going to let this run for a minute or so and tell us what we're looking at as we start to see some shadows.
So again, based on the monitor, this monitor is a little dark, but I know what we're looking at. You'll actually see what appears to be a shadow kind of cross the light, where my understanding is that if she's getting out of the car and going around the back of her vehicle, you would see that shadow caused by that garage light on the ceiling.
Maybe give it another 10 seconds and we'll see some of that activity.
Right there.
It appears to be a shadow of a person crossing that light.
Yeah, it seems like legs walk, and you can almost tell that there's legs walking across it, which would make sense based on the driver's side and how she would have to go around to get into her house.
And at 7:19, if I can jump there roughly, do we ultimately see that, well, let me see if it'll go. When you were in the scene, Detective, you went in first with Ms. Palma, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
After the patrol officers. Did you see some items that appeared to have been unpacked and left on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is just right about there. Do we see at that point the lights kind of going away? What does that indicate to you?
Yeah, so that's telling me that the garage door is now closing, and that that little last remnant of light at the ground level is now, that's the last thing you see. So it'll close, and then it'll go back to that complete darkness again. Here's the garage is closing right now at 7:19 and 13 seconds.
And now with no illumination, you kind of just get this fuzzy pattern that doesn't really seem to indicate anything.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna jump now to a different file and just kind of get an understanding here. So on the same day, on the 17th, I'm now gonna go to time frame around 9 p.m. If I can. So we're at 21:01. Well, can go here. So now we're at 9:01. And we see that porch light is on.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a recollection, Detective, that that porch light came on right about 9 p.m.?
Yes, it did.
From the surveillance? And with the porch light on, you kind of can see where her door kind of is in relation to this darkness. Is that right?
Right. With the assistance of the light now, you can determine there's that cactus, at least the shape of it, and then that front kind of porch area outside that front door. But again, it's about maybe a foot high. You don't see much. If we'd see video of somebody walking up there during the day, you'd see it goes basically from about their knees down.
Now I'm gonna jump again. Does this porch light, Detective, stay on from this time frame until just after midnight?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, if you recall off the top of your head from the Cox alarm system, what time the front door at that midnight time frame when the porch light goes off? So I'll jump to the porch light going off and then I'll ask you those questions, but keep that in your mind. So now we're going to jump to midnight, which I think is going to be on the other date here. I'm now going to the file that's labeled February 18th. Again, same subfolder naming convention. Again, same convention for the file names. This time we're looking at the 18th of February, 2015.
Yeah, that's correct. And so the remaining 6 numbers are literally the hours, minutes, and seconds. So that would be midnight, 0 seconds would be the start of this video clip.
Okay, and I'm going to play that one. Again, we can see on this now that porch light is still on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, if I jump forward to about 12:13 here. Well, leave it there. 12:12:07. I'm going to let it run for about a minute, but I want to ask you, do you remember from that Cox alarm system that front door opening and closing around 12:12?
Yes, I do.
And that it ultimately doesn't open again for about 4 minutes, around 12:16, and then closes again 15 or so seconds later?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have a little gap. 12:12, it opens, closes. About 4 minutes later, opens, closes again. And I point that out just to say, after that, well, if these timeframes are consistent, after that first opening and closing, what we have on this surveillance, we'll see in just about 20 seconds, is does the porch light go out?
The porch light does go out at 12:13 and about 10 or 12 seconds.
And then after this one, I'm going to jump to this later in this same day when Alex arrives. We'll get there. And there, Detective, we saw the porch lights out now.
Yes, at about 22 seconds past the minute there.
And we heard from Lieutenant Lockerbie that at one point there was even an attempt to enhance this video, but nothing was able to be done with it.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm not gonna, play another hour of this, but is it safe to say you really, it's hard to see anything of clear substance more than what we're looking at right now in the darkness.
That's correct. I've watched this entire, the following hour, and you don't see any movement, anybody walking around in front.
Okay. And I'm not going to just let it run, but I'm going to jump now to another daylight clip where we're able to see some more content. So now I'm going to go to 3:57 p.m. and ask you what we're looking at. Oh, we're 11, 1. All right, what are we at here? 2. There we go. So I'm going to play this clip ending 153. No, I'm sorry. Where are we? Yeah, 4. We got to back up a little bit. I'm doing the military time thing, but now it's throwing me off even more. 2:18. So we're at 3:01 here.
Yes, 3:01 and 6 seconds is where that starts.
And we're at 3:31. So I'll go to this one here, ending 3109. And now we're in the daylight again, Detective.
Yes, that's correct.
3:30, roughly 3:31 in the afternoon.
Right, on the Wednesday, the 18th.
Okay. So now I'm going to jump to about 3:57, which is going to be close to the end of this, and just talk us through what we're going to see. All right, I will let it run from here at the risk of overshooting. Letting it run from about 3:56:50 for about 30 seconds. Ultimately, Detective, just to get to it, what are we going to end up seeing on this video from the Politos?
So on this video, what we're going to see is Alex arriving at the house. As he explained, he got there just before 4 o'clock that Wednesday, and he parks in the driveway in his blue BMW. And then you can see him get out. It appears that he walks up to the garage as if maybe punching that code in, which again, he told us that he did to check the garage. And then ultimately he walks to the front door, and then he goes in the house through the front door. So right there at 3:57 and 44 seconds, that's Alex's blue BMW. And again, it was parked in the driveway when we arrived.
I'm just going to let this play a few minutes so we can see Alex's movements as he, as we've heard from him, but also as we'll see on this video. Is that consistent with what Alex was wearing when police arrive?
Yes, it is.
Now at 3:59, we see him kind of by the doorway.
Yes, that's correct. That's the front door. And again, where he can step in without going into the house, but be out of that camera view. And again, you see him about from the waist, actually, down a little bit higher than I thought initially.
And do we know from the Cox alarm system that the door opens at roughly 3:59:30 at this point in the case?
Yes, that's correct.
And at this point, Detective, I'm going to jump to the next file, because this one ends in a couple minutes and we won't see anything else for that time frame. We'll go to 401 if I can. Just kind of clicking through the last minute or so of this one since there wasn't too much left, and then we'll go to the next one with where we in the next video will we see Alex again?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Ooh. Too far. Now I'm playing the video ending 111, the next one down on this list. Again, we see just picking up at the 4:01:10 timeframe roughly.
Yes, that's correct.
I think it's must be 11 seconds, but I'm gonna jump here to. Well, I'll let it play for a moment. Do you have a memory, detective, or if I said to you that the 911 call was about 4:02 or so, does that sound about right? Is it consistent or so with the video that he calls 911 around this 4 p.m. timeframe?
Yes, it is.
And is it possible that this Polito video, the 911 system, and even the Cox door alarm system are not all perfectly synced, times?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if one says 4:02:07, the Cox door alarm might say 4:02:22 or something because they're not they're not synced by satellite or something.
That's correct.
Okay. But generally they're consistent with each other across the board.
Generally, they are, yes.
Okay. So at 4, we're gonna go to 4:03 or so. Are we gonna see Alex again? Do you know? Do you remember?
Yes, I do believe he comes out outside at that point
Okay.
while he's still on the phone with the 911 call taker.
Okay. And what do we see here?
At about 4:03 and about 6 seconds is where Alex steps outside in the camera view just for a moment, then he steps back in the doorway. I don't recall if the door opened or closed again at that point. But there was also at some point the call dropped off and he had to reconnect with 911. There were 2 911 calls, and I believe that was right around this time as well.
And do you remember having sat here in court and listened to it recently anyway, as well as during the pendency of this case, Alex making a comment about having to find her address at one point?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna maybe jump just a minute forward. I was gonna have a lot of space here. Well, maybe not. Do we see Alex come out again?
Yes, at about 4:05 and maybe 9 seconds.
Okay. And I'll let this run for another 30 seconds. By about 4:06, I'm going to ask you if you see anything different. Do you see that shadow pull up, Detective?
Yeah, so that shadow at 4:06 in about 10 seconds is, that's the fire truck that is arriving on scene with the fire department personnel who will then ultimately go into the house.
And do we see some of those personnel on the video?
Yes, at 4:06 and 30 seconds, you see the carrying their gear going inside.
Look like potentially 4 guys, fire department guys are seen on that entering or going towards the doorway anyway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And again, not all of them, the camera doesn't capture everything on the front porch, so that doesn't necessarily say that they went into the house, just that they went in on the porch out of camera view.
You can kind of see someone there and maybe dropped some gear or something on the floor right before that. It's kind of
Yes.
hard to see. But there's enough space between the edge of that, what we can see, and the door for people to stand in that doorway and not be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to let it play to 4:08 and ask you what's going on at that point. And obviously what we're seeing here, what you described earlier from sort of the knees down, are you able to tell us who exactly each of these individuals are, just based on their, knees and shoes?
I can't. I know that there were 4 firefighters that went in, that coordinated, but then the officers, I would have no idea.
And we've heard from some of the initial responding officers and sergeant about kind of the process of going up, 2 of them, and then they waited for 1 more. We heard all that testimony while you were here. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We still see Alex outside, obviously.
Yes, on the passenger side of his car.
And then at 4:09:30, I'm going to ask if you see potentially some more police gathering. So we see at least additional people gathering by the door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and we know at some point fire department personnel are exiting. You see some of their gear?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to jump a few minutes. Well, I'll let this play for another minute or so. Jump a few minutes ahead. We see these, some of the fire gear up there in the top right corner.
Yes, that's correct. Things that were brought back from inside the house.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Since we heard some of this testimony, I'm just going to show you at about 4:13:50. There you go. Another person kind of hustling up to the house, potentially the last or the 3rd patrol officer that we heard testimony from that entered the home.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, we had heard from witnesses earlier that they had kind of went through, went into the home, cleared the, well, let me ask you this. This person looks different. Why do they look different?
Best I can tell is that's either an off or a plainclothes, one of our detectives, but I don't know who that is.
But still a police officer, you saw a gun on their waist?
Yes.
Okay. We heard that when the 3 patrol officers went in, they went and they opened that door that leads from the kitchen area into the enclosed carport and checked there. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then do we have corresponding openings and closings on the Cox alarm about 412 for that door?
Yes,
Does that
that's
sound
correct.
right? Okay. And then we heard that master bath, which leads out to the backyard, that some patrol officers actually went out there and then out the gate. And do we have that door opening at and closing between 416 and 419?
Yes, that's correct as well.
And from your understanding and review of the Cox records, during this time frame that the patrol are clearing the house, do we ever show them going out the sliding glass Arcadia door opening and closing?
No, the Arcadia door does not open anytime at this time.
Okay. And again, I'm not gonna show all of this, but is this relatively consistent where we have police officers arriving to the exterior of the home? Can we still see Alex barely on this point of view?
Yes, I believe that's him at the top of the screen, right in the middle, seated on the ground. That's right about where his hat was found, that U of A baseball cap. It was in the gravel somewhere near there. And I believe fire department personnel are tending to him there.
Okay. Only have a few more timestamps to look at, Detective. Let's see if I can jump a few minutes. Around this time frame, I just wanted to know, we've heard a lot of testimony about Alex's demeanor and his interactions with people outside the scene. So right around 4:18:50, I was going to ask you if you notice anything at all about his potentially, I mean, without speculating. Let's see. And does it appear that fire personnel are still tending to Alex at this point, 4:19 roughly?
Yes, it is. And I do recall he appeared very distraught. He was crying. He was wailing, actually, and he was with the fire department the entire time. By now, I believe I've already arrived on scene, and I've witnessed that as well.
And it's kind of, obviously, we're watching a video and there's no audio, and it's kind of hard to see everything, but fair to say this is all consistent with the things that you observed at the point that you arrived?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump to 4:21, just a few more minutes. Can we see some individuals leaving the house, or leaving the entryway, I should say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 4:21:30, what do we see here?
This is one of our patrol officers. I believe that's Sergeant Williamson, stringing up that red crime scene tape.
Okay. And he kind of goes beyond the scope of this point of view, but just to be clear, this is still the front of the house in the sense of, is there a way to get from the front of the house to the back of the house on either of the walls on the front? That makes sense?
There are no gates or anything on that front wall or the west wall of Allison's property. The only way to go to the backyard from the front is either through the house or through the garage.
And now I'm going to jump to about, well, I'm going to have to go to a different file here. Just 2 more clips. I'm gonna go to 6, the file ending 0120. On this, we have about 6 p.m. in the evening. Oops. Does that look right?
Yes, it starts at about 6:01 PM.
Okay. I'm gonna jump to 6:20, and now we heard from the time frame of sort of initially arriving that, of detectives initially arriving, some things needed to be done as far as securing the home and then essentially getting permission to go in and process the home. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So during these few hours here, the crime scene tape is up and the home is secure. No one's allowed in or out. That's not appropriate.
That's correct. The house was secured at that point.
Okay. And if needed, as obviously warrants would be obtained and people are being called in that need to be called in?
Yes.
Okay. So at 6:20, I'm just going to ask you if you recognize the person we're going to see. This mouse. Oh. All right, 6:20 roughly. What did we see there, Detective? Do you know? Or do you know who that is?
Who's this person walking around? So in the corner now, in the upper right corner, that's crime scene specialist Palma, and she's photographing Alex's car in the driveway.
Okay. And we heard about how she goes and takes initial photos or entry photos, and this was one of the things that she was photographing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we've seen a bunch of those photos already, but a lot of them are taken into the night as the sun has gone down. Is that right?
Yes.
So obviously we're not gonna see much on here, but I'm gonna jump to one more clip and then I'll move to a different segment of your testimony. Now I'm going to the file ending 3130. All right, now it's a bit darker. And we see somebody walking along the top of the screen. I don't know if you caught that. We got a flashlight now.
Yes.
Just gonna back it up to the very beginning, 7:31. Is this a time frame when that van or police cars would be out there?
Yes, that's correct. So a lot of the light, the ambient light that you're seeing is from our crime scene, our MAC van, the van that we bring out for scenes.
No, it's not quite where I wanted it, but that's okay. Fair to say that at this point into the evening, what we heard from Ms. Palma is that you and her are going to do some entry and walk through photographs?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It's pretty hard to see in this, so without having to reload it here, I'll just note there you can see sort of some people walking in using flashlights and flashes going off of photographs being taken?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move now. We can take this off for now, so I don't inadvertently play something while I'm trying to talk. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. So, at the risk of kind of going back to things that the jury may have heard about, I do want to ask you, Detective, because you had your own personal knowledge and interaction at this crime scene. So we've heard a lot about this scene from a lot of people that were there. But can you tell me again, what's your role? You're not the case agent at that point, it's McWilliams. So what is your assignment?
So when I first arrived, I was initially assigned to be part of the scene, to document the scene along with Detective Lockerbie. And then roles changed a little bit as I had to step away to contact Mr. Feldman.
And so you and Lockerbie were going to be kind of a joint scene detectives?
Yes, that's correct.
But he ultimately takes on the documentation and a lot of the reporting as it comes out of the scene?
He did. He documented the majority of it. I did some, but not in that great of detail compared to his.
Okay. And so we know that you were, you go in first with Ms. Palma. We know that you're there. At what point, so you said you had to step away to talk to Mr. Feldman. Around when is that in the time frame?
I believe that was about 5:30, maybe 5:25 or somewhere 5:45 even. But we had received information that Mr. Feldman had contacted the police department asking that a welfare check be done on Allison. And this was one of those things, the media was already aware and they were already responding. So we felt it best that I reach out to him and let him know before he'd see something online or on TV.
And did you know at that point that he was out of state?
I did.
So you weren't able to quickly go to him in person?
But that's exactly right. If he were closer, I would have definitely driven and done that in person. But unfortunately, I had to make that phone call rather than talk to him face to face.
And so as you, moving back physically to Allison's home, I understand that the scene is processed over a number of days. I'm going to ask you about a few things for you, sort of, that you personally may have had a hand in. One of them is we've heard a lot about the trash. So I just want to get that out of the way. Was there a trash bag in the kitchen?
There was a white, like 13-gallon plastic trash bag that was sitting in the kitchen, sort of in that entrance to the laundry room. It was just on the floor. It was full of just regular old garbage, is what it looked like.
And did you take a look in that trash bag?
Ultimately, I did. I moved it outside. I don't recall which particular day, but I moved that out onto that garage area, and I searched through the trash to see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything?
I did not.
We've seen photos of the trash in the kitchen, we've seen photos out the laundry room door of the bag sitting on in the sort of carport area. Again, you had been a detective at that point. You've been a police officer since 1991 at this point in 2015, so 24 years, if my math is right. And a detective since 2006?
That's correct.
So you look at the trash bag. Did you find a pizza receipt that you took out just in case?
In the recycling bin that was outside, the large plastic bin, there was a pizza box, I think it was Papa John's, that looked like pizza had been delivered on Monday. And there was the barcode, the little receipt on the side of the box that I literally collected an impound. I cut it off the box because it was a greasy pizza box. So I just wanted the receipt. So I cut that off and I handed it off to Sergeant Davidson to have somebody follow up with that.
And again, at this point in the case, you detectives don't know what's going to lead where. Fair to say?
That's correct.
So, okay. Just to talk about it now, do you, detective, give in any case in which you're involved, sometimes does defense ask to interview you prior to trial?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Did you actually do more than one interview with defense attorneys prior to trial, in this case, at their request?
Yes, I did.
And sometimes do those interviews cover different topics, they're not just always limited to topics A, B, and C, but maybe defense wants to ask you about, X, Y, and Z also.
Yes, that's correct.
Sometimes after an interview or after you've answered a question, do you go back and look at your reports or think about the case, and do you, have more context for an answer that you may have given in that interview?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you too much more about that, but sitting here testifying today, detective, this case is now almost 11 years old. Did you write reports in this case?
I did, several.
As the case agent, do you review pretty much everything that's gone on, reports from everyone involved?
I tried to, absolutely.
So you're not, do you have a photographic memory?
I do not.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you, what's on page 2 of this person's report, but fair to say that part of your role is to kind of take in information from multiple sources and compile or synthesize things as the case moves forward?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna jump now back to the scene. Well, this is gonna be tricky because we don't have too much space here, but let's just go to this picture. All right. And Judge, we have also discussed the admissions of exhibits 604 through 656. So it's in here, as well as separately 662.
Any objection?
No.
It's ordered admitting 604 through 656 and 662 into evidence.
And I should note, just for the record, one of those, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, has already been admitted last week. So I can find that one for the clerk if that helps, I believe. But let me see here. So what we've got, I'll go to 662 first because we talked about this. What is this, Detective?
So 662 depicts inside that laundry room that is actually facing east, away from the washer and dryer into the rest of that room there. And you see some luggage, a vacuum cleaner, and a laundry basket.
And so we heard testimony and we were asked about the laundry basket when it was sitting on top of the laundry machines during the entry pictures or initial photos. Do you remember those photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and now we've got a later photo. Do you remember if this is taken on 2/19? Does that sound about, or would the laundry basket have been moved sometime in that first day off of that wash machine?
I believe this photograph was taken on the 19th. That's
Okay.
correct.
And so we heard, when I say the 19th, I guess it's confusing as well, but we had photos, initials, we'll call them the entry from Miss Palma, the 18th into the evening, and then she comes back on the 19th in the morning and takes more photos. And then we have, during that portion of the day, the laundry basket here. So I just wanted, because it's been brought up, do you recall this laundry basket?
I don't personally. I just know, I've seen photographs of it on the washing or dryer, and now I've seen this photograph here taken the following day.
Gotcha. And so this, what we're looking at, we haven't actually seen this part of Allison's house, but where is this in relation to the rest of the house?
So again, this is in that the southeast corner of her entire property. This is inside the laundry room, south of the kitchen. And if you were taking this photograph, those cabinets and the washer and dryer are behind you, and then you're looking east into the laundry room.
And we saw some pictures of this cabinet open with like a Swiffer inside of it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so I'm just gonna kind of zoom in here, but we see a laundry basket now. It's right here. Oh, that's too far. Autofocus. Oh, all right. So we can see that there's a laundry basket here?
Yes.
Okay. Anything of note that you're aware of that came from inside of that laundry basket?
I don't believe so. I know it had clothing in it, and I think it was, some clothes was in one of those wash bags, like a mesh bag for delicates, but that's all I recall.
Okay. So that's 662. I'll put these over here. Running out of space. Now I'm gonna ask you about something else that's come up already. And that's gonna be $655 and $656. I'll start with $655. Can you see what that is?
Yeah, 655 are bottles and cans of beer on top of those two coolers that were outside on the patio.
Okay, and at this point, they've been removed from the coolers.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
because we saw some pictures earlier of these coolers, what they were they inside at that time during the initial entry photos?
Yes, they were inside, floating in water.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna show you, a similar photo now, 656. See, right. Again, is this that back cooler with the bottles taken out?
Yes, in this photo, we're seeing those bottles and cans of those beers. Actually, in the upper left corner is that pool inflatable or two of those floating rings.
And when we look at the 655, for instance, can you see with, even from this photograph, the rust on some of the caps?
You can, particularly on the, I think it's either the Bud Light or the Coors Light in that second photograph on the caps, you can see some rust, and I believe as well on that Leinenkugel cap.
Right up here?
Yes, that's correct, or the bottle behind the Leinenkugel, right?
Okay. And we have we can clearly see a Leinenkugel creamy dark, I think, or creamy daw or something.
Yes.
In this photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Was there any summer shandy that you found in these coolers?
there was not.
It's kind of a mix of beers, though, fair to say?
Yes,
We see a Pabst Blue Ribbon,
yes, a couple of them.
couple of Busch, some Four Peaks.
Yes, that's correct.
And then going back to 656, do you see rust again on those back? You mentioned the Coors specifically.
Yes, just because it was a silver cap, so it showed up a little bit better, you could definitely see it. And I believe there was even another picture that showed it a little bit better.
Okay. And these are all the beers, to your memory, that came out of these coolers, or all the items that came out of these two coolers?
Yes.
Going back to 655, okay. Detective, at one point, we didn't get into this too much, and I'm not going to go down the road too far, but at one point were some of the plants in the backyard in Allison's home looked at and photographed?
Yes, I believe if it wasn't the last day, it was on the 20th, and there were the samples were taken and the plants were photographed.
And why is that?
At the time, again, we didn't know kind of what we didn't know, so we weren't sure. In addition, I believe we had some plant material that Dr. Ferentz had collected at autopsy, and we were trying to determine maybe the origin of where those pieces might have come from.
Ultimately, was there ever any connection made between the potential material on her body and the plants in her backyard?
There was not.
Okay. I want to ask you real quickly, we heard about the PM numbers, and as we're moving through the photo marker numbers, we've moved through most of them, one left, but they kind of went from started at photo marker 2 and then went up. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And why not start at number 1? Do you remember?
Initially, it's my recollection that Allison herself was actually going to be photo marker 1, like her body, and then for whatever reason, it just never was placed. So photo marker 2 or PM2, I believe, started with the dress that we recovered from her.
And we saw that photo marker already, so just to be safe, and so the jury's not wondering, there's not going to be a PM1 that they're missing somewhere along the way.
No, there will not be.
Okay. And now, Detective, again, we're jumping around, but some of these things have come up, and it goes to sort of part of your role in the case. As case agent, do you also kind of keep track of requests made to the labs?
Yes,
So you can make the requests yourself, or McWilliams could prior to you?
that's correct.
And what does that look like? Do you just walk over to the lab and have a conversation? Do you have to fill out a form, or what does that look like?
Right. So first, what we would do is we would evaluate everything that was collected as evidence, and then at that point make a decision between either between myself and other members of the unit as well as the sergeant. In this particular case, I know our commander, or at the time maybe even Assistant Chief Pop, was involved. And we would just determine what do we think was the best things to test, in what order, what would give us the best evidentiary value, and then move on from there.
Okay. And so as we move into the case, it's important to note that these requests are not just made, they're not made as a matter of course, like just test items 1 through 5 and then 6 through 10 and then just get back to me. It's kind of there's a prioritization that's done along the way.
Right, I think it was an evaluation every time there was a lab request. In addition, we also had to weigh in logistical issues as far as what other cases the lab was working on, their manpower, their staffing, those things, and if anything else might have come up. We did have, back at that time, we did have other cases going on that we needed the lab's finite resources.
Okay. And my ultimate question kind of isn't as detailed as we will get to when it comes to all of the lab work done in this case that we're going to hear about into next week. But because it's come up already, hopefully it wasn't me, we heard about some shoe prints and some comparisons that Ms. Smaltz did, and we heard about her testimony of the same brand, size, tread pattern of a shoe that she compared was inconclusive. But just so we're clear, ultimately any of the sort of shoe type prints that were done in this case were done by Ms. Raines, who will testify this week?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't getting confused as to what Ms. Smaltz did and was talking about and what Ms. Raines will ultimately testify to this week. We talked about the chemicals in that storage closet in the garage. Do you remember that?
I do.
The pool chemicals. Can you tell me anything more about those chemicals in the garage? What did they kind of, anything about their appearance?
So in the cabinet on what would be the south side of the garage, there were two bottles. One was chlorinator liquid, and the other was muriatic acid. The closet itself appeared very dirty, as if maybe it's just not used very often. And the bottles themselves were about maybe a third to half full. They had dust on the top. They did not appear to have been used recently, but because of that overwhelming smell that we got from bleach or chlorine in the house, we felt it important to at least document and collect those as evidence.
And did Allison have a pool?
She does.
Person?
She did. Or I'm sorry, a pool person or a pool?
A pool guy.
She did.
All right, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, and then, we'll get as far as we get before the break. So, jumping around a little bit again. You respond to the scene all 4 days, but I'm going to ask you about now the 21st, going out to the scene on the 21st. That's the last day?
Yes, that was Saturday.
Tell me a little bit about your role that day.
So this would have been the fourth day consecutively that we'd been in the house. We had collected several different items, upwards of almost 80 different items, I believe. And at this point, it was, we were finishing up with as much scene work as we could do. It was also time that we were going to impound some of the larger items, I think the dining room table, the glass tables, that sectional couch, those things. So this was culminating with that. We were coordinating the logistics of how we were going to get those items into packaged and then into our property and evidence storage.
And so you said at this point, 80 items have already been taken out of the house, and are you referring to physical items at that point, or does that include swabs as well?
That's all photo markers, and I said upwards, maybe not all the way up to 80, but certainly well into the 60s and 70s of photo markers of items identified as evidence.
Okay. And some items were both swabbed at the scene and collected.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay. And we'll hear about some of those in particular. But at this point on the 21st, now you're doing big stuff, including the closet doors?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you specifically about the bottle, the whole bottle under the couch. How does that come to be found?
Okay. So after the 4 days, we've had the floors processed, we've had all the other things processed, and the couch, it's a sectional couch, so it's like L-shaped, and it had been moved forward and back to facilitate working in the living room and those things, but it had never been lifted up to collect, to actually take in as evidence. And so at that point, the decision was made, we're going to collect the couch, the entire couch as evidence. I don't recall, I know that Detective Lockerbie, I think Detective Carpenter was in there. We were all lifting the couch, and as we lifted it up on the floor underneath the couch, we discovered this the broken neck of this Leinenkugel beer bottle.
And so you guys didn't expect there to be anything under the couch, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And when you're moving the couch at some point back and forth, does anybody hear like any scraping noises or like oh gosh, there's some piece of glass we're dragging along the floor?
Nothing to our recollection, but again, it has several different, probably 10 at least, feet, like 1 inch long metal or plastic feet on this couch. So as you're sliding it, you expect to hear something.
And so you pick up this couch ultimately. We've heard testimony, there was prior testimony about somebody on the scene who has to ultimately take this bottle off the floor and move it into evidence somehow, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So tell me about that process. Okay.
So initially we'd found it. We tipped the couch back so we could get a better view of it. Photographs are taken 2 different ways. First off, without a photo marker in place, and then with a photo marker in place. And so that was done. I think it was photo marker 80 was used. And then at this point, it needs to be collected. We looked at that. It was my decision that I looked at it and said, I was wearing rubber gloves at that point, but I recognize the significance of this piece as being something that was missed, in my opinion, and needed to be tested. I had removed my gloves. I had put on a different pair of gloves that I carried in a small bag with me. And then I picked up the bottle by, unfortunately, as it turns out, placing my finger inside the bottle and lifting it up so the cap could be photographed, so the sides could be photographed, and then it was transferred into an envelope and impounded as evidence.
And why do you say that, unfortunately?
Well, unfortunately, because it doesn't look as professional as what I've liked. I would have rather had something else been used, but it needed to be touched to picked up. And at that point, I figured the best place to touch that bottle would be inside it rather than on the outside in case there was fingerprints or anything that could be damaged.
And is there other things you might pick up in this way?
Everything, all items of evidence eventually get collected. Right now, another one of the things that we use are long either chopsticks or forceps, something like that. We just didn't have them at the time.
And so it has to be picked up off the floor, so you do it the way you described it. And you said that you took a glove out that you carry on you?
Yes, that's correct. At that time, I also had a small bag that I carried over my shoulder that in it had a steno notebook, some buccal swabs that if I needed to collect a swab from somebody, as well as some rubber gloves. They were not the same. They were issued from the Scottsdale Police Department, but they were not the same gloves as what we were wearing at that time. I think we were either wearing black or purple at the time. These were tan, but in effect, they were the same quality. They were still rubber gloves. They had never been used before.
And just so we can all understand, are these rubber gloves you would use repeatedly anytime you needed to touch something, or were these kind of the same gloves we've heard about where you use them and you toss them after you use them?
No, they would be one time, and that's exactly why I changed my gloves, because I had gloves on, and realizing the significance of this piece said I needed to put on fresh new gloves in order to handle this piece of evidence.
And why was it so significant?
Because I had been touching other things. We had lifted the couch. I certainly didn't want to transfer or create any contamination for DNA or anything else.
And what about the glass? I meant was, that was a bad question. Not the changing of the gloves being significant, but what about the glass itself stood out to you as the point that you found it? Like, oh, there's a piece of broken bottle.
Throughout the entire scene, there were bits of broken glass. So there was a piece of glass by the dining room table. There was another one over by that kitchen island. And there were several very small shards scattered kind of throughout the kitchen. But there was nothing that we would look at to say, was part of a label, maybe part of the base, the heavier glass on the base. So it appeared everything else was cleaned up to the point where it could be identified. The closest thing I had was a piece of glass that had embossed that looked like it said something like Chippewa Falls, like maybe that was from a Leinenkugel bottle. But the fact that we found this one was significant because this was the first piece that was large enough to possibly contain a fingerprint to identify what it is, that it was a honey vice. The cap was still intact. So, and more importantly, if we'd missed it searching in this house for 4 days, I believe the suspect, if it would have been
Speculation, foundation.
Sustained.
So to be clear, you had, by that point on the 21st, you were aware personally of the glass pieces all over the house.
Yes, that's correct.
And having seen those glass pieces, did it appear that if you took all those glass pieces from the kitchen area, the pillar, everywhere that you found a glass piece, if you put them all together, that you would have a complete beer bottle?
No, absolutely not.
And so at this point, you find another piece of a beer bottle. Is it similar color to those pieces that you found around the house?
Yes, it's brown glass.
And you had mentioned one of the pieces had also had some raised lettering that indicated it might also be a Leinenkugel's brand beer.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Judges, might be a good time to stop. I have a few pictures to find.
Okay.
Might as well.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take that afternoon break. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
And guess what? They don't come back. Yep, they don't come back. Or they don't show it. Yeah, this trial is I really want to like follow it and cover it, but it's we're just getting bits and pieces here and there. Anyway, I think we're getting enough. So let's move on. Okay, so that was day 11. Let's move on to day 12 now. So we're going to move on to day 12 now, which I think was Tuesday. Yeah, so that was Monday. This is Tuesday.
Yes.
Let me get us queued up.
Okay.
More slides on that, and then we'll be moving to a slightly different topic.
Okay.
All right, maybe. So this is where we ended yesterday. I'll be moving on to the next slide. This is just to orient you to where we are in the house, and then this is slide 34, LS1, that dining room wall. Now we're moving forward. Can you tell us what, if anything, you looked at as far as this switch goes when it comes to blood and stain pattern analysis?
Yes, again, this is a paddle type light switch in the dining room. It's on that east wall right next to the sliding Arcadia door. And in that lower right corner, there appears to be a drip pattern, and then also along the bottom on the left side, there appears to be that same drip pattern that in my estimation, I characterized as diluted blood that was deposited kind of at an acute angle on that light switch from something that had blood and water mixed above that.
Now moving to PMR, one photo on the left with the placard, and then the photo on the right, kind of closer, but you can't see the placard. Can you tell us anything about this from your analysis?
In these photos, this is PMR. This is the left arm and that left side of the couch that would be facing that dining room. Primarily what we're looking at is the bottom front of that, and we've already seen some photographs with that piece of fabric that had been removed or cut out of there, but this was prior to the fabric removal. And you can see, especially on the picture on the right, you can see what appears to be a blood stain. No identifiable margins necessarily, so I would classify that or qualify that as an object that had blood on it that was in contact with that couch at that particular spot.
And now we're kind of moving on, but this is a little bit out of order, but I'm going to show it now so we can orient ourselves. What are we looking at here when it comes to these circles?
So in this photograph, marked 652, this is the back of that couch. So again, we're looking into the living room. The fabric, that velour type fabric on the couch, made it really difficult to see any sort of staining on the back, but they were marked from our crime scene specialists in 4 different spots. Those circular shapes depicted where there appeared to be some blood staining. Again, kind of a contact pattern, something that had blood on it that had deposited on the couch.
And we heard already about cuttings from the couch from Miss Bree Davis, but can you see it in this? Are there labels 1, 2, 3, and 4 for these circles?
Yes, there are.
Kind of small in this point of view. Now, I'm going to go through a little bit closer here. We see, is that same, what is that?
That, again, that's number 1 in 653. That's the top left most stain that was in that prior picture. It's marked as number 1, and that's the circle near the top of the couch on the back.
And the next slide here, what's that?
And this is a photograph showing 2 and 3. This is 654. And again, 2 is in the center of the photograph. It's that oval, kind of top to bottom oval. There is a reddish brown discoloration stain inside there. Number 3 is sort of an amoeba-looking circle, but it has a couple of different spots that appear to be, again, some sort of object that had blood on it that transferred onto the couch.
I'll go to 3 there that you just described. This is the next slide.
Yes, this is just a photo of number 3 in the center, showing, again, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a couple of different what appear to be swipe or transfer patterns on this in that circle.
And as we move through these, after this set of photos, we're going to get to the Blue Star photos. Are you able to, in the Blue Star, maybe see a little bit more of the pattern on the back of this couch?
Yes.
And now we have number 4.
And this is a photograph. This is 656. This is number 4. This would be on that, from the first photograph, it's on the far right side. Again, it's up near the top. This is this horizontal oval shape, and inside there is this reddish brown stain that we believe was blood.
And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. We heard about this already a little bit about this Blue Star chemical, but can you tell the jury again, what is that? What am I referring to?
So Blue Star is a blood detection reagent. So it's a chemical, you mix it with water, and then when it is sprayed onto a stain, particularly a blood stain, it will luminesce a bright blue.
And what day did you got? Well, here, I'll go to the next slide. This placard. What day did you guys do the Blue Star around the house?
So we did the Blue Star on Friday night, about 8 p.m., so that would have been February 20th.
And we have here photographed by D. Jacobs. Is that one of the crime scene specialists that was there?
Yes, it is.
What was your personal role in the Blue Star?
There were several detectives there. My personal role was just observe and let's see what comes up from it. So there were several detectives there just to document, if we could, what had happened there, but to again, is kind of see that reaction.
Okay. So going from here, this Blue Star, we're going to see what it looks like, but you essentially spray it onto, and not necessarily where there is blood, but just somewhere in the house, and if it reacts, might there be blood there?
Yes, the benefit of using the Blue Star is it will react to patent blood or blood that is visible, but it'll also react to latent blood or something that may have been already cleaned up. So in case where you don't see blood on an object, but you think maybe blood had been there, in theory, the Blue Star should react and you should see that stain.
And is it fair to say that the Blue Star chemical may also have a reaction to cleaning agents?
Yes, actually, per their website, they do say that the false positive or a reaction to bleach, copper, or a couple of different things, the reaction should be lighter or less intense if it's bleach or something else, and it shouldn't last as long as if it were reacting to blood.
And now we're just going to get into some of the pictures. Oh, I think I lost my mouse here. That might give us an understanding of what we're looking at. There we go. Maybe that'll work. So again, we have the placards kind of designating the area of the home that we're about to be looking at.
Yes.
We've heard about those a lot from the crime scene specialists already, but just another reminder. Why does it say test?
So in this particular case, I particularly, and most of us, had never used this Blue Star. We were at the third day of processing the scene, and the thought that there might be latent blood that we haven't located was on our minds, and we said, well, it's Blue Star needs low light conditions in order to see that luminescence. So this was just a decision that was made to say we'll use it this night. This would be our probably last night that we're going to be in the scene. But because we had never seen, I had never seen it react, what I wanted to do is I suggested that we try to do a test on a known sample of blood to see what the reaction was. In this particular slide, which it says Blue Star Test Master Bathroom, it did not appear that anything had happened inside that master bathroom, and particularly on the floor. So we thought that would be a good spot actually to place a known sample of blood and to spray it with the Blue Star and see the reaction.
And so now going to the next slide, what is this?
So this, in this 617 is a photograph of that bathroom, primarily the toilet, and between the toilet and the shower, and you see kind of in the center a little bit down, there looks like a small reddish spot. That was a sample of blood that was actually one of our phlebotomists collected it from me, and then we swabbed it on the floor so we could determine what would we look at if we sprayed that with Blue Star, what the reaction would be.
And then going to the next slide, what is this?
So in this 618, this is that same spot and that same area. Now you can see where the blood is on the floor. You can see it luminesce with that bright blue.
And again, you mentioned this, but as you're doing the Blue Star, you said it's important to have kind of darkness in the house.
Yes, it luminesces and it's best viewed if it's dark, not 100% dark, but certainly very, very low light, as you can see the reaction to it.
Now going to the next slide. Some of these are harder and harder to see. I don't know if you can read that very well since it was a picture at night, but this is a placard, and if I go to the next one, what area of the house is this?
Okay, so in 620 here, this is that area of the pool deck. Between the pool and on the far left side, off camera, would be the house, and that Arcadia door would be there. So this is that area between the house and the pool.
Judge, if it's all right, could we just lower the lights a little bit? Some of the next handful of slides are pretty dark.
Yes, we will do so.
And so this obviously has like a flashlight or something on the pool decking?
Yes, we're using a light source at this point.
Okay, and now if I go to the next slide, what do we see here?
So this is a photograph at 621 of roughly that same area. The pool, you can see the water, you can actually see the chlorinator floating in the water. And that area has been sprayed with that Blue Star chemical, and this is the result that we got. This is that blue luminescence that we had seen earlier.
And then going to the next slide, what is this?
So this is, this photograph, it depicts looking west from the edge of the pool. So this is the stairs, and this is that that spot where that tile was broken off of that we had talked about earlier. The piece of tile was broken. Those are the stairs where the earring and that piece of rug, that remnant, was found. And so we had tested this already, and we wanted to see if it would react. And this is the result that we got. This is another photo. It's just
Go ahead.
This is with all the lights off, and then you can see that luminescence of the blue.
And so this again is that same area of the pool we were just looking at here, but now when you actually turn off any exterior light sources, this is the luminescence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Going to the next slide, a new placard, Arcadia door patio.
Yes, this is a placard for the Arcadia door from the outside.
Okay. Next slide, what is this?
And this is 625, shows that exterior patio just outside that Arcadia door. Again, you actually even see, I believe it's crime scene specialist, our carpenter, is the one that's applying the Blue Star reagent, and then you can see the luminescence on the ground, on the floor outside the door.
So at this point, that sprayer you talked about, isn't in this picture?
Yes, in that upper left corner. And that's ideally, what we'll say is we used like a garden sprayer, like a weed sprayer that you would use. Ideally, you'd rather have something a little bit more misting that would give a pattern. So when you see some of the spots, what that is that's the reagent being sprayed out in spots rather than in a fine mist. So I would assume that you would have more blue in between those spots if we used a better sprayer.
Next slide. Oh,
So
what is that?
This is a placard of the hallway, the pillar in the hallway, so this will be facing the door, I believe.
If I go to the next slide here, are you able to make out where we are in the house?
Yes. So in this photo in 627, we're inside the living room, right about where the couch is, and we're looking toward the dining room, and then on the left side of the photograph is that hallway where Allison was found. And so this is the pillar, and this is that sunken area of the living room that we're seeing, and you can see again the luminescence from there.
And you had mentioned because of the way that the sprayer applied this chemical, there might be places where it appears dotted or more blotched that are perhaps more indicative of the way that it was being sprayed as opposed to what the stain underneath was? Or am I getting that?
That would be my impression, because when we sprayed it, per the Blue Star website, they recommend using a hand sprayer at a very fine mist and photographing and filming it at that point. So we didn't have a spray bottle, but we did have this again yard sprayer. But unfortunately, the settings just weren't as fine as what I would have liked to take some of these photos. So I believe that's what the clumping kind of look is from the application of the Blue Star material rather than the stain underneath.
But to make sure that we understand, the Blue Star chemical, when it's applied, in order to get this bright luminescent color that we're seeing, it's reacting to something that's there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, you can't say sitting here whether that something is blood or bleach or another cleaning agent type chemical, but it's consistent with one of those things at least being present to get any reaction. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the locations that you saw Blue Star reactions, were these consistent with where you could at least see some otherwise visible to the naked eye blood?
Yes, some of the brighter luminescence in some of the Blue Star photographs, there was latent blood or visible blood in that same spot. So it would tend us to believe that it's reacting to blood rather than to bleach or any other false positive.
Okay. And now I'm just going to orient you here with this G pillar we already saw, this next slide, but then because some of these are dark and hard to see, I wanted to show you the G pillar and that. So I'm flipping back and forth, and now I'm going to the next slide. What is this a point of view of?
So in 628 here, that's a good reference to what I was just speaking of, where you could see that photo marker G, you could see that blood drip on the pillar, and it's depicted in this photograph. Again, you also get to see that application that it's dots, even though in the photograph it was a solid drip down the wall, and the same thing on the floor immediately in front of it, that there was visible blood, a large quantity of visible blood there, and now you see the luminescence after the blue star was applied.
And I know we just looked at G, so this might be obvious, but what's our point of view in this photo, just because it's otherwise so dark?
So in this photograph, we're standing in the dining room near where the table is, and we're looking towards the front. That yellow rectangle is that window right next to the front door. So we're looking towards the front door.
Okay. That's slide 57. Going to the next slide, what's this a view of?
So this is 629. This is that same area. It's just we're just moved over a little bit now, more into the hallway. In the top left portion, you see the window, the view window in that front door. But again, this is the floor where there was visible blood, and this is the luminescence from the blue star after the application.
And we can read this, the entry foyer placard. Going to the next slide, just to orient you to what we're looking at here. This is what you just described, that window in the door.
Yeah, so this is the front door. So we're facing from the dining room towards that front door, and then this is that foyer just outside that living room. So this is that tile floor there in front of the door.
And can you see some potentially visible blood in this picture with the flashlight?
Yes, there's visible blood on the floor in this photo, and I remember seeing it there.
Then going to the next slide, what is this?
So this is a photograph of that same area, but now the CSS Jacobs has moved to the living room and captured it looking to the left. In that corner is the door, and we're looking north, and then you can see the luminescence on the floor. Again, that's the spotting. I would categorize that spotting as the blue star reagent not being completely covered over those stains, and that creates that kind of speckled luminescent effect.
When you spray this in the semi-darkness, is it pretty, what does it look like to you, as not the picture, but you as a person standing there when it luminesces? Is it obvious? Is it bright? Can you tell me anything more about that?
Yes. So when it's sprayed, as soon as it makes contact with that blood, that reagent takes place. It is very obvious. It is very bright blue on the latent blood that we could see. And then when it was applied there, it actually almost glowed, where I think a few of the photographs we tried to take without light because we could see it so well in the naked eye, but unfortunately the photographs just didn't capture everything. But it was much more intense than it is in the photographs.
Now going to the next slide, Arcadia door east. I'll just move to the next one. What is this?
So this is a photograph of looking from the dining room towards the Arcadia door out. The pool would be in that background out there. And then again, there was quite a large amount of visible blood on the floor. And then this is the application. Actually on the upper right, you can see CSS Carpenter's hand as he's applying the blue star. You could actually see the water driplets of the reagent and the water coming out of the sprayer in that top center, so you can kind of get that understanding what I was talking about. It wasn't as fine as we would have liked, but then the reaction on the bottom, the luminescence, that bright blue color.
And we're moving through these photographs, and this might be obvious, but it's not as if you're spraying this and every inch of the floor is luminescing. I mean, we can clearly see discernible patterns to a degree in this blue star. Is that fair?
Yes, so the spray pattern covered not only the areas where it luminesced, but outside of both. So it was a very large pattern that was sprayed. So the areas that are not luminescing, there did not appear to be any visible or latent blood in those locations.
Better way to put what I was trying to say. So that another picture of that same Arcadia door just to the left of it.
Yes, it's the same thing. And then that blue staining in the right lower portion, that's that Kumasi blue that we were talking about earlier. That's that visible stain that's there all the time. The light blue luminescence in the doorway and on the floor is from the Blue Star.
Next slide. Can you tell us what this perspective is? It's a little harder to see.
So we're looking at in 636 here, we're looking into the house, sort of from the dining room, from that Arcadia door. That lower left corner is that, again, that Kumasi blue staining that Ms. Smaltz used. And then throughout the rest of the photograph is that Blue Star applied to the entire floor, and that's the luminescent effect that we got after that. And you can even see some visible blood in that swipe along the bottom of the photograph that it's luminescing.
And those red and blue lights in the top, are those just something perhaps that Allison had plugged into the wall or something like that?
Yes, I think they're either an outlet in the living room that might have a night light to it, or some of the actual light switches had lights built into the paddle.
That's nothing to do with the investigation, I guess I should say.
No, it's just because it was dark, so they were alit.
The next one, obviously living room. I'm going to move to the next slide. Now, back to the couch. Tell us more about that.
Okay, so this is a photograph in 638. We're looking at that left side of the couch where that photo marker R would have been. Again, you see that piece in that lower left corner that was removed already. There's also what appears to be that reddish brown stain on a little bit on the arm, but more importantly on that lower corner, lower right along the back. There appears to be a reddish brown stain.
And now going from this in the light to the next slide 68, what is this?
So this is a photograph actually taken from that same location of that same side of the couch, just after the Blue Star reagent has been applied. And you can see the luminescence around where the piece was cut, a little bit below that, and then on the back of the couch, near the back where we were just talking about, there's that bright blue luminescent. Again, the stain itself looked more solid, but then with the application, the way it was applied, it comes out like that speckled kind of pattern. But that's from the application, not from the stain itself.
And then just going back one slide, you can kind of, like you're talking about here, see that redness on the back of the couch there, just with your naked eye.
Yes, so that appears to be one solid stain, where I would have assumed, had we misted the Blue Star, that it would have been a solid blue rather than those spots.
But it's also a good indication when you go here that the Blue Star is reacting to that stain potentially, or I mean, you can see that with your naked eye as well, right?
Yes, and in this photograph, the entire side of the couch was sprayed, so these are the only areas that it was reacting to. The rest didn't give any reaction for presence of blood.
Now going to the next slide, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is in 640. This is the back of the couch. The lights are all off. I think that bright light, or that bright blue in the middle, I think is one of those outlets. So I don't believe that's part of it, but what we're looking at is the back of the couch. The television is on in that background, and you could actually see that extension cord that was draped over the back of the couch. And the luminescence are all those spots that were marked earlier, that 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back of the couch as potential reddish brown blood stains.
And in this, obviously, we've seen a lot of photos of the living room, so the door is just off to our right here, and we're just looking at the TV, that big rectangle.
Yes, and then that front window is there in the upper right corner.
Okay. Going to the next slide, hallway south to north. And there's a couple here, Judge, that are, again, sensitive in the nature of there's additional, more blood that can be seen, but no, Allison's body is not present.
Okay, thank you.
What are we looking at here?
So it's a photograph, 642. It shows the hallway facing north, so it would be in that front foyer, and it's looking north where Allison's body had been. And again, that blue star has been applied. It actually stopped right in that large stain, and it was focused primarily everything beyond, I guess, where Allison's head would have been into her. You can see outline of her legs, and then that other area floor off to what would be the east or to her right.
And this is perhaps a better vantage point when you were talking about the bloodstain pattern on that closet door. Which of the doors were you referencing? That one that had a horizontal pattern?
Oh, on the impact pattern?
Yes.
That would be, this is, in this photograph, that's on the right side. That's that small, I think it's an air conditioner or water heater closet. So, but on the bottom of that door would have been that pattern that we talked about earlier, that what I categorize as an impact pattern.
And then that large red circle in the middle of this picture, is that where ultimately, when Allison was found, is that where her head was?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You said it stopped there. Did you mean you stopped applying the blue star, or you stopped seeing the reaction, or what stopped there when you were talking about the blue star application?
The application of blue star stopped where the visible blood was. At that point, we knew what we were looking at. We got a little bit of it there, but we didn't feel like we needed to saturate that entire known stain. We knew that it should have reacted as blood.
And now I'll go to the next slide. Are we still in the hallway?
Yes, this is the same hallway. We're just looking more in 643. The photographer stepped over to his right, and now we're capturing those bypass doors, that cold air vent, and the floor that was down around Allison's feet and off to the behind her.
And you talked about that air vent in your bloodstain analysis, so we saw kind of the blood on there as well. Could you see the blood on that vent with the naked eye?
Yes, you could. It appeared diluted blood, but it was definitely visible there, and you can see the luminescence. That's consistent with what I saw of the latent or the patent blood there.
And then there's a little bit of blue. I don't know if you can see it on your monitor, but on those two closet doors, one of them, it appears, has a little bit of blue.
Yes, on the north closet door, there's some, that looks like a little bit of a pattern on the bottom. That I don't recall seeing with the naked eye. So this would have been a reaction maybe to a chemical or maybe to the presence of blood.
And those two closet doors we've heard about already, but those were taken at some point the next day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the next picture, maybe a better way to view that same area, a little bit darker, maybe.
Yeah, and this is the same photograph or the same areas captured in 602. The difference is it's a little bit darker. We're trying a different lighting. And in this photograph, you can see crime scene specialist Carpenter is actually still standing in there. He's holding the sprayer in the photograph off to the right.
Okay. Going to the next placard, the kitchen, and then I'll move here. Can you tell us what our vantage point is here?
So in 645 here, this is a photograph taken from the dining room looking into the kitchen. And this shows that orange kind of glow in the top of the picture is back towards that laundry room and out to the carport there. It shows the luminescence on the kitchen floor after the blue star was applied.
And again, not to re-urge the same point, but you're applying blue star kind of to this whole floor, and these are the areas of the floor that are reacting in a visible way?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then maybe this will help us. The next slide, kind of same area, but with the light?
Yes, this is that same area. Step back a little bit, but this is the same kitchen facing towards the laundry room with some flashlights used to help. But again, you can see some of the luminescence in that lower left corner. There was also visible blood there and some then latent blood the rest of the room there.
I'll go to another photo, same thing, but just taking us back, slightly different perspective, but also the kitchen floor?
Yes, in 647, that seems like it's the same photo that we just saw, just with the lights now completely off, and you can see the luminescence there on the kitchen floor.
Okay. Looks like in this one you get a little bit of, it looks almost the same, but if you look at the top, you can see kind of I don't know what you want to call that, probably a leg in that light. And then if we go to this one, it appears to be less, only to draw the distinction that these are slightly different perspectives, but of the same thing.
Yes, that's correct. I believe somebody, one of our crime scene specialists or somebody was standing in that doorway leading out to the carport there.
Okay. And now, before I get to the kind of the end of my questions for you, well, actually, I want to clarify one thing. This is the Friday night you're doing these photographs, you said that?
Yes, that's correct, the 20th.
And so just to be clear, I mean, we see in this photo, there's that, what's that thing on the left in the middle with the black, like crisscross pattern? Is there like a table or something in the kitchen at this point, or additional supplies that were not originally in Allison's home when you went?
Yes. So in this photo, we're also seeing all of the, they're the yellow lights that we brought in as external light sources. I believe some of these tables might have been from the living room that we moved into the dining room to process that floor. And then all the bottles of chemicals in that upper left corner of the photograph, those were all items that were removed from underneath that kitchen sink, the cabinet underneath there. We took them all out because we had collected the drain, the P-traps from the drains.
To your memory, or in looking at this photo, do you recall any like large bottles of bleach under the sink?
There were not.
Okay. Under anywhere in the home, do you recall finding any significant sources of bleach, like just a bottle of bleach?
No, we particularly looked for that because of the overwhelming smell. We did not find any bleach in the house.
So we looked at that one. Okay, so you're there in the house. Are you able to tell us, based on your bloodstain pattern analysis, as well as the pictures we just looked at with the blue star, if there were areas of the home that had sort of more significant sources of blood or deposits of blood?
It seemed like in front of that Arcadia door by that standing mirror, there was what appeared to be a very large area covered in blood. There was also a large area by that pillar, so off towards the center of the house, kind of spilling into that sunken living room, there was an area that we suspected was a large amount of blood, and then where Allison ultimately was found underneath her head and underneath her body, there was a large amount of pooling blood.
And then I'm going to what we've seen already, Exhibit 252, sort of a drawing or a rendering of the home.
Yes, in 250, that's exactly it. The top of the house, the top of this picture is north. The front door is off to the left side. Obviously, the pool is on the right side of this drawing.
Okay. And this drawing, I took out the legend for just purposes of being able to see more of it. You can kind of see it at the top there. This drawing would include, or does it include, some of the areas where Blue Star was illuminating in conjunction with areas where you could see obvious blood?
Yes, all that red on the floors in those areas kind of depicts as well if it was sort of a pinkish color on this drawing, that's sort of a lighter presence, and then that darker red, again, based on what we talked about in front of the mirror and over by the pillar in kind of that center left portion of this diagram. It's a little bit darker. That appeared to be a more heavy bloodletting event there.
And as they're moving through this trial, we have witnesses testify to their roles, and I've asked you to testify to a bunch of things related to the scene. But is it fair to say you stayed with this case and did a lot more as the case progressed from 2015 on?
That's correct, I did.
I'm not going to ask you about everything that you did in that sense because it's kind of premature. We're going to learn some more information before we get to that. But I do want to ask you, Detective, as you were moving through the case as the years went on, were there ultimately things you learned, forensic results from inside the home that led, kind of helped your investigation move forward that you might not have known, for instance, on the 18th of February, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
And we haven't gotten all those conclusions in yet as far as forensic results, but I do want to, for the sake of moving through this case and for the jury's kind of memory, remind us what we're going to be talking about as we move forward. So ultimately, we talked about the Arcadia door. Where on this diagram is the Arcadia door?
So it'd be center of the of this diagram. There's actually, it says clothes rack in the center. That's the Arcadia door is just below that, and there's actually a kind of a dark red circle-ish area depicted that there was blood there on this picture.
And ultimately, was there some swabs we've already heard taken from that Arcadia door on February 20th by Ms. Metz?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we've heard about the processing of the laundry room area. Where's the laundry room area in this picture?
So the laundry room is in the bottom of this diagram, below the kitchen. So you can see the washer dryer, and actually the door that leads outside is depicted in the diagram.
And so those like little white boxes kind of almost to the bottom that are together there, those are washer dryer potentially?
Yes.
Okay. And so we've heard about this already, but was the laundry knob number 2, was it swabbed by by a crime scene specialist on the 19th? We heard Miss Alexic swabbed it, but also that Miss McKenna, I believe, was present from her testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And that it was actually was it physically taken off and removed on the 21st, that laundry knob?
It was.
And taken, okay, I'll leave it there for now. Where in this diagram is PMH located, roughly?
So PMH would be in the like in that center where it says dining room and there's dress. There's that little square to the left of dining room. That PMH would be that little gray spot right next to that. That little square depicts the chair that was pulled away from the dining room table, and then that PMH would be that spot right there.
And again, we've heard about just recently that Miss Beamer swabbed and removed that swab from the crime scene on February 18th?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And now what we heard about from you and from other witnesses, that bottle was ultimately found on the 21st of February. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And we've heard about that, but where in this picture is the couch? Can you see it?
So in this one, the couch is in the living room. It's that white rectangle. It actually doesn't fairly depict it because it was that sectional. So it was like that large capital letter L. But in this photograph or in this diagram for purposes of demonstrating it, that's the couch there. It was underneath that, what would be the right side of the couch as you're looking at it from this diagram.
I have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
Yesterday, you testified about your gloves, the off-color gloves, and you said that they were, you called them intact is the word that you use. You know, they were fresh, intact gloves. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you mean by that? Tell me more about those gloves.
Yes. So back then in 2015, I actually I carried in the crime scene. I kind of described it, just a small bag that I had a steno notebook in, some pens, some different buccal swabs, and then one of the pockets in that bag, I had loaded up with rubber gloves that were issued from the department. That's what I was carrying at the time. I've since been ridiculed by my partners about carrying a bag into the scene, so I don't carry that anymore. But at the time, I had that. So when we discovered this broken bottle, I felt it important that we get a set of brand new clean gloves, and that's what was in the pocket. So when I reached in and I got a pair of gloves to wear, those are the gloves I was talking about. They'd never been used. They were clean. They'd been issued from the department. They just weren't that current gloves that we were using. I think we were using black or purple at the time.
You mentioned you were ridiculed by your partners. I just want to be clear. You weren't ridiculed because bringing a bag in would be inappropriate. Were you ridiculed just because of the bag? I want to make sure we're clear. That wasn't like you can't bring that into the scene, detective.
I was carrying a bag over my shoulder. It's the size of a purse, and that was my, my counterparts made sure that I was aware of it.
Anything else? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination, Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready. Did you want the lights turned back up, or did you want to keep them
please.
down? Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, as you know, this is a limited cross to what you did at the scene in 2015 and kind of moving forward just in the early stages of the case, correct?
Yes, correct.
And we'll talk about what you did after on another day, correct?
Correct.
And you were involved from day one, correct?
Yes, I was.
And obviously, you've sat here throughout the course of this trial.
Yes, I have.
We're going to talk about what you did at the house on Monterey. We're going to talk about your analysis of the blood stain pattern analysis.
Okay.
And we're going to just talk about what you did. Okay?
Okay.
So first, I think you told us that you were with the VCU starting in 2000, or you were with VCU into the 2015.
That's correct.
And Sergeant Davidson was your boss at that period of time.
Yes, that's correct.
Later, well, Sergeant Lockerbie, now Lieutenant Lockerbie, became your boss, correct?
He did.
You've been in the VCU the whole time.
Yes, I have.
And you were called out to the scene on the 18th.
That's correct.
You were there with other detectives.
Yes.
And Detective Davidson gave you the assignment to be the scene detective, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were partnered with Detective Lockerbie.
Yes, I was.
And Detective McWilliams was assigned to be case agent, correct?
That's correct.
The term that you guys use is the lead investigator, correct?
Right, I believe they're interchangeable, case agent or lead investigator.
And the lead investigator is kind of responsible for everything encompassing it and being a liaison to other areas, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We heard that if there's a request to be made to the crime lab, that would be the lead investigator, correct?
Yes, it's not exclusively, but in general, yes.
And you've been at the Scottsdale Police Department for years.
That's correct.
And you've worked with these people before, crime scene specialists, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
The lab.
Yes.
And I think you told us that you've handled several homicides throughout the course of your career.
Yes, I have.
You've been a police officer since 1991.
That's correct.
You've worked with Chris Cano.
I have.
She would know you by name
I hope so, yes.
and by face.
I hope so.
And Vicki Beamer.
Yes.
And those two people were part of the decision-making team on the 18th, correct?
They were brought to the scene, right, as advisors, and then what turned out to be identified items that they would like to see processed.
Now, we're going to discuss this on a different day, but you were at the scene between the 18th and the 21st, correct?
Off and on, yes. There were some times where I was taken away, but for the most part, yes.
And that's what I wanted to talk to you about really briefly. You made that call with Mr. Feldman, correct?
That's correct.
And you were away from the scene when you did that.
Right, I was in my car at the time.
You went to the autopsy on the 19th, and you were away from the scene on that day.
That's correct.
And you were also assigned to do some interviews, correct?
Yes,
And you did those.
I did.
I want to talk about the decision-making process, okay?
Okay.
So every day when you arrived at the scene, there was a briefing, correct?
Yes.
And decisions were being made by those involved the detectives, correct?
Yes,
You mentioned that even the Assistant Chief Pop was involved in some of the decision-making, correct?
ultimately, right, everything goes up a chain of command, so he was involved at the top end. I don't know if he necessarily made any scene decisions, but he was definitely kept in the loop of knowledge.
And you were one of those decision makers.
I was.
I mean, you would hope that they would trust your decision-making ability after being a police officer since 1991, correct?
Yes,
And you told us as a detective, you had to test to become a detective, correct?
that's correct.
You had to take a written examination, correct?
Yes,
And they also looked at your training and experience before you could become a detective.
yes, that's correct.
And when you're a detective, you handle cases on your own, so to speak.
Yes,
And you're in charge of maybe other peer detectives? In charge is a bad word, but let me rephrase that. You work with other detectives, but you're kind of the ultimate decision maker.
for my investigations or for
Yes,
which-
for you, if you're a lead investigator.
I have some, I mean, every detective has some autonomy. I mean, to say I'm the only or lead decision maker, I think might be a little bit far. I'd have to reprove things through sergeants and through chain of command. But for the most part, yes.
Of course, and much like we work as teams in these cases, there's one guy who might be the ultimate decision maker if there's a difference of opinion, correct?
Correct.
And as a lead detective, that might be that person, correct?
It might be. Most of the time, that would be, if there was a big decision to be made that we had difference of opinions, it would go up the chain of command to a sergeant or lieutenant level, maybe even higher.
Assistant Chief Pop, right?
Possibly, sure.
And we talked about some of the decisions that you have to make, the use of finite resources, correct?
Yes,
And you have to be conscious of that.
that's correct.
But you're going to do everything that you can to investigate this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And on the 18th, you were part of the team that made decisions that there were 26 individual items that needed to be collected, swabbed, that we've been talking about, correct?
I was there. I identified myself. I identified a few, but I wasn't part of the picking all 26. But yes, I was aware that they were being collected.
And they were marked, as we know, with letters A through Z
That's correct.
and photographed.
Yes.
You walked around the scene with Kat Palma, correct?
I did.
And you went, to be clear, Alex was at the house around 4 o'clock. That's when he called 911, correct?
Right. The 402 is when the 911 call came in, I believe.
And there were things that had to be done after the fire departments came in to basically before you started your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And your investigation into the house where you were looking at items of evidence or what could be potential items of evidence started around 7:40. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us that you were wearing booties, correct?
I was wearing shoe covers and rubber gloves. That's correct.
And even though the crime scene specialist's role was to document the scene, you also documented what you saw.
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you wrote a report that contained some of your observations in there.
Yes, that's correct.
Just some things that may have been contained in a report, but broken windows, correct?
There were not.
The door frame was intact.
It was.
There was no forced sign of entry,
There was not.
meaning like the door wasn't kicked in and the frame all messed up, correct?
Right, that's correct.
And you remember that strong odor when you came through that door, correct?
Yes, I do.
You described it as chlorine or a bleach smell, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you saw there were some stains on the floor.
Yes,
And those are those patterns that you've described.
yes,
You testified earlier that you took the Bevel Gardner course in 2019, correct?
yes, I did.
And that was in March.
That was.
And that was 4 years after your processing of the scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that many of the stains that you saw on the floor were diluted blood.
Yes,
You have no idea what they were diluted with, correct?
no, that's correct. And again, that's my impression, my opinion, that they were diluted with some sort of clear liquid.
One time you did say it was with a clear liquid.
Yes.
You don't know what that clear liquid was?
No, I don't.
You talked about that there was something poured over Allison, correct?
Yes.
That's your opinion, correct?
That is my opinion based on what I saw there, yes.
I'm going to show you it's marked, if I could just walk around here. Can't see that far. As exhibit number 547. I'm holding that up. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, I do. That's the black sea dress that was on Allison's face when we arrived, on her head.
And you note that there are several whitish, orangish spots throughout the dress?
Yes,
And you found, or this dress was found on top of her face, correct?
it was.
And it encompassed her hair,
It did.
and it was wet.
It was.
And you guys collected it, obviously.
We did.
This wasn't how it was originally packaged.
It was packaged in paper. I repackaged it for the purpose of being able to see it as an exhibit.
You've watched the videos from the Walmart?
I have. I haven't watched all of them, but I've seen them, yes.
You watched the videos from the Kohl's?
Again, I've seen some of them, yes.
And you'll agree that that is where she was, you know, probably between, I think we saw yesterday, she left at about 5:20 and returned about 2 hours later, correct?
Yes.
And that's the dress she was wearing?
It appears to be, yes.
When we talk about what you see at the scene, you describe there's streaks. You called them wipes or swipes, correct?
Yes.
And that's actually terminology from your blood pattern analysis course, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they mean totally different things.
They do.
You also described that there were broken pieces of glass near the sliding door, correct?
Yes, there were a couple. It were throughout the house, but primarily there were a couple pieces there.
In fact, in front of PM 21, there's like a small piece of glass outside the door, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There's broken pieces of glass on the side by the wall near the breakfast bar,
Yes, there's at least one there, yes.
and that's PMP.
Yes, that's correct.
There's also broken pieces of glass on the side of the wall on the other side behind the table, correct? PME.
Yes, that's correct. That's another larger, I think they were identified because they were the largest of the pieces remaining. Most of the other ones were pretty small shards.
And there were broken pieces of glass by the floor, by the stairs heading down from the dining room into the living room, correct?
Yes, in that corner by the pillar, there were some pieces of glass there.
And we saw that depicted in PMW.
Yes, that's correct.
All those pieces were collected, correct?
I don't believe all, there were some that they were just too small to collect. We did collect, I know, the larger pieces, but I don't know about the rest, the W, for example, I don't remember.
I want to talk to you about the trash bag in the kitchen. We talked about that yesterday.
Okay?
That was near T,
Yes.
and it was on the kind of the threshold to the laundry room, correct?
Yes, it was.
It was next to that counter in the kitchen.
Yes.
And you described it as a white trash bag.
Yes.
I think you even told us how many liters it could contain.
It appeared to be like a standard 13-gallon white trash bag.
And you described it as Allison's garbage.
I did. I made an assumption. It's in the house, and there was a bag of garbage, so
You looked through it.
I did.
You took it outside, put it next to the actual trash bag outside, correct?
Yes, that's where I didn't want to open it up inside the house, so I brought it out there to go through it.
And you looked through it,
Yes, I did.
and you found nothing of evidentiary value at that point.
I did not. That's correct.
And you did this in those first 4 days, correct?
Yes.
You didn't collect that trash bag, correct?
I don't believe we collected it, no.
Nor did you collect the trash that was inside it.
No, that's correct.
And obviously, it wasn't impounded.
It was not.
It was thrown away.
I believe so, yes.
We talked a little bit about the fingernail. Correct?
Yes. I didn't personally, but it's been brought up, yes.
And you attended the autopsy on the 19th, correct?
I did.
And one of the things that was noted was that one of her fingernails, the tips, was missing, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you did tell us that she had French manicure, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us that through the course of interviews with friends and family, you knew that she kept her nails nicely done.
Yes, that's correct.
And if she would have broken a nail, she wouldn't have let that just be, correct?
Correct. Based on the look, it looked very jagged, like it was torn or broken off. And so we made that conclusion that she would have probably had it repaired if it had happened prior to that day.
Now, and you jumped ahead of me a little bit, the finger at the autopsy that was missing the nail was her right ring finger, correct?
I'm sorry, I have a memory that it was a left, but I don't recall right now.
But either way, you could see with your own eyes that she was missing a tip of her fingernail, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And when and let me just go back because some of us don't know all about the fingernail tips or manicures and stuff like that. So this was an acrylic nail, correct?
I believe so.
And it's actually applied onto the finger itself, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
It's permanent to an extent. You don't have to remove them every day and every night like some other things you might.
Right, that's correct.
And, you know, it might be a couple weeks before you get your nails done.
I wouldn't know.
But for Allison, she got her nails done, correct?
I know we reached out to someone. I don't know the frequency, though.
And the conclusion that you and the other detectives made was that this fingernail that was found at the scene, as you testified, was jagged and that it was recently torn off, correct?
It appeared that way by looking at what we'd almost consider fracture matching, to look at the nail and look at her finger, that it looked like it matched and it had been broken off from that finger, yes.
More of a pattern analysis, huh?
A little bit, more crash reconstruction.
And that nail was actually found several feet away from where Allison was found, correct?
Yes, it was underneath the dining room table.
Almost towards 2 or 3 feet away from the sliding glass door, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about that general area there, okay?
Okay.
In front of the sliding glass door, if you're looking at the sliding glass door from the dining room, there was I forgot how you called it, but a stand-up mirror.
Yes, like a wardrobe mirror with a wood
Wardrobe.
frame.
Wardrobe mirror. And your observation was there was actually a layer of dust on it, correct?
Yes, it appeared so on the top, and on the actual glass, it did look dusty.
You also, in the kitchen area, in that part of the dining room, there were 3 pairs of shoes. Correct?
I recall 2 pair of shoes, like sandals, in the kitchen, and then a pair of slippers near the dining room table, I believe pink.
And I classify them all as shoes, but there were 2 pairs of like slip-on flip-flops, correct?
Yes,
They were like Tory Burch.
yes,
And then there was kind of these fluffy sock-like deer foam type slippers, correct?
yes, that was, yeah, they were more by the dining room table.
On the 19th, you were at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you had testified earlier that while you were at the autopsy, at least for part of it, the floor was being processed on the 19th.
Yes, in the morning, yes.
And there were areas of the floor, even before it was processed, that you could observe that had white streaks in it.
Yes, yeah, and some like almost kind of chalky material, like dried crystalline kind of substance in it, yes.
You also noted in your report that the floor wasn't consistent, that there was chalky stuff throughout, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, in the living room, even though we saw those like white stains as you came down the steps, there was also a sticky like substance, I guess you could say, under there, correct?
yeah, it appeared to be, it was hard to see in the photographs, but there appeared to be kind of almost a brownish kind of, yeah, what I would determine sticky material that looked like it had been spilled on the floor.
You don't know what that sticky material is, right?
I don't.
But you made that observation.
I did.
And when you're walking through the scene, you're kind of making observations of, 20-something years at that point of experience of what sticks out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your attention was brought to PMH.
It was.
And it was different.
Absolutely was.
It was different than anything else in that scene that you had seen on the floor.
Yes, that's correct.
The color wasn't red,
No, it's more of a darker brown.
and it had some flecks in it.
Yes, it appeared to have something like that, right?
You didn't know what those flecks were.
I didn't.
You didn't know if it was glass.
It did not appear to be glass.
You kind of perplexed, thought maybe even chewing tobacco was a possibility.
That was a kind of a first supposition based on what it looked like, and based on where it was near that chair that was moved from the dining room. I think we gave it even like a little moniker to say it was chewing tobacco, or what we called the spitter stain, something like that is how we referred to it, yes.
But you didn't know what it was.
That's correct.
And looking back now, you probably wouldn't have said that, correct?
I don't know if I wouldn't have said, I mean, we never tested it, so it still looked like it could be chewing tobacco.
And from the pictures, they looked flat. That's not how this stain actually appeared to you, correct?
It did not. It actually had a little bit of, almost a little depth to it. Like it had these flakes of something in it, but it definitely looked a little thicker than the floor itself.
And I think you described it as a thicker substance, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you used the word curdled.
Yeah, that was just a term, again, it had pieces in it, so it said it had a curdled appearance to it.
It was different than any of the other stains that you had seen on the floor.
Yes, it was, and it was not necessarily in with the other stains, it was a little bit away from the blood stains that we identified.
It was by the table, away from that, I'm going to call it an S
Yes,
smear,
that's correct.
but it was away from that.
Yes,
And on that first night, that was one of the stains that you saw Vicky swab, or were there when Vicky swabbed it, correct?
that's correct.
And I think we saw PMH, which depicted that on the first night, correct? We saw the photograph depicting PMH on the first, that was taken on the first night.
Yes, that's correct.
And then later on, I think we talked about that it was PM50 later on.
Yes,
And that actually, we saw that picture where there were actually like streaks in the stain, correct?
it appeared so, yes.
You said you didn't know what it was,
That's correct.
and you didn't have it tested.
We submitted it to the lab, but it was never positively identified as whatever the substance was. That's correct.
We know that it did not test, I think Vicky said it was a color change, but it was weak for the Castlemeyer test.
Yes,
And it was a negative for the hemotrace test.
yes, that's correct.
And you as an investigator, I'm not asking the results from Vicky, but you thought it's not blood.
It did not appear to be blood in the scene, and after I'd learned that, yes, I truly believe that it's not blood.
So that's how you treated it, right? That it wasn't blood.
That's correct.
At the time that you were at the scene, Vicky was back at the lab working on stuff, right?
After that first night, yes, I don't believe she ever returned to the scene.
And you didn't know the results of any of the items from A to all 23 of them, correct? The last three were Allison.
Right.
We knew that.
I eventually knew. I did not know at the time. If we're talking about the 18th, I did not know.
So while PMH was unique, so to speak, you didn't have any idea that it was significant, other than it being unique.
That's correct.
I'll give a couple questions and I'll finish up, and then
Okay.
I'll find a good place to break. For law enforcement, DNA is one of the many tools in your tool belt, correct?
It is, yes.
It gives you information.
It does.
It could provide you a lead, correct?
Absolutely.
That's where I'd like to end right now.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Not asking you specific questions at this time, but if you need to refer to it, it should contain all your supplements and information that you generated, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So I want to go back to where we left off before the break, talking about PMH. I'm going to move kind of forward a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So we talked about Vicky going back to the lab and kind of generating, doing the testing on those items that she swabbed, correct?
Yes.
And she generated a report with the results of her testing, correct?
Yes, of several items that was part of one of the first reports.
And one of the first ones was those 26 items, and that came back February 25th, 2019. I think she testified to. Is that correct?
2015.
2015,
2025.
thank you. And you reviewed that, correct?
I did.
Now, I want to make sure that everyone's clear, because I think it's a bit confusing. The case agent is the one that makes the request for labs, correct?
In general, yes.
So-
Not always, or not exclusively, we'll put it that way.
So early on, if we look at one of those lab reports or those requests that are made, it's not going to have your name on it, generally speaking, correct?
I don't believe I made any lab requests in the early years, actually, of this case.
And that was Detective McWilliams, who was the lead investigator, and his name would be on those lab requests if he made those, correct?
If he made those, yes, it would be.
And we heard Vicky talk about if there was a request to be made, it came from the law enforcement side of stuff.
Yes.
And we also heard Vicky say that if something outside of the testing that they had available was requested, it would come from law enforcement side.
Yes.
And I think I'm trying to clarify that when you testified earlier, you said you sent the stuff to the lab. And there's more direction than just that, correct?
Well, my part, or the officer's part of it, would be if an item is impounded as evidence, that I would fill out a lab request through our iLeads at the time report writing system, and then it would be tested, if that makes better sense.
It does. And so like if you wanted DNA testing on, let's say, PMA,
Yes.
you would request, please test for DNA on PMA, item number 101, whatever the number is, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that would be a lab request that I would author and then submit. That's correct.
And in this case, out of the gate, when those results came back from Vicky in February of 2015, PMH became kind of the focus, correct?
Yes.
And it almost became like a litmus test, correct?
For that first week, until we had additional results from other things, yes, absolutely. That was an item we wanted to know the identity of this person whose DNA profile was developed.
And we're going to talk about this a little bit more in your later testimony about all the people that the Scottsdale Police Department interviewed, correct?
Yes.
I mean, there's hundreds.
Yes, there are.
And you guys did a neighborhood canvass, correct?
We did.
You guys looked for anybody that could have a connection with Allison, correct?
That's correct.
And that was outside of the neighborhood, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'm trying not to go into too much of that because I want to talk to you about it that more in depth. But you looked at people that, may have had contact with her through business, such as Ed Pfeiffer. We talked about a little bit about him already, correct?
Yes, correct.
That was the UPS driver.
It was.
And you looked at ex-boyfriends, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at people that could have had contact with her throughout the course of her life, correct?
Yes, that's one of the first things that we would do, is to see, kind of develop a circle to see who might be related, who might be, have some information about what happened.
And I'm going to talk to you, for instance, one of the first people that you talked to is Thomas Mello, correct?
That's correct.
And he's actually like that first week, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And he was somebody that showed up on the news saying that he was a friend.
Yeah, through Facebook, yeah.
And you went and talked to him.
I did.
Okay. I'll go into that a little bit more, but I want to get kind of the feeling that, Scottsdale Police Department was developing that circle of friends, looking at different aspects of Allison's life, and to some extent, Alex's life too, correct?
Yes, correct.
that information and then talk to those people, correct?
Yes.
And during those conversations for the males, you were getting buccal swabs, and I mean you, the Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of getting those buccal swabs was to generate profiles from each of those people, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then those were compared to ultimately PMH, correct?
Yes.
And if they didn't match, they were kind of excluded, correct?
Well, there was an interview done with everyone. It wasn't just
Sure.
PMH, but we talked with people, but
So, and that was happening throughout this case, correct?
yes.
I want to go back to some parts of the scene that I want to clarify. We talked a little bit about the trash, the white trash bag. You said that it was thrown away.
I don't recall specifically. I know that I took it outside to that patio area behind the garage to search through it. Then I don't know what happened. The last I saw it, it was sitting next to the trash.
And when we were talking about the trash, you also said that you went through the recycling bin, correct?
That's correct.
And inside that recycling bin, you found a greasy pizza box, correct?
I did.
And that was from Papa John's.
I believe so, yeah.
And that box, you actually cut the receipt off, correct?
Right, it had the address and the name, a phone number on the side, like a little label that would be printed. And so rather than impound the entire box, I just cut the label off the box.
And of course, you followed up on that, correct?
I handed it off. I don't know what happened with that particular lead. I reported it back to Sergeant Davidson at the time. And we had other people, other detectives that were out doing follow-up interviews. So I'm not 100% sure as to what the results of that were.
The receipt indicated that that pizza was ordered to that place, to her house on Monday. Is that correct?
Yes, on Monday the 16th.
And you watched not all the videos, but most of the videos from the Polito house, correct?
I watched some. I didn't, if I can jump ahead, I did not watch a video showing the pizza delivery.
Okay, that was my next question. But if you saw roughly at that same time and the pizza delivery was there, that's, never mind, strike that. Let me go on to the next question. I want to talk to you a little bit about the trash in the alleyway. Okay?
The community trash or Allison's trash?
Exactly. Okay. So you jumped ahead a little bit more. You had a good lunch, I can see, and
Sorry.
no, sorry about the joke. So there was a community trash can in the alley, correct?
Yes, in the neighborhood in South Scottsdale, all the alleyways have the very large, at the time they were round, probably 8 feet across bins. They were all community trash bins that the neighbors would toss their garbage in, and then the City of Scottsdale Trash Collection would pick it up from there rather than door to door.
And at the time in 2015, if you walked out Allison's backyard and you turned left, you walked down the alley and at the bend, that's where that big giant trash can was, correct?
Yes, it was a couple houses north of her house, right?
And you, meaning the Scottsdale Police Department, did not collect that trash from the community garbage can, correct?
We did not collect it. We found that the trash collection from the city was that morning. And I didn't look at it, but to my knowledge, it was either empty or it only had trash thrown in it after that afternoon of the 18th. So we found it pretty much irrelevant, the garbage itself.
So to clarify, it was the morning of the 18th that trash was collected, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the 911 call from Alex was in the afternoon on the 18th, correct?
That's right.
We had talked a little bit about you went through the house and you talked about the watches, correct?
Yes.
And you got that information from the family, that those were the 3 missing watches, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Allison also had some other expensive items in her house, correct?
She did.
In fact, we talked about when they went to Paris that she had bought a several $1,000 Chanel purse, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at those purses in the house, correct?
The Chanel bag was on the floor in the master bedroom, like sort of in the northwest corner behind that chest of drawers. The vast majority, I think 27 or 28 purses were all in that hall closet with the bypass doors that we talked about earlier.
And obviously you were aware of the Chanel purse, you saw it on the ground, and it obviously wasn't missing, correct?
That's correct.
And you got that information from friends or from family that she had a nice collection of purses.
Yes.
I think I touched on this a little bit just a few minutes ago, but Detective McWilliams was the first case agent, and he made certain requests to the laboratory, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you testified earlier that if something was outside of the scope of the test that the laboratory did, there could be a request made. Nonetheless, it just might have to be approved by someone higher than that detective who is making that request. Is that correct?
If we're talking about something like our agency didn't do,
If your agency could not do it or didn't have that capability, you could seek outside help, so to speak.
yes, that's correct.
And in fact, you guys did that for the belly button, correct?
Yes, we went to the, there was some liquid found in Allison's navel that we drew out and we submitted to the DPS lab for analysis.
And they weren't able to tell anything about it, correct?
That's my understanding.
Ms. Beamer talked about that PMH was not tested for semen, saliva, or semen, fecal matter. Let me go back. Ms. Beamer testified that it was only tested for blood. Is that your understanding by the Scottsdale Crime Lab? It was only tested for blood by the Scottsdale Crime Lab. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that presumptive test and then later a confirmatory test to test for blood, yes, but it's my understanding, not for saliva or semen.
And you had said to us that you thought that there might be tobacco in that stain, PMH I'm talking about.
I said it was a possibility. Again, based on the totality of everything, it was next to a chair. It wouldn't be uncommon if somebody were chewing tobacco that they spit or dribbled out of their mouth onto the floor. That was why I came to that.
And it's your understanding that that stain wasn't tested for such something like tobacco, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at the time in 2015, if that was something that Detective McWilliams wanted, being the lead detective, he could have made that request, correct?
I would assume so. I don't know if we had a tobacco test, but sure.
I want to talk to you about Blue Star. We spent some time on that. Blue Star is the name brand, correct?
That's correct.
There's also like a luminol thing, correct?
Luminol was like the forefather. Blue Star is the next generation.
And Blue Star is a highly sensitive chemical, correct? That when, I should wait for your response, correct? It's a highly sensitive chemical, correct?
Yes.
You basically take a tablet or solution and you mix it with distilled water, correct?
Yes,
And then you put it into a bottle of sorts
yes,
and you spray it.
that's correct.
Now, you said today that, none of you had ever done it before, correct?
I personally had never used Blue Star or luminol in the past. I don't know about everybody else, particularly CSS Carpenter may have, I'm not sure.
As far as you know, he wasn't like a trained technician, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
And in fact, you guys used, as you described it, more like a weed sprayer rather than a misting bottle.
Right. I think that was based on, we just had a large area to cover, but yes, I would have preferred a misting bottle.
And you looked at the website at some point, correct?
I did.
And you know that it has false positives, correct?
That's correct.
It also tells you kind of the procedure on the website of how to do some of the, how to use it at a crime scene, correct?
Yes, they have tutorial videos and some other things, exactly that.
And one of the things, whether intentional or not, you use your own blood to determine a positive result. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you had a phlebotomist draw your blood, right?
that's correct.
You didn't take your knife and just cut your arm and let it bleed on the floor, correct?
No.
So, and we saw that picture where it kind of illuminates in that blue, in that positive, in that area where you had a known blood sample being your own.
Yes, in the master bathroom on the floor.
And you and the others had determined that that area wasn't part of the crime scene, so to speak.
Right, through our searching and to the best of our knowledge, nothing looked disturbed. It didn't look like anything had happened in there. So we chose that area.
On the website, it also says that there are kits available for that positive result, so you didn't arguably have to use your own blood. Correct.
There's a synthetic blood substance or something that you could use. Again, this is back in 2015. I didn't review the website until years later.
And there's also a negative control as well, correct? That, and not that this substance, but one of the procedures is that you should use a negative control, something that you know there's no blood or substance on there to see, how it reacts, correct?
That would probably be a good procedure, yes.
And when you guys use this Blue Star, you were looking for the luminescence, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, when you spray the Blue Star on objects, it doesn't have to be a floor, correct?
That's correct.
It can be any object.
Yes.
It will illuminate, but it's for a short period of time, correct?
On a positive for blood, anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes was my understanding back then, and I confirmed through the website.
And it's kind of enough to take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of the point, that you have enough time to take the picture as it illuminates or luminesce. I don't know what the right term is.
Luminescence, yes.
You talked to us about false positives also will luminesce, correct?
Yes, to a lesser degree, and for not as long of a duration.
So it's less than that 2 minutes or, that 30 seconds to 2 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And when we look at this, this is kind of, I don't want to compare, but it's almost like the Castle-Meyer test. It's a presumptive test, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's so that it leads to the next thing to do, correct?
It could be, yes.
So if you see something that illuminates blood, the suggestion from Blue Star is to have it tested, correct?
Exactly. To have a swab taken of that area to later test in the lab for presence of blood.
One of the benefits of Blue Star is it doesn't inhibit or destroy DNA, correct?
That's correct.
When we talk about the luminescence of a false positive, we're talking an interpretation by the viewer, correct?
Yes.
There's no like scale, so to speak, of how much it illuminates for blood versus, another substance, correct?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned that the blue star works when it reacts to a component of the blood, correct?
Yes,
It's actually the iron, right?
I believe so. It's just a blood reagent, so I don't define it any further than that.
Okay, and it also reacts to certain household items such as bleach, correct?
Yes,
And there's a study on the website that talks about the things that could give it a false positive, right?
yes, that's correct.
Varnishes is another one.
Yes,
Certain household cleaning agents, correct?
yes.
Even some foods.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I didn't review the whole website.
Potassium was one of the ones, bananas, that would react to it. You didn't review that, though?
I didn't. All I saw was copper was one, but that's the only other reagent, or that's the only other substance that I'd read.
So, being that you hadn't used this before, this was your first time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Hold on a sec. I want to next talk about, just go back, the bottle. I think we talked a little bit about the bottle today.
The bottle, the neck that was found
The
under the
neck
couch?
that was found underneath the couch,
Yes,
correct? You had shown us that when the couch was lifted on its back, that there was kind of an indentation of the felt underneath, correct?
yes,
You pointed that out.
I did.
And that the couch had been moved back and forth depending on what the law enforcement, crime scene specialists, and forensic scientists were doing in that general living room area.
Yes,
And when that bottle was found, that was on the 21st, correct?
it was.
You guys were lifting up that couch, correct?
At that time on the 21st, yeah, we were physically lifting it off the ground to impound it.
All the items that were going to be taken from the house that were smaller had already been taken, correct?
Yes,
And you and the other detectives and I think Mark Carpenter were getting the big stuff.
on the last day, on the 21st, yes, that's correct.
And I think we had heard about that you guys used like a box truck from U-Haul, correct?
Yes,
And you gathered up the couch and put that and all the big stuff in there, correct?
I didn't personally, but I know it was done.
You had talked about earlier today, you got your gloves out of your bag, correct? As I understand it, you were wearing gloves to collect all the other stuff, correct?
Yes, yeah, so if we were impounding items, especially the one that we knew had blood on it, I had gloves on.
Now, you were changing or not changing your gloves for the other items that you were picking up?
I didn't pick up any other items. It was just that the couch was such a large item. I mean, I think the coffee tables and other things were impounded prior to that. But I was only part of the lifting crew, as it were, because the couch was so big.
So you only were part of the lifting crew on the couch, correct?
Correct.
So you had gloves on, I don't want to say walking with your hands in your pocket, but you were definitely not touching other items, correct?
That's correct.
So when you lifted up the couch and you guys found that bottle, you were the person that took off their gloves and then grabbed your bag and got new gloves, correct?
That's correct.
And just so I'm clear, you were not the only detective there, correct?
I was not.
There was Detective Lockerbie.
Yes,
There was Detective Carpenter was there as well.
yes.
And that's Scott Carpenter.
Scott Carpenter, yes.
We had just mentioned another Carpenter crime scene specialist. His name is Mark,
That's
correct? So you took the the items, the gloves out of your bag, and you took that bottle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you put it on your finger.
I did.
And you put those tan gloves on, correct, before you did that?
That's correct.
And then that bottle was impounded, correct?
It was.
Next thing I want to talk to you about is the shoe impressions, okay?
Okay.
We talked about them at length, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're looking at the floor or the scene, you don't know what's relevant.
That's correct.
So you guys are collecting or making note of things that could be relevant.
Yes.
And hold on one second, it was out of order. We talked about the L1 and L2.
Yes, we did.
179. I'm going to talk to you about, I'll just get it from Vince. 79. Oh, it's right there. Show you what's marked as exhibit number 179. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
That one's L2. We talked about that shoe impressions, and Elisa Schmaltz came in and talked to us about the diamond hexagonal shape. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to see that when you were at the scene, correct?
At some point, not initially, but eventually, yes.
And for your investigation, that was just another lead, correct?
That was an item that we looked at.
We'll hear from other people about this, but that shoe print was common, that sole print with a Vans shoe. Is that correct?
That's one of the manufacturers that has that sole, yes. There are others.
And you had talked about one of your roles was to interview the Scottsdale Fire Department folks who came in the house, correct?
Yes, I interviewed Adam Arrington, one of the firefighters.
And one of the tasks that came after that was all the firefighters got their shoes soles photographed, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, today, after reviewing all the reports, not one of them was wearing a Vans type shoe, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And as far as you're aware, being the case agent now reviewing all the reports, no other law enforcement personnel was wearing that type of sole, possibly a Vans shoe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And same with the crime scene specialist, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, like I said, it was just another lead for the Scottsdale Police Department to follow up on.
Yes.
Going back to the bottle and the couch, we talked about the sticky floor being in that living room.
Yes.
The bottle was found near where that sticky floor was, correct?
Yes, within a few feet, yes.
Next thing I want to talk to you about is the blood pattern analysis or blood stain pattern analysis.
Yes.
Okay? You testified earlier that you went to a course given by Bevel Gardner, and Associates, correct?
That's correct.
And Bevel is spelled finish it up,
Bevel,
and Gardner?
Gardner.
And you took that course in 2019, correct?
I did.
And that was in March.
It was.
And in 2019, you had already been a police officer for roughly 28 years?
Yes.
And during that course, you learned some stuff.
I did.
And in fact, if you would have taken that course prior to 2015, you might have done some things that were different, correct? As regarding to the scene.
To this scene. To clarify, I had some prior crime scene classes that had some bloodstain pattern analysis in them. It just was not a specific course. I don't know at the time if I would have done anything different. If we had more time, we were in there for 4 days, I would have liked to have had 90-degree photographs with scales that we could reproduce to measure some of the blood drops and things like that. So there would have been more. It was just a trade-off we'd already been there for 4 days.
So to continue along that theme, you might have done those things if you had taken the class and thought they were important at the time, correct?
Yes.
So you would have taken 90-degree photographs, correct?
I would have. That's just one of the things so that you can reproduce the image, yes.
And you would have taken measurements, correct?
Yes.
We have heard about the Pharaoh being the crime scene measurements. That's on a macro level, is that correct?
Yes.
So it takes measurements of walls, kind of wall-to-wall kind of stuff, and usually in feet and inches, not in the very small millimeters, correct?
That's correct.
When you took that class, it was actually a 40-hour class, correct?
It was.
And this is the level 1 class offered by Bevel and Gardner, correct?
Yes.
And there are 3 levels.
There are.
And this course was designed to be an introduction to basic pattern recognition of blood stain and pattern, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's level 2 is more the calculations, the scientific method, experimental design, even clothing experimentations, correct?
I'm not 100% sure what the curriculum is beyond the level I took, so I
Okay.
wouldn't be able to answer that.
And you didn't do level 2.
I did not.
And then there's even another 2 parts of that level between 2 and 3. There's like participates in a mentorship with someone who's very experienced in this blood pattern analysis. You didn't do that either, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 3rd level is kind of the advanced blood pattern analysis, correct?
Again, I don't know what their curriculum is.
So one of the things that's important about blood pattern analysis is to understand the limitations of it, correct?
Yes.
And the goals or the things that you learn are, how to look at the impact angles of certain stains, correct?
That's one aspect of it, yes.
And to identify certain types of patterns, correct?
Yes.
And you had talked to us about some of those patterns, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you had told us that circular round would indicate a gravity, straight down, static, meaning not moving, stain, correct?
Right, that would be more deposited right at somewhat of a 90-degree angle, so.
And if it's oblong, it may be moving,
Generally, the angle of impact we're talking, I wouldn't be able necessarily to say whether the object was moving, just whatever whatever angle the blood contacted that surface.
And again, this is not an exact science. Some people may even think it's not science, correct?
I wouldn't know.
It's an interpretation of a scene though, right? That's what you're getting trained for.
Correct.
You're getting trained to look at certain objects and the staining that appears on there, correct?
Yes.
And this is something that's actually, you got a certification on, correct?
I did.
And they even give you a little certificate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There's also standards for reporting blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
There are.
And when you're testifying or writing a report, you try to adhere to those standards, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you have to acknowledge is what you considered when making that report or even giving a testimony, correct?
Yes.
And so the ideal situation is to have succinct measurements of each of the stains, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you would want to photograph those at a 90-degree angle, correct?
Yes.
And then you would want to be able to reproduce that result, correct?
Yes. Ideally, we'd like to measure them from the scene rather than from a photograph to get an area of origin, for example, of where blood source started, you know.
And because the scene was already processed and 4 years old, you didn't have that opportunity to do that, right?
That's correct.
So when you wrote the report and you know, now testifying, you're doing so based on your memory,
Yes,
the photographs that were taken at the scene,
that's correct.
and also some of the reports that were generated, correct?
I don't, could you rephrase that, please?
You considered everything that you had read to refresh your recollection so that you could make the analysis that you've given us this morning.
Yes.
Now, some of the items have that little L scale on the photograph, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's a little bit helpful, correct?
It is.
One of the other things that this class in blood pattern analysis kind of relies upon is that there's a presumption of anything that's red or brownish color is blood, correct?
From the class?
From the class, that's, I'm going back to the 40-hour class, not away from the scene right now.
Okay.
But that's one of the presumptions that one should make, correct? When
Yes.
they're doing the blood pattern analysis at the scene.
Yes.
And you had the luxury, in this case, by doing the analysis in 2019 when the samples from the scene had already been tested, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And you knew which items had either tested positive for the Castlemeyer or confirmatory test of the hemotrace, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So without going too far in, you knew the spots or staining that was blood, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So just as an example, you knew that that stain by the front door, letter A, was blood, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that it was consistent with Allison's profile, correct?
That's correct.
And you had kind of talked about that stain having kind of an outer rim on it, correct?
Yes.
And that the interior of it was not as red.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you called it diluted blood, correct?
I did.
And they call it something else in the blood stain or blood pattern analysis thing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, who calls it?
When they talk about the definitions, just a second. I had it marked, just 1 second. They don't call it diluted blood, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what the question is. There's another term, it's called skeletonized or skeletonized drop, and that's where there's a darker outer ring of the blood and it's an artifact of drying. So blood drop will dry from the outside in, and so if somebody were to come over and wipe that off, you'd still see that skeletonized ring, but the center would be gone, for example.
And I think what I'm trying to say is, one, it's an altered stain, being that something else has interacted with it, correct?
That was my impression, yes.
Then, we go back. Also, when you're doing your blood pattern analysis, you're basing it on what you see, what you can measure, and what you calculate from the information that you have, or what you have, correct?
Yes.
And when the scene itself has been altered, that also matters, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And to be fair and not misleading, you have to basically acknowledge that, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And blood pattern analysis, especially when a scene is altered, doesn't tell you what happened during, let's say, the incident, correct?
No, I would say it doesn't tell you specifically what's happened.
And when the scene's altered, or in this sense, I think you guys say cleaned up, that makes it more complex.
Oh, absolutely.
And because there may be multiple events that occurred, prior to you getting there.
Oh, absolutely. Again, some of those blood stains in the kitchen could have been drops that something was wiped through, which would alter the stain. Absolutely.
And like you were saying, there's multiple areas that you're examining, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we've said that the bathroom wasn't one of the areas that was part of the scene that your blood was in, the master bedroom. But the living room, yes.
Yes.
The foyer, yes.
Yes.
The hallway,
Yes.
the dining room,
Yes.
the kitchen.
Absolutely.
I mean, pretty much the whole rectangle of the house going into the backyard, correct?
Yes.
And again, this blood pattern analysis is really directed towards the blood patterns, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't tell you, literally what happened during an assault, for instance.
No, that's correct. That's why I kept some of the descriptions very limited in my report.
And you don't want to, for lack of a better word, editorialize when you're talking about blood pattern analysis.
Right, absolutely.
And you don't want to make any claims that are like unsubstantiated, correct?
That's correct.
Or using unsubstantiated data.
Yes.
A claim that might be unsubstantiated, which you see on CSI, was like the assailant was left-handed, right? That's one that they give an example of, isn't that correct?
If you say so.
But you would agree that you can't tell someone's left-handed by the blood pattern that was there, correct?
Not left-handed. It could say whether they use their left hand, possibly, but not that they are left-handed or right-handed.
You can't say the cast-off pattern showed the assailant was right-handed or left-handed, is what the ANSI ASB standard says. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay. So we're talking about that cast off, the blood pattern can't tell you that, correct?
Their handedness as to which hand they favor,
Correct.
that's correct. It cannot.
And I think, again, this class for you, and examining the scene was another tool, correct?
Yes.
And you took this class after this case was already filed here in Superior Court, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk to you about the backyard for a moment.
Okay.
We talked about that pool tile, correct? That was found at the bottom of the pool.
Yes.
And that was on the side of the pool near the stairs. That's where it illuminesced. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The tile was actually in the pool, and that was not something that illuminesced. Is that correct?
That's correct. The tile had been broken off and was in the water. The edge of the pool was what was sprayed, and that luminesced. That's correct.
And we've talked about the pool tile, but actually there was two. Is that correct?
There were two broken tiles that had been broken off the pool when we got there. That's correct.
And you don't know when they were broken off, correct?
I don't.
But know that there were two broken off, and they weren't in the same place, correct?
That's correct. The one in particular we're talking about is directly straight out from that Arcadia door. There was another missing tile that was on almost like the exact opposite end, like kitty corner from that, on the back side of the pool.
And when we talk about the Blue Star again, we talk about that there may be a false positive, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you talked about was inside the house, you were concerned about the bleach
Yes.
or chlorine or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had mentioned that in one of the photographs, you could even see the chlorinizer in the pool, correct?
The floating, yeah, the whatever that's called, right? The that you put the tablets in.
And when we look at like something like Blue Star and you spray it on something, there's always a risk that you don't know what was underneath there, correct? Meaning you don't know how that floor had previously been cleaned.
That's correct.
So if Allison had a cleaning person in her house, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you don't know what she cleaned with, correct?
I don't.
And so there's a possibility that the Blue Star could have reacted with any bleach type item that was there prior to the homicide. Is that correct?
That's plausible, yes.
And we're talking when we're looking at, evidence, and especially like Blue Star or the blood pattern analysis, we're talking about possibilities, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that blood pattern analysis, I mean, it even talks about the objective is to give kind of a mechanism that could have caused or been the source of the stain that you're seeing. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're talking about these things as possibilities, and as a detective of, now it's, 30-something years, right? You follow leads, right?
Yes.
You use tools.
Yes.
And those tools are what helps the police investigate cases.
That's correct.
And for you, the more tools that you have in your tool belt, the more you have to choose from in the appropriate circumstance.
Yes, that's correct.
Much like carrying the little shoulder bag, you had the tools that you needed in that moment.
Yes.
Take away from whatever your cohorts said. But that's important.
Yes, it is.
And just have one moment. Detective Heinzman, you have a binder in front of you.
Yes, I do.
It's exhibit number 18.
Yes, it is.
It's about 8 inches thick.
Yep,
You wrote a lot of reports in this case.
I did.
You did a lot of work in this case.
I did.
You didn't write a report, though, documenting when you found the bottle. You put it on your finger, I should say, correct?
I don't believe I referred to that in my report.
Okay. The last thing that I want to touch on is kind of your process. Generally speaking, when you as a detective, when you get a tip or a lead, you follow up on it, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, when you got a tip or a lead, you followed up on it and I mean Scottsdale Police Department and obtained a buccal swab. Is that correct?
Most of the time, yes. I wouldn't be able to say every time, no.
And when you got that buccal swab, I think I had talked to you about, people in the neighborhood, people in the, that were connected to Allison, correct?
Yes.
You guys also looked at people who were not connected to Allison who may have had something to do with this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And like you traveled, I think you told us you traveled to New Mexico.
Yes, I did.
You looked at people that didn't live in that general Scottsdale neighborhood that had been convicted of sex crimes, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And other detectives, looked at that.
Yes, not me personally on all of them, but yes.
But the Scottsdale Police Department looked at least 170 males, correct?
That number's pretty accurate.
And each of them, as a buccal swab was obtained, each of them, there was a request made to the crime lab to have that buccal swab profile generated, correct?
Yes,
And that profile compared to PMH.
that's correct.
And you already testified, there was an interview, but generally speaking, when they did not match PMH and that interview was completed, nothing red flag-ish stood out, they were eliminated, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't go down that rabbit hole any further.
Not generally, no.
That's all the questions I have for today. Thank you.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Judge.
Gonna again have to jump around a little bit to cover some of the things defense asked you about, but let's just pick up right there. I just want to be clear. I didn't ask you a lot of questions about what you did after sort of the initial scene and sort of month or so thereafter. Is it your understanding you're going to testify again potentially next week or the week after about a bunch of people that you assisted with contacting and interviewing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I don't want it to be this impression that we're, just
avoiding that or something, but we're gonna have you come back, and you're gonna be here anyway. Fair
Yes, I
enough.
will.
So, I want to start, just to be clear, and I'm not going to go ask you every single question I asked you in my first questioning, and I'm not going to ask you everything defense asked you. The jury has heard it. But you were a detective. You started as a detective in 2006, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these are leading just to get through it, but then you moved to the VC violent crimes in 2012.
20, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions earlier on about diluted blood and the bloodstain pattern. Is there bloodstain pattern in that class that you took? Is there information about diluted blood and what you might look for?
There's a companion textbook that I purchased that had a small section on diluted blood and actually had a photograph of diluted blood on a sink basin.
And so you didn't just make up this word diluted and then bring it in and somehow draw some conclusion. We actually saw the pictures and you told us what made you think that was potentially diluted.
Yes, in the Bevel Gardner and Associates version 3 or book, they actually refer to that, and that's where they use the term diluted. That's where I got that term.
And why, we see the pictures, we heard you testify, you said you can see that and kind of interpret that was potentially diluted with a clear liquid. Why do you make that distinction?
I made the distinction of a clear liquid because there was nothing else in it. It wasn't opaque, it wasn't a dark color, it didn't seem to affect the color of the blood stain. So I made the determination that it was clear.
And to be fair, we've heard this, but there was items in the pool. The tile was in the pool.
It was.
That had blood on it.
It did.
The hair clump was in the pool.
Yes.
The earring was in the pool.
Yes.
The mat was in the pool.
That's correct.
Okay. And that dress that we've seen, that was on Allison's face, kind of, we've seen the pictures. I'm not going to show them right now, but it wasn't like laid out like neatly. It was kind of thrown on her face. Is that an accurate way to describe what we've already seen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So because we've talked about the tile also, I'm just going to jump to that. Defense brought up this other tile. So you described it as a missing tile. Was there another tile ultimately located?
There was.
Where was that?
It was actually in the alley right outside that gate, on the southeast corner of the property.
And did that have any blood on it to your knowledge?
No.
Did that have any hair on it?
No.
Okay. You talked about there being you were questioned by defense about there being something poured on Allison's body. Obviously, we've seen some of these photographs, but was there a photograph taken of her navel?
Yes, there was.
And did you observe that liquid in her navel?
I did.
And I'm going to put this up, Judge. I think it's not really sensitive in the sense of what you can see, but it is in the sense of it is Allison's body. So I don't know what you want to do with that.
I will ask that this portion not be filmed of this photo.
And so this is Exhibit 519, and I've got one after this that that similarly it's just her body, but it's not overly sensitive. But is this kind of a navel with some liquid in it?
Yes, it is.
I go too far. And we actually heard from Dr. Ferentz about this potentially chemical burning that he observed on her body.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know if we got lost somewhere along the way of that, but I'm going to show one more now while we have that admonition, Judge, if that's okay. Just again, it's a photo of Allison's body. It's not overly sensitive, but it is.
Okay.
It's the same.
And same for our cameramen. Please do not film this portion.
So this is Exhibit 530, previously admitted. I'm going to jump here because I want to do this while the camera's not filming it. So we heard from defense about these nails, and I just want to make sure we're kind of understanding what we were talking about. So what is this?
So this item, this photograph is a photograph of taken at autopsy at the medical examiner's office of Allison's left hand, and primarily what we see is that third digit, the middle finger, has what appears to be a nail broken off of it. And then that ring finger or fourth finger has what appears to be a chip broken off of it.
That's fine. Yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, no. So you said the third digit, which is this middle finger?
Yes.
And obviously we can see that appears to be different, and then you mentioned the fourth digit as well?
Yes, it appeared broken, and when we compared it to her right hand, all of her nails were intact.
And so how many nails did you find at the house?
One.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit and publish 667 and 668 by stipulation.
And is that correct? It's ordered admitting 667 and 668 into evidence.
I'm kind of going to go back and forth between this because I just want to show the jury, kind of recognize. Detective, when you went to the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
So you were able to see what we're looking at in this photo as well?
Yes, that's correct.
I think we covered this already with Dr. Ferentz, but just to be clear, when you attend an autopsy, are you next to the doctor? Are you watching from somewhere? Can you just give me like a 30-second so we understand how you were able to see this?
Sure. That each bay that they have to perform the examinations, there's a little cutout area. There's a window that we can stand and watch. There's also a camera in the ceiling that we can control if we need to zoom in on something. And the doctor will usually keep us informed of anything. So in something like this, he may have pointed out that this is what we have. And at the very end, we'll get a photographs of the examination, as is this one.
But to be fair, you're not touching her body or conducting any part of the autopsy personally yourself.
No, we're not in the room. We're on the other side of the window.
So now I'm going from 530 to 668 just to show, is this that nail that was found under the table?
Yes, this is a photograph of that piece of broken nail that we found under the table. It's been lifted up and placed on an envelope with a scale next to it.
And just to be fair, just looking with your eyes, can you kind of tell us if it appears to be consistent with the broken third digit of Allison's hand?
Yes, where we talked about earlier, almost that fracture matching that we talk about. You can see the break in the nail appears to match the broken part on her finger.
And I'm just going to show 667. This is just showing that the property marker, as well as just another view of that broken nail. So Detective, kind of going to jump around a little bit again. We heard about the trash. We've heard a lot about the trash. You mentioned that you have been in violent crimes for now 14 years, right? Roughly?
That's correct.
Give or take. So presumably you've been to other homicides?
Yes, I have.
And sometimes do you look in the trash?
Regularly, all the time, we look in the trash.
And sometimes do you even find things in the trash?
Yes, absolutely.
In this case, we heard about the receipt in the recycling. We heard about the pizza guy. But in this case, you looked in the trash. Did you find anything in this case that was of evidentiary value based on your training and experience?
I did not.
Was it essentially consistent with garbage that appeared to be household garbage that could have been from Allison's home?
That's correct.
So, again, not to belabor the point, but if you had found a broken bottle in the trash, would you have noted that and perhaps taken that?
Absolutely. It would have been photographed and impounded.
Or some bloody gloves?
Absolutely.
Right, okay. Now, I'm going to show you this one. Should have showed it before, but this is not sensitive, I don't think, Judge, but just going back, the point of this exhibit, previously admitted 58, is right here. You can see Allison's left hand.
Yes.
Can you? It's a little bit more grainy up there than it is on the printout, but maybe, yeah, no better. And that third digit appears to be intact?
That's correct.
Okay. And we know from Alex, this Valentine's celebration in February 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
going to close this for the moment just so I don't inadvertently put something over there. We've heard also about a lot about PMH and testing and who requests tests, but I want to ask you, do you know, at the time that this case came to the lab, we heard from Ms. Beamer that some of the available tests included for semen, blood, or saliva. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding those are things the detectives could have requested if they wanted to? Could you test it for these substances?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think we were, again, doing saliva tests at the time.
And you know that there were tests done of PMH, or is it related to blood?
Yes.
And there were still semen tests perhaps being done, of Ms. Beamer noted, but nothing about semen was requested or done as to PMH. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I guess my question here is largely, when defense says that it wasn't tested as far as what it could have been, is it your understanding, at least when it comes to Scottsdale Crime Lab, that there are only certain tests they're able to do?
Yes.
So it's, again, not like CSI in the sense of you can't just put something on, you can't necessarily determine what something is via the Scottsdale Crime Lab in the universe of what a substance could be. They don't have the capability to test for an almost infinite amount of possibilities. Is that fair? It's probably a bad question, but.
That's correct.
And the point I guess I'm trying to get at ultimately is you get PMH off the floor, you get this, these swabs are taken of PMH, and at the time that this is done, what we heard from Ms. Beamer already is a saliva test would have taken up a ton of the swab if it was able to be done.
That was my understanding, yes.
And does the DNA test take up some swab?
It does.
And so every time a test is done or needs to be done, some of the swab may be utilized.
Yes, it'd be consumed in the process of testing.
Consumed is a good way. And ultimately, if you consume too much of it, it might be gone.
Yes, that's correct. We did not take an infinite number of swabs. There were only 4, I believe.
And we heard from Ms. Beamer that some of the swab is saved in case, for instance, defense wants to obtain a piece of the swab for their own purposes.
That's correct.
Okay. So defense made, in the end of his questioning to you right before we broke for lunch, he asked you about DNA, and he said that it's a stain, or excuse me, a tool or a lead. Is that right?
Yes.
So my question there is, defense asks you about all these tools you have in your toolkit, but detective, in your experience as a police officer, are all tools created equal?
No, they're not.
And in your experience, is DNA more discerning than perhaps finding, piece of what we might call just a trace or maybe gunshot residue somewhere? Is DNA going to be more discerning as to identifying a person than something like that?
An outside scope of cross.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
Yes, I would believe so.
So defense asked you about DNA just being a tool or a lead. And the point I'm trying to get at in my questioning here is DNA in this case was able to point you to, at this point in the investigation, we'll call it unknown male. Unknown male number 1, call it, okay?
Yes.
And so you have this information on February 25th, unknown male. And we had questions of Detective Lockerbie, and we'll get to it with Ms. Beamer. But as part of your role in this investigation as the years progressed, did you focus on the results from unknown male number 1?
Yes.
Did those results ultimately end up matching a few other things in the house?
Yes.
Does that also help you focus your investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the point ultimately of this line of questioning is your goal in this, homicide investigation, part of it is to find out who did this.
That's correct.
As a detective with years of experience in multiple homicides, Are you always able to determine exactly what happened step by step when someone is murdered?
No, actually, very rarely are we able to determine that.
And so I guess that brings me to my next kind of line of questioning, and that is we went through the bloodstain pattern and the blue star, and defense hit on this might be the only thing strike that. Defense hit on this, and ultimately, this scene smelled of bleach.
It did.
And there were diluted blood drops.
Yes.
Was there any indication in your estimation that, this, Allison's body had been, either her body had been moved or something with blood on it, with her blood on it had been moved through the house?
That's a fair assumption based on the totality of the scene.
And so my point here is that, sometimes doing bloodstain analysis, might you be able to determine if somebody, for instance, used their right hand?
You can. In a simpler example would be like a cast-off pattern or something that we were referring to earlier. It could be determined if you know where that person was standing, that the pattern would tell you which hand it would be used.
And I think you mentioned on your initial questioning that, leaving, or you might have a void pattern, or you might have an item with blood on it that you could then say, well, that item at one point was here, because we can see in the bloodstain pattern where that might have been at one point.
Yes, that's correct.
So there are things that you can tell with bloodstain pattern analysis that that we're not saying you can do here.
That's correct.
Is part of that reason because this scene was so extensively cleaned?
Yes, it was absolutely altered.
Does that same kind of line of questioning apply to the blue star in the sense that you're not sitting here, or are you, detective? Are you saying that because there's a blue star luminescence that must be blood?
No.
It could be bleach.
It could be.
Could be something else that potentially reacts with the blue star chemical.
It could be.
And again, was it important, even at the time you did Blue Star in February of 2015, was it important information, or could it have been important information to find out where there might be, for instance, bleach on the floor?
Yes.
And the reason I'm bringing this up, detective, is because defense he called it a false positive, saying, well, this is not all blood, but you from the start, you never said that this blue star must be blood.
No.
And was there evidence, for instance, of spray over on the knobs?
There was.
We've heard that from other witnesses. Did you see that?
Absolutely did.
And that spray over is that like whitish coloring that appears to be something of a liquid nature.
And beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled. Can you approach, please? Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time, the state may continue with their redirect of Detective Heinzelman.
Detective, I only have a handful of questions left for you. You were asked about the belly button liquid being sent out for testing to see if anything could be learned of it. That's sort of one of defense's lines of questioning. DPS, that's another crime lab in the state of Arizona.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, I don't want to get too far into that report. You didn't do that testing yourself. I mean, this might be an obvious question, but right?
I did not do that testing.
Okay. And ultimately, was it that person who tested that sample, were they sort of unable to include or exclude the possibility of bleach as the substance in her navel?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay. Now, you were asked some questions. Well, again, we're going to jump around here. You were asked about the bottle being found and that you didn't write in your report, quote, that you put it on your finger, something along those. That was in cross-examination?
Yes, that's correct.
But I just wanted to be clear, you were present for the finding of this bottle, and the collection, finding, impounding, all of those things were documented in reports.
Yes.
You just didn't write, and then I put it on my gloved finger, so to speak.
Yes, I didn't write that. Other people had documented it, but I was there and I have an independent recollection of it as well.
Documented the collection of the bottle?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
I have a couple more questions about because defense asked you about the cleaning of the house and the Blue Star and things like that. So after you took this class in 2019, you write your report. Did you have anybody kind of take a look at your reports, given that this was a newer area of expertise for you?
Yes, I reached out to Michael Meislich. He works for the county attorney's office, and he's well-known in bloodstain pattern analysis.
And ultimately, you said that you took the class in 2019, but throughout the course of your career, going back to being a patrol officer even, have you responded to crime scenes that had blood?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's been an ongoing experience in your line of work to see blood at crime scenes and have sort of conversations or understandings of what may or may not have happened based on the blood you see.
Yes, I've never written a comprehensive report like this one in particular, but every scene that there is blood stains, I will look and I will make a determination as to what I believe caused the stain.
And again, the point of that is not to say that, blood stain is the end all and be all, but it is to note that it's not just because you took the class in 2019 that you have some knowledge of blood stains and their connection to violent crimes.
That's correct.
And now, when it goes to the cleaning the defense talked to you about, I want to show you a couple of the Blue Star photos we already went over. I'm not going to show you many, but 621 here, and sorry, these are hard to see, especially with this projector, just because of them being so dark and the glare. But I'm not going to boot up the PowerPoint again just for the few points I want to make here. So we see some of the Blue Star in this. We showed this already with the edge of the pool.
Yes.
And I'll get to my point in just a second, I promise. 623, that edge.
Yes, 623 is the edge of the pool by the stairs where that broken tile was broken off and in the pool.
And we've already heard this testimony, but for a reminder to the jury, was there a Castlemeyer, the presumptive test for blood, done in this area?
There was. Prior to applying the Blue Star reagent, a Castlemeyer presumptive test was performed on that area where the tile was missing. It was positive for blood.
And that was before even applying the Blue Star, you were under the impression or that there was a presumptive positive test for blood in this area?
Yes, that's correct.
And remind us, if you can, on this picture, where the earring was?
So the earring was found on that third stair down. So roughly about the middle of the photograph, literally almost directly under the blue, the reagent luminescence there.
Okay, and then this is 622. That's the same point of view, but just darker.
Yes, this is just that same photograph with no ambient light, just what you can see, just the luminescence from the Blue Star.
And 625 again, and it's moving towards the house. We've already talked about these. I'm not going to belabor it, but 634, the inside with the Blue Star.
Yes.
And the point I'm getting at here is you're applying this Blue Star, and defense asks you questions. Well, at the point you're applying this, you can't tell necessarily if this chemical was reacting, for instance, to Allison's having cleaned her house.
Yes.
I'm acknowledging the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question largely is, you can't say it's fair that you know when the substance was deposited that gives you this reaction. I think that's defense's point, right?
That's correct.
But looking at this, having been in the scene, is this consistent with the visible blood that you were able to see?
Yes, absolutely.
So as a detective, you are, especially as a case agent, are you looking at a case in each piece of evidence in a vacuum?
No,
And that maybe a vacuum is the wrong way to phrase it, but each piece of evidence without consideration to anything else?
no,
So when you're looking, for instance, at this area outside the door and the illumination, you're not looking at that without the foreknowledge, for instance, of the blood that you're aware of that's inside the house, for instance.
that's correct. And additionally, there was visible blood on that stoop on the outside of the Arcadia door there, which shows some luminescence there.
I think that makes my point there. And the last kind of line of questioning, detective, that I'll finish up with for you here, unless the jury has additional questions for you, is the defense asked you some questions about the shoes and the various leads and tools that you might have as a investigation progresses. So, defense asked you if the shoe brand was related to Vans, and in cross-examination you clarified to him that was one of multiple brands that it could have been that the detectives were informed of. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, as a detective, might you get, for instance, in an investigation, might you get a grainy surveillance video showing a figure walking down the street?
Yes,
And then from that video, you might be able to tell some things about that person. Is that fair?
that's fair.
You might get a general clothing description, or you might get a general height or weight, things like that?
Yes,
But taking that information, would you be able to then go out into the world and say, based on that grainy video, I can say that this individual was present on that surveillance footage?
no, not in your example, not that alone.
So my point there is, when you have a shoe that could be one of multiple brands as a potential lead, are you able to go out in the world and say, John Smith wore that shoe on this date?
No,
But in this case, you were able to, as of February 25th, say that there was one person out there who at least left, whose DNA is found in Allison Feldman's home.
yes, that's correct.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen from the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. This is 16. Well, 16. And you may approach.
Information than just a swipe on a wall,
That's correct.
or swipes are a technical term, a pattern or stain on a wall.
Yes,
So it's more information that you can glean to make that determination of whether the person used a left hand or a right hand or, something like that, correct?
yes.
Nothing further than that.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And the next question is, are you aware whether or not victim's pool was heated?
I don't believe it was.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall next week particularly.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did I mark those?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It calls Brian Heiner.
Want me to get him? Oh, you got him.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll have you sworn in.
Can you state and spell your name for the clerk, please?
It's Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, Heiner, H-I-N-E-R.
Sir Joanna, you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Brian Heiner. I am currently a lieutenant with the Scottsdale Police Department. At the time of this incident, I was a detective working in our violent crimes unit.
Let me take you back a little bit. First of all, how long have you been employed total with Scottsdale Police Department?
20 years.
Prior to Scottsdale Police Department, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No,
And so you said 20 years, so did you start around 2005?
yes, I was hired in 2005 and I graduated the academy in January of 2006.
Okay, so we're right at 20 years.
We will be at 20 years in 4 days.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's start with the roles that you've had in Scottsdale Police Department since the academy, briefly.
Okay. Out of the academy, I was a patrol officer, assigned to a nighttime patrol. From there, I was assigned to as a detective in our domestic violence unit, where I spent a couple of years. And then I was in our violent crimes unit, where I worked for about 5 years. Following that, I was promoted to sergeant and went back to patrol, where I worked for several years as a patrol sergeant. And then I filled a role in internal affairs for about 3 years as an internal affairs investigator, and then was promoted to lieutenant, where I'm a nighttime watch commander.
What is a nighttime watch commander?
I'm responsible for the patrol activities in the city during the evening times.
Okay, so we've established through other witnesses that when you get a promotion, and I think you gave the example as a sergeant, you became a sergeant over the patrol division.
That's correct.
When you get a lieutenant promotion, do you go back and do the same thing? You start as a lieutenant in the patrol division?
Yes.
Okay, and so is where you are now an arm of that?
Yes, I'm on patrol.
All right. So you mentioned that at the time of the incident, so I'm going to draw your attention to February of 2015, specifically February 18th of 2015. You mentioned that you were assigned as a detective in the violent crimes unit.
That's correct.
Okay. On this particular date specifically, were you asked to respond to 8526 East Monterey Way?
Yes, I was.
Prior to going out to that location, were you made aware of the nature of the investigation?
I was told it was a homicide investigation.
Do you recall who asked you to respond on that date and approximate time?
It was Sergeant Davidson, and I believe it was around 5:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Is that around the time you were called or when you actually got to 8526?
I don't recall. My office wasn't that far away, so I don't know.
Which leads me to my next question. You said your office wasn't that far away. Were you responding from work?
I was working at the time, but certainly my duties include interviews and other things. I don't know if I was in the office when I received the call or if I was out carrying out some other duty.
Okay, so you were either in the office or in the field doing something else?
Correct.
Okay. By the time that you got to the Monterey address, were there other personnel from Scottsdale Police Department already there?
Yes.
Before you got assigned to do anything in particular that day, did you participate in any sort of briefing?
I don't recall the specifics of it, but certainly I would have been briefed on the nature of the homicide and some basic details to assist me in doing interviews and gathering evidence.
Okay, let me ask you this. We've heard from other law enforcement witnesses that sometimes there's these larger briefings that take place. Given that everybody is not arriving at the same time, it's probably fair to say you can't wait for everybody to get there before you do a briefing. Is that a large-scale briefing?
Yeah, most of the time that's true. just depends on the nature of the individual case. But yes, on a case where it's going to involve dozens of people assisting, you're not going to wait for all of them.
Okay, so when stragglers start to come that aren't there initially, do you then connect with somebody who can give you a general idea of what's going on so you can understand what your role is going to be?
Yeah, that's the sergeant's job that runs the unit, to brief the detectives or whoever and give their assignment.
Okay, so you get there, you mentioned that someone likely gave you some information about, some at least basics about what was going on with the investigation. So could you tell the jury what you were asked to do first when you arrived?
So the first thing I was asked to do was go to the neighbor's house and assist in gathering video evidence. The neighbors had a DVR system with several cameras around their house. One of them happened to pick up a portion of the victim's home.
Okay, so yesterday we had Detective Heinzelman on the stand and we got to see some of that video. Are we referring to the Politos when you say the neighbor's home?
Yeah, Brian and Francesca Polito.
Okay, so you went over to the home?
Yes.
Were you by yourself or assisting another detective?
No, Detective Jones was with me.
Okay. Do you recall there being any other detectives there as well?
Not initially, I don't recall. I noted in my report that eventually I called in one of our detectives from our forensic, it was computer crimes at the time is what we called them, to assist with recovering all of the video because of the quantity of it.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you got to the Politos, do you remember Detective Scott Carpenter being there?
I don't recall.
Okay, because I know a few of you were involved in this process. So tell us what you learned about the surveillance system while you were there. You mentioned there were lots of cameras, so tell us how you learned about this.
So if I remember right, they had a DVR system, a digital video recording system, and it was hooked up to, I think, their TV at the time, and they could show me the different cameras they had that all faced most of them were tightly focused on openings of their house, a window or a door or something, but they had one that was labeled like office exterior, and part of that screen happened to catch the house next door.
Okay.
And so that was the one that we focused on. The rest didn't seem to have any bearing on this case.
Okay. So the other cameras, and I think we heard this from Detective Heinzelman as well, focused on areas of the Polito's home versus capturing the Feldman residence.
That is correct.
While you were there and you got to view some of the surveillance video, did you end up collecting any of it that day?
I collected about 24 hours worth right then, just so that we could try to review it more in depth, and then had the rest of it collected later.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had called somebody out from the forensics team.
Yeah.
Is that who eventually collected more of it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything additional with the portion of the video that you collected?
Well, eventually we took the video and we provided it to another agency to help us review it to see if they could enhance it at all, because part of the problem with the video is it was dark out. And since the video, the purpose of the cameras from the Polito's point of view was to watch their own home, anytime the Feldman home was dark, it was really, really difficult to make out anything. So we were looking to see if we could get any help enhancing that video. And so we sent it to it's called the Rocky Mountain Information Network.
Okay.
They assist law enforcement.
And do you guys refer to it by the acronym of RIMN?
We call them RIMN.
Okay. And it's my understanding they weren't really able to do anything additional. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Other than going to the Politos on the 18th, did you have any additional involvement on that particular day?
Not that day.
Were you ever on that particular day asked to go inside of the Feldman residence?
No.
Did your next involvement in the case occur the following day on February 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know throughout the course of your involvement in the case, you didn't do too many things, but there are specific things. So I want to let you know ahead of time that there is a binder up there. It is turned to a tab that says Heiner, which is you. So if at any time I ask you something that you feel like you would need to refer to your report, just let us know. We'll give you time to look at it, put it aside, and then let me know when you're ready, okay?
Okay.
So what were you asked to do first on February 19th, 2015?
I believe that I was at the command van and UPS attempted to make a delivery to the Feldman home, but because we had crime scene tape up and our presence there, they were unable to make the delivery. So I went down and spoke with the UPS driver and collected the packages.
Did you identify who that person was?
I did identify him. His name was Ed Pfeiffer.
Okay. And so you collected the packages?
Yes.
And this contact was at the scene itself, or at least some distance from the scene?
It was just down the street from the scene, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think prior to actually making contact with Mr. Pfeiffer, you had been doing something at the scene prior to that. You were already there, so do you recall what you were doing that day?
I don't recall. If my report says I could refer to it, but
Okay. You were there, though?
I was there.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was it your understanding, we've heard from other detectives, that typically while this house is being processed over the course of the 4 days, a lot of you would meet and kind of start the day with a briefing at that command van?
Yeah, this was a little bit unique in the respect of how long that scene was held. And so I went to the command van and I would have got my assignment from there. And so I don't know why I was just there at that point. Maybe I hadn't got an assignment yet, or
Okay.
and that's why I was asked to go talk to the UPS driver.
Okay. You just remember that you were there?
Yes.
Okay. So you spoke to Mr. Pfeiffer and you mentioned that you took the packages from him.
Yes.
Did you open those packages?
Yes.
Anything particular to tell us about the packages?
No, they were addressed to Allison Feldman. One contained acne medicine and the other a piece of clothing.
Okay.
Didn't seem related.
After you collected the packages, did you then separate yourself at least for a little bit from Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes, yes. Once I collected the packages from him, I dismissed him and he continued his route, I imagine.
At some point later on that same day, did you end up recontacting Ed Pfeiffer?
Yes. So some information was given to another detective from a coworker or acquaintance of Allison's that she had had a problem with a persistent UPS driver that was attempting to, I guess, ask her out. And so knowing that Ed Pfeiffer was the UPS driver that made the delivery, I recontacted him and he agreed to meet with me at the police station that evening at around 6:30 p.m.
Okay. And did you interview him?
I did. I interviewed him as to what his relationship had been with her, and he said that he had been driving on that route on and off for the last 5 years, but that he had never had a personal relationship with her. When I asked him specifically about the tip that I was following up on about a persistent UPS driver, he admitted that once he left his phone number on a package, but never heard anything from her and never pursued it any further. I interviewed him as to his whereabouts during the time frame that we believed that she was killed, and he provided an alibi that he was with his children and he was at Taco Bell or sleeping at his home during that time. I asked him to take off his shirt so I could look for any wounds that he might have. Didn't observe any, and he voluntarily, upon my request, gave a DNA sample.
Okay. Was your interview with him recorded?
Yes, it was.
Were you then responsible, were you the one who actually collected the buccal swab from him, the DNA, or did you have somebody else do that?
I don't recall if I personally did it. I always did these interviews with a partner, and so whether I collected or my partner did, I don't know. It might be in my report. I could check if you want.
Okay. If you could, please.
Yes, if you give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I collected it from him.
Did you then impound it at some point?
Yes, I did.
After you finished up with Mr. Pfeiffer, were you then tasked to do a few more things as the day progressed?
Yes.
Okay. I think you were asked to follow up at the request of your sergeant on some additional surveillance video. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. A canvass had been done of the neighborhood, looking for information, any potential witnesses that would have information, as well as surveillance video. It wasn't nearly as prevalent then as it would be today. But there was a man that lived like down around the corner, I think it was on Earl, that had some surveillance video. I believe his name was Quinlan, Michael Quinlan. And so I was asked to go to his house and collect that. I went there, he showed me the video. It looked like one of his cameras faced the street, which was Earl. So I asked him to go ahead and download that for me. I think it took him a day, and I went back the next day and collected it.
Okay. And did you ultimately impound that?
I did.
Were you ever asked to watch it or simply collect it?
I was just collecting it. I was not tasked with watching all the video.
Throughout this investigation, is that a common practice? Certain detectives would go out, collect things, others would be asked to watch and take notes?
Yes. As you can imagine, when we start collecting 24 hours worth of video, even if you watch it at a pretty fast speed, there's a lot to watch. And so I couldn't do both. If I was going to be out in the field doing interviews and collecting things, I wouldn't have time to watch it all in any timely fashion.
Were you then asked later, after you collected the surveillance video from Mr. Quinlan, to do some documentation regarding Allison's Cox security system?
Yes, she had a Cox security system, and in her room there was like a security console that would display the date and time of every door that was open or closed. And so I went through and I recorded that for approximately like a 3-day period, just so we would be able to identify the exact time that any door was open or closed.
In order for you to do that, did you then have to go into the home?
I did.
Was that the only day during your role in the investigation that you were actually inside of the home?
Yes.
When you were inside of the home, did you wear any protective gear?
I wore booties and I wore gloves.
And then I think you mentioned you were tasked with just documenting the opening and closing of all of the doors.
Yes.
And then I think you created maybe some type of Word document or some type of document and attached it to your report.
Yeah, it was an Excel spreadsheet. I literally just listed all the dates and times of opens and closes.
Okay. Were you asked to do any analysis for that or simply just document?
Just documenting it.
Moving on to the rest of your day as we keep going, it looks like you were asked to assist another detective to interview a few individuals.
Yes.
I believe Detective Jones.
Yes.
And you did not write a supplement related to these particular interviews, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us why.
So when we would do interviews, we never did the interviews alone. That's the general practice anyway in Scottsdale, but especially on a homicide investigation, because the person we're coming in contact with potentially could be the suspect in the case. And so when we would do interviews, we would always do them in pairs. And but one of us would be tasked with the primary responsibility for conducting the interview and documenting it. And so I note in my report that I accompanied Detective Jones to do some interviews, but I was not the primary interviewer, nor would I be the one responsible for documenting it. Similar, his supplement would probably read something similar, like when I interviewed Ed Pfeiffer, the UPS man. That was my responsibility. I documented it, but he accompanied me to do that.
Do you recall the two interviews that you accompanied him to do?
I don't recall much of the details on them, no.
Not necessarily the details, but who they were with.
I have the names in my report. If I could refresh my memory, I could tell you their names.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
It looks like it was Casey Mosley and Jason Kellums.
Do you recall what these people's relationships were to Allison Feldman?
I believe one was a friend and one was someone who had dated her previously.
To your knowledge, were both of those interviews recorded?
Yes.
Now, I want to move on to, I think, what was your final involvement on February 19th of 2015, and it had to do with an individual that the jury has heard about, at least through a couple other witnesses. Specifically, one of them was Detective Menor by the name of Raymond Barrero.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you were asked to do on February 19th concerning this particular individual?
Yes, Raymond Barrero was somebody who had frequented or lived in the neighborhood, but at the time he was in county jail. He had been arrested the day before by the Mesa Police Department for, I think it was a warrant, and I was asked to go and contact him at the county jail and interview him and collect a sample of his DNA.
Okay. And so you went and did this at the jail?
I did.
So you spoke with him, and then you said you collected his DNA?
Detective Jones actually did the collection in that case.
But you were present?
I was present.
And were photos taken of Mr. Barrero?
Yes, similar to what we did with Ed Pfeiffer, we asked Mr. Barrero to remove his shirt, and we took photos of his arms and chest and back.
Was that to look for any possible injuries?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you interviewed him, and clearly at this point, is Scottsdale Police Department talking to these people, not knowing if they could potentially have been involved in the crime?
Correct.
Now, when you were interviewing him, did you make some observations about how he appeared from a physical and mental standpoint?
Yeah, Mr. Barrero I noted that he was slow, and he was really slow and deliberate in his movements. And when we talked about that, he said that, well, he gave two explanations. One, that he'd been in a motorcycle accident some years prior and wasn't wearing a helmet and sustained some injury in that. And he also said that he had Alzheimer's, like an early onset, and so he was slow to remember things as well.
Are these physical and mental observations that you're making of people important to assessing whether or not someone could possibly or not possibly be involved in a potential crime?
Yes, because my understanding of this homicide is that Allison Feldman was physically attacked, and so it was important to understand the ability of these people that I'm talking to as to whether or not they potentially could have carried out such an attack.
Okay. As it relates to February 19th, 2015, was Mr. Barrero the last task that you had on that particular day?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to move along to February 24th and 25th, because I think the easiest thing to do is to go chronologically.
Okay.
It looks like the next thing you were asked to do was to contact two individuals by the name of Chad Irwin and Lana Settle.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we did a lot of neighborhood canvassing, looking for witnesses, video, and evidence that could help us to solve this crime. And during one of those canvasses, it was learned that there was a shed in the backyard of a particular residence not far away that had some people living in it. That was interesting to us because it's atypical for people to live in a shed. And so I was asked to go out there and interview those folks. And that's where I met Mr. Irwin and Miss Settle.
Okay. You spoke with both of them?
Yes.
And did you learn anything in speaking with either of them? You don't need to get into what was said. Did you learn anything helpful to this investigation?
No.
As it related to Chad Irwin, did you collect a DNA sample from him while you were there?
If you give me a minute, I'll refresh.
Yes.
It looks like Detective Jones collected it. So again, we were together, but he collected it in this case.
Okay, but you were present.
Yes.
And when these DNA samples were collected, I know I established it with a couple other folks, but were they then taken back and impounded?
Yes.
Now, did he voluntarily, Chad Irwin, provide his DNA to you?
Upon request.
After after you got done speaking with Chad and Lana, it looks like a little bit later you were asked to try and contact two other folks, one by the name of Laura Lyons and another by the name of David Baligian. I don't know if that's the correct, Baligian. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, there had been a neighborhood meeting to speak with neighbors, to gather information, and also just to, I guess, be upfront with the neighbors about what we were investigating and what we were looking for. At that meeting, sorry, refresh me on her name. What was it?
Laura?
Laura had brought some panties in a baggie to that meeting and turned them over to an officer. I was asked to go out and to go back to the collection site to document that with a CSS. And also there were a few other items. There was a water bottle that she had found next to them and a Chick-fil-A cup that had been discarded in the area. Both of those items were collected.
Okay, I'm going to break down a little bit of that. You mentioned that you went out with a CSS to collect that. We had heard testimony earlier in the trial from Bree McKenna about the collection of underwear. Is that the same underwear that we heard about earlier? Was she the one who did that with you?
Yes.
Okay. And then I know you mentioned you eventually collected a cup and a water bottle. Did that actually occur the following day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do an interview with Laura about how she got the underwear and kind of got some of the information about the particulars of where she found the items and who David was and things of that nature?
Yeah, there was like a light post or some kind of a pole outside of her home that she used as a marker. Like it was near that, I think she told me.
Okay. While you were out there, since you had collected some additional items on February 25th, did you do a little bit more canvassing just to see if there was anything else that you could put eyes on that might be helpful to the investigation?
Yes.
Did you see anything or find anything?
No.
Did you learn anything helpful other than collecting these items from Laura?
No.
And at some point, you also spoke with David?
Yes.
And during that contact with David, did you obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes.
Did he provide that voluntarily?
He did.
All right, moving on to March 2nd.
Okay.
It looks like you were asked to follow up on a tip that had come into Scottsdale Police Department from a person by the name of Michelle Schulte, Schulte. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Again, lived in the neighborhood, and she said that her and her daughter had been driving in a car, and they saw a man riding a bike carrying a rusty pole, and they thought he was, for their words, creepy. And so went out to speak with them and see if we could possibly locate this individual for further information.
Did they provide a description?
I believe they did.
Other than that, were they really able to tell you anything else?
No, just that they'd seen him, and then later they reported back that they saw him again another day.
Okay. Were you ever able to identify who this person was?
No.
And later, I think you had learned that there was a second spotting of this individual, but that was something that Detective Jones followed up on, not you, if I'm correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The last thing I think I want to cover with you, a little out of order, I think it came before the March 2nd, but with respect to video surveillance evidence, at some point were you asked to canvass local stores for videos that might include bleach aisles during relevant dates and times?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, and if you need to refer to your report to do so, did you hit up a lot of stores?
I sure did.
Would you need to refer to your report to talk about all the stores that you looked at?
That would be helpful, yes.
Okay, that would help you answer the question.
Do you just want me to list off the stores?
Yes, if you could tell us what particular stores you determined were relevant to go try and get video from.
So we were looking for stores that were in close proximity to the Feldman home and that potentially could sell bleach. And so I checked the There's an Albertsons. Do you want me to give the addresses or just tell you the stores?
You can just tell me the stores. Let me just ask you this general question, so I don't know that the jurors would need every single address.
Okay.
Were these stores that were in relative close proximity to the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So we visited an Albertsons, Bash's, Fry's, CVS, 3 Circle K's, and a Walgreens.
And did you then obtain videos from each of those entities?
I did.
Did you get tasked with reviewing those videos or simply collecting?
Just collecting.
Once you collected those videos, what did you then do with them?
So I would have impounded them at the FAC or at my office.
Okay, was there another detective that you became aware of that was asked to review these videos?
Detective Best was tasked with reviewing these particular ones.
Okay. And a little also out of order, but related to video collection, were you also asked to collect video from another resident, a person by the name of Mario Simrod?
Yes, he had reported that somebody had attempted to, I guess, gain entry into his home during the overnight hours, and his video picked it up. Like a person had walked up and checked a door handle, but I think it was locked, so they didn't make entry. He provided video of that. And so I did go out and collect that video as well.
Okay. And were you asked to look at that or just simply collect?
Well, I think he showed it to me, and so I collected it because that was such that wasn't like a 24-hour time frame. It was a specific incident, and so I did collect it.
Okay.
I'm sure he showed it to me as well.
Okay, and then you later impounded it, I think you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then final question I have for you, sir, is you mentioned you were in the home that one time on February 19th. And when I say the home, I mean Allison Feldman's home on February 19th to do the Cox security task that you were asked to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Around that time frame, prior to, at any point, to your knowledge, had you ever had any contact with the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham?
No, not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Detective Heiner.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you about the neighborhood and some of the people that you've already testified you talked to in this case. Allison's home backed up to an alley, correct?
Yes.
And her backyard was enclosed by a relatively low wall, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, people roaming through the alley would be able to see over her wall, correct?
People of average height, yes.
And there was nothing that would obstruct the view into her backyard.
I think she had some trees, but if I remember right, you could see between them.
Early in the investigation, Scottsdale Police was trying to determine how the perpetrator may have gained access to the property, correct?
Yes.
And because the alley, access from the backyard was considered a strong possibility, is it fair to say?
Yes.
Individuals known to frequent the neighborhood alleys would be naturally of interest to Scottsdale Police, correct?
Correct.
And that is because of how easy it would be to access her backyard from the alleyway.
Yes.
And in fact, this is what prompted your contact with the individual that you testified about, Raymond Borrero, correct?
Yes.
You received information that Mr. Borrero was someone that was known to roam the alleys and roam the neighborhood.
It's something like that. I don't remember the specifics.
He would hide in bushes.
I don't know about that.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could.
I just noted in my report that he had been involved in some behavior that was out of the ordinary, but I don't know the specifics. It refers back to a field information card, which I don't have.
Okay. One moment. Is your report date stamped at the bottom?
My report? Yeah. The bold numbers at the bottom?
Correct.
233.
233. believe the information I may be referring to may have come from a warrant. Do you have the search warrant that was obtained for Mr. Barrero in front of you?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Do you recall obtaining a search warrant for Mr. Barrero's DNA and clothing?
I know that I obtained one, but again, that was so many years ago, I don't recall the specifics.
But a search warrant was obtained to collect his DNA and clothing, correct?
Yes.
And again, it was that alley roaming behavior that brought him to your attention, correct?
What I noted in my report is that his behavior was atypical or out of the ordinary.
And he was someone that, at that time, you didn't have any physical evidence connecting him to the crime, correct?
Correct.
But he was someone that you needed to rule out.
Yes.
You also testified that you talked to Chad or Irwin, correct?
Yes.
And the reason for that was because he was living in a backyard shed and it wasn't very typical of the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
You also talked to Allison's ex-boyfriend, Jason Kellums, although you
Yes.
don't recall all the details.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified about Edward Pfeiffer, the UPS driver.
Yes.
A search warrant for Mr. Pfeiffer's phone records was also obtained, correct?
I don't know that I was responsible for that.
Okay. Are you aware if a search warrant was obtained or not?
Not to my recollection.
Bottom line is, at this point in the investigation, Scottsdale Police is trying to identify anyone who may have had access to Allison, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone who had access to her home.
Yes.
And then lastly, you testified about the video that was collected from Mr. Mario Simrod. And you have that report, right? Bates 235 in front of you.
Yes.
And that video, again, was in regards to a burglary, a residential burglary attempt, correct?
That's what the crime seemed like.
And the video was dated February 3rd of 2015, correct? And if you need to refer.
I'd have to check. Yeah, February 3rd at 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning. And the video showed a male subject approaching a door and moving the handle, correct?
Yes.
And that individual was wearing gloves.
I'll check. Yes, that's correct.
And like with the Politos video, Allison's next door neighbor, you also took that video to that same agency, Rocky Mountain Information Network for Enhancement, correct?
Yes.
The video was also distributed to the media
Yes, as a potential burglar in the area.
in an effort to identify a suspect.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, nobody was ever identified from that burglary.
I'm not aware of anything coming from it.
One moment, officer. No further questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
I actually don't have anything additional. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the jury for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
One second.
Sure. Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Please, can you state the name?
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Lieutenant Kevin Kwan, Q-U-O-N.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Just checking something.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Just
Just for the record, Judge, the state calls Officer Kwan. We do have a copy of your report marked as an exhibit. If you do need to refer to it, just let me know.
Perfect.
And just for the record, what is that exhibit number that's up there?
I forgot to do it, 20, I believe.
Okay, which was for the prior witness as well. Okay, thank you.
Officer, can you look at that green tag and confirm that it's exhibit 20 on that front of that binder?
20.
20.
Okay.
Thank you, I apologize.
Thank you.
We only have about 14 minutes, so I'm just going to get started with you, okay? Could you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, hello, my name is Lieutenant Kevin Kwan, and I work for the Scottsdale Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you been with Scottsdale?
I just completed 18 years.
And what kinds of assignments have you had?
I originally started on patrol for about 3 years. After that, I went to the computer crimes unit as a detective until about 2018, when I promoted to sergeant, where then I worked patrol for a couple years. I then transferred to the public information office and was the PIO for the department for about 2.5 years. And then just about 2 years ago, I promoted to lieutenant, and I've been a patrol watch commander ever since.
And we heard, I think, from the prior witness that he's also patrol watch commander for a portion of the day anyway. Do you guys have similar jobs?
Correct, yep. I work the day shift, and he comes and relieves me for the night to evening shift.
Right. I want to focus you in on 2015, roughly. At that point, are you a detective with the computer crimes unit?
Yes.
And we've heard from a lot of different detectives and officers, but we haven't heard from anyone with computer crimes. So can you help me understand what makes that role unique?
Yeah, typically with computer crimes, we dealt with anything that has to do with digital forensics or digital media. For example, computers or phones or video, kind of anything in that time up to 2015 technology. We were somewhat the experts in our department, so we would learn about the systems, know how to forensically download them, do the analysis on them, as well as help officers and detectives in the field when they didn't know really how to understand something, maybe retrieving video from surveillance cameras, kind of that expertise-wise. So we were kind of involved in all types of crimes throughout the entire department, from the simple shoplifts to obviously homicides and everything in between.
And to become a detective with the computer crimes unit, do you go through any different kinds of trainings than what we would have already heard about for detectives that go into, for instance, property crimes or violent crimes?
Yes, absolutely. So my background before I became a police officer was a senior IT consultant for an accounting firm. I also had IT background from college. So going into this detective unit, it was really IT specific. So from my background, I was able to really transition into the different roles and the different jobs that we would associate with, as well as certifications and trainings that we would attend. There's a basic training class that was 192 hours that we attended in Alabama from the Secret Service would put on that class. And there's a multitude of specific computer, digital media related classes that we would attend in trainings throughout my entire time that I was back there and even previous before it.
As part of that 192-hour class, are there certain tests you have to take?
Yeah, there's it kind of breaks down to a 5-week process of this entire class where we were living there. You go to the most basic level, so you literally learn about binary and ones and zeros and all the stuff that goes into a computer and how it works. They taught us on a couple different, at the time it was NCASE was one of the softwares, FDK was another software that does the analysis of the computers or the phones, so that we would be able to kind of understand what it's doing as it's processing through.
How long does it take, you mentioned there's a 5-week process for this class, how long does it take you to earn that certification that you ultimately get?
So that's just the basic class, like that one class that we did was a 5-week process. So through all of that training, it gives us just that basic understanding of it. Multitude of other classes, and through our experience of doing different cell phones, computers, and different devices is kind of like how you learn and how to troubleshoot a lot of the stuff that will come up later on in different cases.
And I want to get to your role in this case, but perhaps since we only have a few minutes left, if you could just give us a little bit more broad information about what you do. You mentioned some programs that you use. So let's focus in, well, how long were you in computer crimes?
I was in computer crimes from 2011 through 2018.
And during that time frame, does the technology advance?
Absolutely. So kind of industry knowledge base is technology advances, it doubles every 2 years. So even in the time up to this point, which was 4 years, we're seeing extreme advances to even to now. So for example, back then the iPhone 5S was the good to go top model. We're on iPhone 17 now. So you can see the progression of how far we've come just in this short time period.
It perhaps can be hard to conceptualize, how fast things change, but you being in that computer crimes unit, you have kind of your ear to the ground of advancing technology?
Yeah, the good part about what we got to experience is every case is so unique. Think about how many cell phones there are out there. Think about how many different companies that produce computers and the tablets, and we got to experience all of it. So we got to learn from classes, some of the trainings would teach us specifically about some of the devices, but our interactions and our experiences with it allowed us to kind of be a little bit of subject matter experts when it came to learning about the new technology. For us to stay up on the times and be more advanced, we're constantly reading blogs, we're constantly reading where is this technology going to see how is it going to affect us, and we'll be able to get into some of the types of devices that we may encounter that may are passcoded, that may be stored in the cloud, that may be somewhere on a different server. So all of these things play into it, and we're constantly learning this advancement as we're going through our entire careers.
And in this case, did you utilize some of the software that you became familiar with during your training?
Yes, actually a lot of them based on what we can go into, the different devices that I was able to process and analyze, plus utilizing some of the stuff that was stored in the cloud at the time.
Is one of the programs that you used in this case called Celebrate?
Yes, Celebrite is a company that specializes in cell phones. And again, let's go back 10 years and even before it. They kind of originated from when you used to take your phone into the Verizon store or the AT&T store and you would transfer your data at that time. They kind of become the industry experts in data transfers because the companies would provide their data to Celebrite so that they had that seamless transferability. Well, they branched off into the government side to allow for us to be able to kind of not backdoor into phones, but utilizing a device so that we're not manipulating or changing any data that is on the phone, and it kind of takes a forensic snapshot or a bit-by-bit copy so that we can analyze it without manipulating or changing any of the original data. So that's what Celebrite is used. At that time, it was a small rectangular device that we would attach a cord to the evidence that we were trying to extract from.
Is Celebrite still one of the companies that is in use to extract cell phones?
I believe so, but again, I'm kind of a little bit removed from when I was originally back there, left in 18. But they also did have software. We'll talk about what's called Physical Analyzer, which is a software program that they created to analyze or kind of read the extractions that were done from the physical hardware on the device.
And since we have 5 minutes, can you tell us real quick, you said it makes this, I think you called it a snapshot of the device.
Yes.
So how are you, are you taking any precautions to ensure when you are taking this snapshot that nothing on the device is changed or accidentally modified?
Yes, what we do is we use a write blocker. And so what a write blocker does is doesn't, for better terms, allow any data to be written to the either solid state drive, or if you remember the old hard disk drives, any of the cylinders that were there, it stops data from being written onto it and allows us just to read the data, and it doesn't change the original evidence. And that's done by a couple of different ways. Like I said, the Celebrite itself has a built-in write blocker, so when we would connect the cord, it doesn't allow you to write it. When we do computers, we would connect the physical drive to a write blocker and then run a program at that time was called FTK Imager that would create a bit-by-bit software copy. We knew that it would verify that nothing was changed because it would run what we call a hash value or a lengthy explanation of an algorithm to say there are no errors. What we saw at the first time is what it is at this time, and it can't be duplicated.
And so you, tell us just a little bit more about the hash values and how that relates to the importance of ensuring the device hasn't been changed.
Right. So at that time, there was a hash value called the MD5 and also a SHA, SHA1. And those files were, say you have any file created anywhere at any time. It would verify itself saying that this is this unique, gosh, I don't even know how, really, really long character code for it, that if it ever ran against a system that says, well, this same file is out there, then it would break it. Now, that happened I think they're up to SHA 256 now. So it's developing, again, with technology and with how many devices. Think about a computer or a cell phone, how many millions of images and millions of files that it goes through. At some point, you may run out of characters. So at that time, there was no issue, and it would verify that this was the original copy for this device that we're doing. And each device has, like I said, its own unique hash value.
And so the program, to make sure that sort of I understand, because I'm not getting lost in your testimony.
Sorry.
No, just to put it in a different way, if it makes sense. So the program creates this code, this series of letters and numbers, however long it is, that is unique to the exact way, the exact files and the zeros and ones that are on the device at that time.
Yes, that's why I said it kind of takes a snapshot. So if you think about at that time, that's exactly what the device or the drive or the files looked like, right? So what we do is once we create an image of these evidence files, we don't touch that image. It goes away. I do the analysis off of the bit-by-bit copy, because what that does is allow us to run analysis, do some type of carving, which we can talk about as well, and I never touch or manipulate or modify any of the original evidence. So it's a true copy of what happens from the device itself originally.
And just by way of example, if that device, if it's my phone and I make some changes, I delete some messages or something, and you were to re-image that exact same device, would that hash value then be different because
Yes.
something's been changed?
Absolutely right. So as soon as you open a phone, turn it off, touch an app, open a photo, change a message from unread to read, that changes the ones and zeros that are going on in the phone and would change the value of the hash.
It might be a good enough spot to stop, Judge. I'm going to try to move into the case at this
Okay.
point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for today. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Thank you again for your service, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
All right. That concludes day 12. So now we're going to get into day 13, which was Wednesday. Yeah, because they're off today, which is Friday. They had one yesterday, which was day 14. So this is day 13 from Wednesday. All right, let's get to this. And this one is about 4 hours, just so you know if you're, scheduling your afternoon or whatever it is that you're planning on doing. I think we'll be done around 6:30 or so Eastern. So let me get minus whatever breaks they have here. All right, so we come back on with. All right, so day 13 with Lieutenant Kevin Kwan on the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So welcome back. I think when we picked up, you were describing to us, or when we ended, you were describing to us some of the various programs that you utilized as a computer crimes detective. So now I just want to kind of jump into what you did in this particular case. So were you asked to respond to Allison Feldman's home, 8526 East Monterey, and attend a briefing on February 20th, 2015?
Correct.
And so tell me a little bit about your role. What's the point of you going to the house?
So I was advised to go on the Friday. So I believe the incident happened on Wednesday. On Friday, I was asked to go to a briefing in the morning to see if there was anything related to digital media or something that maybe we had missed, or to kind of continue with the investigation. So I attended a briefing in the morning to get kind of caught up since I had missed. I was actually off the first 2 days prior to learn about the incident and kind of what had already been done and what still needed to be looked at continuing going forward.
And at this point, given your expertise, are you primarily focused on, the digital kind of computer phone type of evidence?
Yep, that's correct. Anything that related to surveillance or computers or phones or anything related to that aspects.
And did you ultimately learn that there had been 2 laptops and an iPad found within Allison's home?
Yes.
And were you notified that her cell phone was missing?
Correct.
Do you at some point go into the home?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was asked by, that time, it was Detective Lockerbie. He's a lieutenant now with our police department, to go and see if I could examine a Cox Communications kind of individual box that kind of listed out entries for a security system related to doors, windows, and some of that aspects. They wanted me to look at it to see if it was remotely connected via Wi-Fi, or if it was hardwired, or if it had some type of media device in it that we could then extract and forensically go through.
And did it?
It did not. There was no external media or internal media that was removable that I could see. Based on the shape of it, it was kind of based on our training and experience that we've seen. It was probably via Wi-Fi that connected to some Cox servers based on the sensors and stuff that were in the residence.
So you weren't able to see like a clear slot for like an SD card or like a hard drive that you could pull out of that device?
Correct.
Now, because you went into the home, I want to ask you, have you, in your time as a police officer, particularly prior to February 20th, 2015, ever had any contact with somebody named Ian Mitcham?
No.
Do you at some point actually receive for processing you or one of your coworkers with computer crimes, the Lenovo ThinkPad, the Apple iPad, and the Toshiba satellite computer?
Yes.
So I want to tell you a little bit. Let's just walk through those. What did you do with the iPad?
So the iPad, like we described yesterday, we connected that to our UFED Celebrite device. I was able to run, I believe, a file system extraction and a logical extraction using the device, which again has a write blocker in it, so that we could analyze the data that was in that iPad.
And because you're using these terms, and I want to make sure we all understand what you're saying, what you said, a file system extraction and a logical extraction.
Yeah, at that time, again, 10 years ago, the ability to do, there's 3 types of extractions. Logical is kind of what you see on the computer or the phones, kind of what you can visibly see. A file system dives just a little bit deeper, and then a full physical extraction will go even deeper than that. Typically at that time, iPhones was not supported for a physical extraction, as some Android devices that were at that time. So we were only able to process a file system and a logical extraction.
So there might be differences in what you're able to do with the device depending on what kind of device it is, Apple and Samsung being the 2 largest ones?
Exactly. It depends on, like I said, kind of yesterday, what Celebrite has kind of back-ended and figured out to reverse engineer based on what the companies have provided, what data to them.
And so in this case, you were able to do those 2 extractions on the iPad. What do you know about the case coming in with your specific role in computer crimes? You're handed off this device and then you do these extractions like you told us, and then what do you do with that?
Yeah, so it's interesting in these types of cases, right? So me coming into it 2 days afterwards, we're still in, this isn't solved yet, right? So we don't have a suspect. We don't really know much about it from a forensic standpoint. So as I'm going to do the analysis on these devices, I want to be able to provide detectives, here's a printout of what is in this device, whether it's a laptop, computer, phone, iPad, all of that stuff, so that they, through their investigation, can start reading through it and kind of matching up. Maybe this is a clue that they have to go in a direction or something else related to it.
And again, like you said, not knowing at that point, what you may ultimately learn is, is it important that you get involved even as early as February 20th to see if anything comes of the forensic extractions?
Yeah, and that's kind of why we attend the briefing to begin with. We're told victims' names, witnesses' names, anyone that's kind of related to what our investigators have already uncovered. They kind of provide that to us so that as we're going through this device, it's a keyword or something that will pop up that we can then say, hey, we found this. For example, this person with this phone number said this text message, and we can provide that to detectives so that they can continue on with their investigation side.
And so at this point, you're looking for potentially things like phone numbers or people she may have been in contact with, especially in the relevant time frame?
Absolutely. So we want to look from a time frame of whatever time frame before, a week, a month, anything of that matter that may provide any significance of, hey, there's a meeting request. Maybe it's from work. Maybe it's from something else that we don't know about, to be able to provide our detectives to do some follow-up on.
And so if there had been someone, reaching out to her, contacting her that you were able to see from your extraction, that information would be passed along to detectives. Hey, this phone number or this contact in her contacts has been in touch with her. Might be someone of interest.
Absolutely.
But you didn't do that next step follow-up.
No. So at the time, because of our exigency and because of the unknown, we just did the full reports, and it was handed off to detectives because they were obviously still working the case, and they went forward with skimming through everything that they could.
And I think you mentioned this word yesterday, carving.
Mm-hmm.
And what is carving? What does that mean?
So as we talked about yesterday from computers, carving relates to, in its simplest form, when you go to delete something, say it's a file or a picture, it doesn't necessarily, again, at that time, it doesn't necessarily change everything so that it wipes away from the computer, right? So it actually changes a couple characters in the front, and they're still not findable as this is the current file as it's in its state, but the computer does not wipe it or erase it. What it does is it takes that file space that's there now and begins to rewrite when another file is created, so that now it starts to take up that same space that was previously quote unquote deleted. So carving refers to when we go through computers, when we go through phones, it's that space that could have been related to, for example, a JPEG image or a photo, that it could capture some of that information based on it's a hex value, which is a form of binary to do specifics, headers and footers to find out if that's an actual photo related to it. So it's kind of in that same file, but it may be pieces of it, but it may be the whole thing as well.
And in this case, when you were looking at the iPad, were you able to get some information from the iPad, Gmail, and a password?
Yes.
What was the importance of that? What were you able to do with that?
So what we wanted to look at, I believe it was found in the notes section, kind of similar with an Android phone and with an iPhone. A lot of people will take notes. At that time, even to nowadays, a lot of people will put their username and password because we have so many. So that's kind of the similar things that we would kind of initially look for when we're trying to find accounts for anybody, from suspects, victims, anything like that. So I was able to discover, hey, in the notes section, here's a email address plus a password that was associated to it, which was really important for us to be able to give to detectives and to find out its email. Is there any kind of connection? Is there emails that may be still in the system that are linking to someone that may have been at the residence or not?
And were you able to get into that Gmail around February 21st, 2015?
Yes.
And were you able to provide detectives information that there may have been a UPS delivery coming in around the 19th of February?
Yes.
And we've heard some information about that, but that's the kind of information you might be looking for.
Absolutely.
Were you able to use that email to ultimately log into iCloud?
Yes. Typically, your username at that time or your email address is used for your Apple account. And so there was an association to use that two similar passwords and username to access an iCloud account, since we knew that I was informed that her phone was missing from the scene.
Ultimately, were you able to try to use any of the Apple features to reach out and try to find Allison's phone?
Yeah, so in the iCloud itself, it doesn't necessarily automatically upload everything. You have the options to select different things, photos, contacts, all of that from it. There's also the section where it will create a backup for you, where if you lose your phone, if you lose kind of the device itself, then you can download it via the backup. At that time, for Apple devices, there was essentially two ways to do a backup of your phone or of an iPad, which was a hardwire connection through iTunes that would go to the Apple servers, or typically you could go directly as a Wi-Fi or a cellular upload directly to Apple via that way to do a backup, which would show in the iCloud account.
And in this case, did you learn there was a backup on February 17th, 2015 that had been done?
Yes.
Did you also at some point, before I move on to that, place any alerts or anything on the phone to notify Apple or the network that if the phone connects to a network that an alert should be provided to police?
Yes, at that time, there was a couple different modes that you could put a phone in. One was a lost mode, which would notify you if it did hit a network, kind of give you a not an exact location, but a general area, as well as, I don't remember at the time if there was an actual, you could wipe the device to save your data or not. But we decided, after talking to the Sergeant of Violent Crime, Sergeant Davidson, that we were going to put the phone in lost mode with his number and his name, as if you pulled up the phone, it would say, hey, please contact Sergeant Davidson of the Scottsdale Police Department with this phone number, so that we could try and locate that phone.
And now, as it goes to the iCloud backup, you noted that there was a backup done, so the phone was backed up to the cloud, the iCloud. Were you able to then restore that information from the iCloud and actually look at it?
Yes. Again, I'm going to refer to 10 years ago at that time with the software that we had and the availability of it. We, at that time, did not have software that would read a direct backup that was downloaded from Apple itself. So what we ended up doing was a search warrant was granted for the backup from Apple. They then provided us the backup, which came in a specific file name to be able to utilize for analysis. Prior to that, using a brand new iPhone that we got from our city IT, I was able to update it to the current version of what the backup was, and we actually were able to download that backup directly to a brand new phone, just as you would if you would have lost it on your own. From there, I was able to do an extraction from, like we talked about yesterday, the snapshot or the last time and place that backup was sent to the cloud, and restored that image to the cell phone, the brand new cell phone that we had. And then we were able to do a report like I had previously discussed, to be able to provide to detectives, just like with the iPad.
And did you do that, at least initiate that backup to the new phone around February 25th of 2015?
Yes.
So still kind of a tight timeline as far as from the murder to when you did that?
Yes.
And just so I'm clear, you're saying back in 2015, you would have gotten the content from Apple, but without having an Apple device back then, you wouldn't be able to sort of read what Apple was sending you?
So it's, for lack of better terms, all files, all types of things have an extension associated to it. Like, for example, like I talked about a JPEG, sometimes it's a .jpg, sometimes it's a .jpeg, right? But that's the file extension. The file that we got from Apple was a GPG file, and at that time, we didn't have any software that could read it. I don't know if it was developed yet or if they were in the process, but we didn't have that as our tool.
And did you and I talk before your testimony
Yes,
about what you were going to testify about?
yes,
Did you tell me that it might be helpful if you were able to sort of provide on just a piece of paper some of the information that you're talking to us about?
yes.
Is this one of those areas where that might be helpful to demonstrate your testimony for the jury?
Yes, to be able to explain kind of the cloud basis and how it works so that you understand that that is a secure backup that's directly from Apple.
Would that be okay, Judge, if the witness stepped down and I have a piece of paper, you could just do it?
Yes, that's fine, on the Elmo, okay. I take it no objection from the defense?
No.
Okay.
Move over here.
The mic's on here.
Yeah.
So for example, if we've got our phone here, there's, like I talked about, two ways, right, for it to actually get to Apple servers for it to do a backup. One, it's going to go through either a Wi-Fi connection, which is then going to go to their server.
And 1 second,
Oh, did it go away?
we're just waiting for the projector.
Oh, there you go. And you can zoom out up here if that's helpful.
So we'll call this our phone. It's going to connect via Wi-Fi in your house or wherever you're at. It's going to do a direct connection to an Apple server, which is secure from Apple itself. Now, what I was talking about from the cloud, if you're not on Wi-Fi, if you're on cell phone, it's going to go into a theoretical cloud, right? Not really an actual cloud in the sky, or it could possibly go to a cellular tower and then go to the Apple server, or it could go to a satellite that is sitting there and then to the Apple server. But these are all secure lines, and that's kind of how the whole system is set up so that it can do a secure backup and that it's your information that's being protected as it goes to the servers. And then it's housed on the servers, which could be anywhere in the world. And that's kind of the cloud basis of it, is it doesn't necessarily go to the same one in one single place, because you have redundancies to make sure that you're now protected. If there's a fire or something in a server farm, then it's going to be there always for your availability.
Fair enough. And so the Apple servers that you're ultimately able to get the information back from, that's all sort of proprietary Apple software or file systems?
Yes, just like Android has Google, this is Apple's kind of concept of protecting your data.
And you ultimately needed her password that you found in the notes section to access this iCloud. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you were able to put it on this backup phone. So did you? And you I think you said this already, but did you do that same extraction process on then we'll call it the backup of the iCloud, to pull everything in a forensic copy that you could then manipulate without changing the original data?
Right, so that's exactly right. So from the cell phone itself with the backup, I performed the same thing that we did with the iPad, which did an output of a report. And again, it's just reading the data. It's not changing any of it. And that was provided to detectives and investigators.
And again, it creates this hash value?
Yes.
A couple broad brush questions. In this case, at one point, after you've done all the, have extracted the information from the devices, is it stored somewhere at Scottsdale PD, the extraction?
Typically, the extractions would be held on a forensic drive that was on the computer and possibly later uploaded to a secured server so that it's not changed or modified by anybody.
And are the devices themselves also stored at Scottsdale PD, but sort of separately?
Yeah, after we're done with it, typically with the case, we will return it to evidence, just like we would any other evidence, physical evidence or something like that.
And might as well go to place as any. At some point, did the servers at Scottsdale PD have issues? And ultimately, is some of the extractions that you obtained, were those ultimately lost?
They were.
But were the same extractions done of the original devices by a Detective Litchfield in computer crimes later?
Yes, and that's the beauty of forensics, like we talked about. If I make a forensic digital copy of it, anybody can come make the exact same forensic digital copy, and we verify that via the hash values, right? The hash values haven't changed. So at any time, if this, let's call it a digital software or digital image is ever lost, we can replicate that because we haven't touched the original evidence.
And now we're jumping back to what you were actually doing in this case. So you get this iCloud 22515. You're saying as you're getting this information, you're providing it to the detectives. Even back in 2015, was there, sort of a good amount of information that you would get from a download of a phone or a computer?
Absolutely. I mean, even back then, I think we were up to 64 gigabytes on a phone, maybe 32 to 64 gigabytes, which if you imagine just a simple text message is in the kilobyte area, this is like exponentially a lot more data that could be housed on it.
And so you make sure to gather all of the data and kind of pass it along. Are there, based on the information that you're told about the case, do you look at it to some degree?
Absolutely.
So for instance, in this case, did you look at the backup from the iCloud and kind of see if it was consistent with some of the locations that you had been informed Allison Feldman had been to, particularly on the 17th of February?
Yes.
Did you go back at one point? We're going to stick with the iPad now, but move forward in time. You promoted out of computer crimes in, I think you said July of 2018?
Yes.
So in April of 2018, were you sort of mid-promotion process?
Yeah, I'd already known that I was on the list, so I wasn't taking on any major cases that would possibly have to get turned off at that point, or turned over.
And we'll hear that, we did hear that in April of 2018, Ian Mitcham was contacted in this case. So you would have still been in computer crimes, but kind of transitioning.
Yes.
And both in 2015 and 2018, when you learn information and you being the computer crimes guy, do you kind of take a look at the device to see if anything pops out to you that could be pertinent to the case?
Yes, that's one of the things of why we tended to review a lot of the stuff and talk to detectives and investigators to make sure that we had a basic understanding of who are the key players, what are some of the crimes that have been committed. For example, maybe it's a fraud, maybe it's burglary, theft, something like that, so that we can look through a couple different ways. Obviously, there's a manual search that you can go through, which is very time intensive if you're just searching down. There is keyword searching that we can enter into our programs, especially with computers. And now with the iPad and the iPhone, they usually exported to a PDF. So we could then use the control find and try and hit some of the keywords that we would have. And there's also the indexing searching, which is essentially everything that you look at from a higher level, like we talked about with the extensions. It will be all listed in a nice format for us to kind of view on a high level, and then we can dive down when there is something that is pertinent or comes up in our search parameters.
And again, although we've had you testify for close to an hour or so now, is it safe to say that focusing first on the iPad, that when you went through that information, there wasn't anything that sort of came up to you about the case that popped out, oh, this is going to be related, I need to pass it along?
Correct.
Even into July of 2018, when you would have been at least notified of the Ian Mitcham contact?
Correct. I spent probably over 900 hours on the case trying to find essentially a needle in a haystack, right, when you don't have anything to go off of. But if you kind of view it from, if you can picture a needle in a haystack and then exponentially put however many more haystacks on top of it, that's kind of what we're looking at in computers. It takes so long to process this stuff.
And I'm going to move through a couple more questions here, but just to make sure we cover everything that you did, generally, the Lenovo ThinkPad, was that forensic download done by Detective King in computer crimes?
Yes.
And did you yourself do the Toshiba satellite?
Yes,
Did you actually, though, get a chance to look at both of those forensic downloads at some point?
yes,
And you mentioned the program I think you mentioned the program FTK Imager?
yes.
Can you briefly tell us what the difference between that is and what we've already heard about that you used on the iPad and cell phone?
Right, so FTK Imager is that device that or the software that we talked about yesterday that creates that forensic image. We also used a program called FTK, which stands for Forensic Toolkit. That was the analysis program. That's what would go in and do the processing of the drive, our copy drive, to look for what we could go in and look for our keywords, our indexes, and all that stuff. That was our kind of interface to view the file.
So we heard it's kind of like your Celebrite or your programs that are related to the phone, but it's a different software.
Correct.
Okay. And does it still use the right blocker that you talked about?
Yes.
And still create a hash value?
Yes.
Okay. Now you, particularly for those computers, did you focus a little bit more on potential things that a computer might have, like emails?
Yes. I was asked to kind of look for emails, and like we talked about prior with the extensions, emails are kind of specific. If you're in Outlook or in the internet, stuff like that. And so we were trying to find all the emails that could have been associated. Now, I had already gone into the Gmail account and seen what was still present there with the Gmail server, but sometimes you can, let's call it locally or to your own computer or device, save emails or other files to that device that may not be housed in the server. So we were trying to find anything that we could in that time frame.
And again, not going to belabor the point, but to the extent that you had information and you looked back at those devices, is there anything that you found of note as it connected to the murder?
Unfortunately, no, I did not.
Did you also use a program to try to look at any internet-related activity that you could find?
Yes, at that time we had a program called Internet Evidence Finder, which was more specific to look at cookies or browser history that would give us a nicer interface for all of those different components, kind of specifically related to those browsers and anything related to internet searching and anything associated to the internet.
And again, did you find anything of note in your review?
No, I did not.
Now, still in 2015 now, but in July, were you asked to assist with some social media type information as it related to Allison and Alex?
Yes.
Can you tell me more about that?
So I was asked to go into any social media that was discovered either via an investigation from our detectives or something that we may have found in devices to apply for and get granted via search warrant the information for them if they did have it housed on the servers to be able to send us that so we could do the analysis and processing of it.
And so, for instance, were you able to, or at least request information from social media companies that we may have heard from, like Instagram,
Yes.
Facebook,
Yes.
Twitter,
Yes.
WhatsApp,
Yes.
Yahoo,
Yes.
LinkedIn?
Yes.
And again, you mentioned that you make this request and you get what the social media companies have to provide.
Yes.
And might it vary what the company still has depending on their own internal policies of retention and things like that?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. Might the retention periods vary from company to company?
Yes.
Might that affect what you're able to, oh, I'm sorry, that was an objection.
Move to strike.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, he repeated the first phrase of the question before, and I objected at that point.
Okay, I'll just ask that you rephrase the question, please. Thank you.
We talked about several social media companies.
Yes.
The point here is very, very minor, but you asked for information from those companies.
Yes.
Is what you received from them, might it differ from company to company?
Yes.
And why might that be?
It depends on the company's own internal policies. For example, they may retain information for 30 days. They may retain it for a year. We just don't know via any of the companies because it's their own policies. Just like your surveillance equipment may retain something for 2 weeks or it could be for 2 months depending on when it writes over. We just request everything that they would have had at that time for anything related to these specific accounts that we were provided.
What was one of the things that you were hoping to get from the social media companies? I'll ask that question first.
Yeah, so some of the things that you guys know, you may not know, with social media companies, there's direct messages that can be delivered back and forth between a couple users or a group. There's also photos, there's also posts that are done, and we were trying to get as much as we could. Again, this is now in July, 5 months later, for any connection to anyone. And that's kind of the purpose of why I was asked to go request that information from these companies.
Is another thing that you might get from a company related to a location of the device that's accessing the social media account?
Yeah, it's important. So an IP address is a unique identifying number that gives you access to the internet or cell phones that is provided. So as soon as you log in to a app or a website, that company will log where it's coming from. Now, it's not necessarily your specific device related to the MAC address, which is that unique identifier that you can all see on devices, but it provides, if you're on the internet, that's the IP address or internet protocol that is assigned to you, that is connecting via that username at that exact time. So we're looking for any of those correlations, because how that helps us is if we do find, for example, in the time frame that we're looking for, that an IP address was logged with this username, we can go then request subscriber information from that specific IP address, which may come from a Cox Communications or a Verizon or any kind of internet provider.
And so once you have an IP address, it's possible you could get to a physical address.
Hopefully, yes.
And in this case, again, you went in and did the work that you could do. Were you able to, well, strike that. Was one of the things at that point, still in 2015, were the police curious as to whether Alex had been close to Allison's house around the evening hours of February 17th?
Yes, as far as I know.
And can you tell us a little bit more about, from the information you had gathered, what you might look at to make that, to render any information on that?
So there's a couple things with devices. So if you have your cell phone or any kind of device that may connect to Wi-Fi, we're looking for that. If you look in your Wi-Fi history, maybe it comes up as the same name that is used at a house or at Starbucks or something like that, that we were looking for to see, hey, was there any connectivity at a specific time via this phone or user that we could say, maybe narrowed down a time frame of when something was connected to a specific Wi-Fi or internal residential internet provider device.
And so if someone has connected to a Wi-Fi previously and they go back to that same location, might you be able to get information about connecting to that Wi-Fi again?
Typically, yes.
And in the information you were able to review, was there any indication that Alex was hitting the Wi-Fi at Allison's home on February 17th?
For when I was given at that point, no.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you spent roughly 900 hours of time total kind of working on this. Is that, as of February 2016, now a year later, had you kind of exhausted what you felt like you were able to look at or do at that time?
Yes, in my entire time that I was back there in computer crimes, this is the longest case, the most hours I have ever utilized on an individual incident that we've ever had. It's not normal for us to go through this extensive searching or all of this, but when we don't have any leads, when we don't have a suspect or any connections to it, we have to exhaust everything. We have to look at maybe the minor digits, or is there something else in there? And so it's really important, especially for me, for what I do, to do everything I could, because of, obviously, we don't have any leads that were being presented at that point.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination, Mr. Randall, whenever you're ready.
Just need to get a couple of exhibits. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I have a question right off the bat, unrelated to anything that Jeff talked to you about, Mr. Roseberry talked about. I noticed that you had a weapon coming into the courtroom. Is that a requirement that when you wear your uniform, you have a weapon?
Well, currently I'm on duty at the job right now, so I did come directly from my shift.
Okay, so you don't have a concern for safety in the courtroom today?
I help to provide safety. That's why they make me a sworn officer, but I don't have concerns. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Now, you talked to our team, I believe, in 2020 sometime?
2021.
Okay. And was that during the COVID crisis, or was that sometime after?
I believe it was in late of 2021.
Okay. And at that time, I think that you were working in public relations?
Yep, at that time I was the public information officer.
And so you've gone from, in that short period of time, you've gone from public relations, I think, to sergeant to lieutenant?
So I was the sergeant in the public information office, and then I promoted to lieutenant after that, yes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. And you seem to really like the IT field.
Yep, absolutely.
And you have training in the IT field?
Yes.
Yeah, and this was a big case and concern for both you personally and the city of Scottsdale, right?
Yes.
So even though you described that there were several haystacks that you had to go through for the needle, you went and tried to do that.
I tried, yes.
And so I think that Mr. Roseberry had kind of left the opinion or insinuation that you just gathered these reports and gave them to the police. And while that may be true, it's also true that you spent 900 hours on the data to see if you could find anything that could be useful.
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't found anything useful. And at some point, were you told that the case had gone cold?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was approximately a year later, so in February of 2016.
Okay. And then at that work, did you stop looking for information?
Yes.
Okay. And then you looked again once that Mr. Mitcham was given, or once you understood that Mr. Mitcham was a suspect?
Correct.
Okay. And once again, you didn't find anything?
Correct.
Okay. Did you use the same degree of analysis that you had used earlier?
Yes.
Okay. I may have misheard. It seemed to me earlier in your testimony that you asked Mr. Roseberry, sorry, whether or not this was assault. Does that mean anything on a case? Did I mishear?
I'm not quite sure.
It was early in the case, and it sounded like the information was stored in one place because the state was just, the case was just beginning. Is that a database, separate database, or I may have just misheard you?
Okay. I believe you're asking initially when we do our images where they are stored. Is that correct?
That was my question, but that gets me out of looking like I didn't hear something.
Okay. So initially, we have individual forensic devices. They're ginormous machines that we could put multiple drives in order to save it, because like I talked about, some iPhones were 32 gigabytes, some drives were terabytes at that time. So we needed to be able to store this data. So we would store it on our local drives that were not connected to the internet. They were completely off for the safety side of it. And then once we were finished with the case, we would transfer it to a secure server.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I did have a question. You mentioned a lot of different sites and social media and phones and computers. Did you also look at potential dating sites?
I don't believe so. No, I don't believe I was given those.
Would it refresh your recollection to hear what another officer had written in a report about you looking for dating sites?
Another officer wrote that I was given a dating site?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay, might it, I guess.
And
It may.
what exhibit number is this?
Exhibit number 664.
Okay.
This is base number 114 that I've opened to, but you're welcome to look at anything else you want to.
Okay.
Based upon that, were you asked to look for potential dating sites?
Yes, according to this paper, yeah.
And did you find any?
It says that I located 2 that she was had a username for.
And what were those?
It states Match.com and PlentyOfFish.com.
Okay. And is that important information for the police to have?
Yeah, that's why I provided it to Detective Bailey,
And why is it important?
because it's another account that was there, kind of like social media, to be able to see if there was any interaction between messages or any connections.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Rosenberg talked to you about connectivity and what you can find out in the digital database concerning connectivity. Do you remember that line of questions? Or did
Sure,
I
yes.
misstate it? Okay. And one issue that came out was the router in Allison's home. Do you personally know whether or not there was information on that router?
I do not know.
Do you know what happened to the router?
No,
Or if anyone tried to collect information on the router?
I don't know.
And I believe you were able to say that there was no connectivity with Alex Sukadolov, I believe is the name we use Stone now, but there was no, that his device hadn't connected the Wi-Fi in Allison's home.
As far as what I was told during that time frame, that it had not connected.
And does your ability to determine connectivity, does that also apply to iPhones?
It depends on the device.
Okay. And do you know, or did you do any analysis to determine whether or not Alex's iPhone was on and active at the time of Alex's death?
At the time, during our initial search warrant request for Apple's data, Alex's information was also requested.
Okay, and what did you find?
There was not very much information that was linking anything to that time period that I remember.
And so is that an indication to you that his phone was not being used?
I do believe that it was very, very limited as far as what we got back from what was retained. I don't even to this day know if he had an iPhone that he continued to use at that time or if it was an Android.
So you don't know if the phone was on or off at the time?
Correct.
Okay. That may be it. I just want to double check.
I only have 2 questions.
Okay, so you looked at all this digital data in 2015, between 2015 and 2016?
Technically, all of the data was between 2015 and 2018 before I left at some varying degrees, yes.
Okay, thank you. Were you ever asked to look for information concerning James Katsilamitis?
No.
Do you know whether or not this data was looked at with new technology that would have been able to provide the physical information that you talked about that wasn't available in 2015?
Do I know if somebody had redone an analysis on it?
Yes.
I don't know exactly. It could have been, but I'm not quite sure what was provided or what they had done in the unit since I left.
Okay. Do you recall what the time of the backup was on 2017? I'm sorry, I'm jumping in my head. I've read a lot, but you talked about a backup being done on Allison's phone in 2017, and that's what you went back and recovered with a different iPhone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact time frame without seeing the phone or the device, or I'm sorry, the backup itself.
Okay. Would it help you to look at your report to see if there's information in that report concerning the time of the backup?
Oh, sure. Did I write that?
It's within the document that I gave you, but you're welcome to look at your own copy.
I don't have a time the backup was sent to Apple.
Would the extraction report refresh your recollection, or would that information be on the extraction report itself?
As far as I was told, all of my reports that I created were lost when a server was down, so I don't have any, nothing was placed into evidence for what we did based on the working copies.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 669. You look at that document and tell me what that document is.
This is an example of a possible extraction report related to an iPhone from, I believe, from Celebrate, yeah.
Okay, and is that one of the extraction reports from Allison's iPhone?
Again, I don't know. I can't verify this since my documents and my stuff that was there is no longer there, so I can't verify if this is accurate or not.
Okay, so your concern is that that isn't the original copy, so you want to be extra cautious that someone could have done something with that, and you don't want to put your stamp on it.
Exactly right. So without any of my evidence that I'm looking at, I can't say that it is or isn't.
That's fair. Thank you. I think that's it. Let me check. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And any redirect by the state?
Yes, thank you, Judge. If you had the full extraction in front of you, which can run into the thousands or hundreds of thousands of pages, and a hash value, would you be able to compare if the hash values match from your extraction to Detective Litchfield's extraction? That's a weird way to phrase that, but.
Again, it's very difficult without having that original report that would show it. There's no way that I could verify that this is exactly mine versus what Detective Litchfield has done. However, like we talked about before, it's not a matter of what happens with my device or what I did at the time, because nothing changes when we do what we do because of the right blocker and creating those hash values to make sure that they're verified and that the information is still in its correct state.
And I think I confused two concepts. So just to be clear, when you pull the information from, let's stick with just phone.
Okay.
You get this forensic copy. The forensic copy has a hash value associated with it.
Yes.
Now, from that copy, all that data, you might generate a report yourself.
Yes.
And you might say in the report, I want 2 weeks of information and I just want images, for instance. That's a thing you could check. Generate me this report.
Yes.
But that does nothing to the data that you're pulling it from. It just generates a unique report. That way you can look at something that's a little more narrow.
Correct.
And now when Detective Litchfield re-dumps that same phone, no matter how much time has passed, he can look at the hash value on his dump and compare it to the hash value on your dump and say, the data we pulled from this phone is identical.
Correct.
But he could generate a whole different report with 2 other weeks, and he could ask for videos instead of pictures.
Correct.
Okay. So just so we're clear, you're not saying that there's somehow something was lost, but you're saying because the work you did was in looking at specific parts of the phone, you're not going to say this report that you were handed today is necessarily something that you could attest to, because you just don't know without having gone back and looked at the original data and generating a report from that.
Correct.
Okay. You said that you kind of stopped your role, not in total, but kind of your focus in large part in February 2016?
Somewhat, from actually that's when I was informed that the case had gone cold. So the full data that we were getting in obviously was slowing down at that point. So that's when it kind of slowed down.
Just to be fair, there are a lot of, not a lot, but a relatively large number of detectives in Scottsdale.
Yes.
And if a tip were to come in after February 2016, a detective might be assigned to look at it.
Yes.
It might not have been you.
Correct.
So it's not to say that nobody was working the case after February 2016. Sorry.
Sustained, if you could rephrase, please.
Were there detectives still working the case after February 2016?
Yes.
So the questioning of you was largely, had you exhausted at that point sort of the avenues that you had available to you to look into?
Yes, from what I knew at that time and how far I could go forward, that was exhausted.
Defense asked you about 2 dating websites, Match and Plenty of Fish. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you still have the report up there if you need to refer to it, but the very next sentence after what defense asked you about, he stopped questioning you about whether she was on those dating sites. Is there also information in there about the last activity you observed on those dating sites as it related to Allison?
Yes.
And when was that?
I'm going to refresh so I
Absolutely.
get it right. I was able to discover that the only activity she had had on those sites occurred in early 2014.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall. Yes. You may step down. Thank you.
I need to check and see that the witness is here, but I also need to set up the computer.
Sure.
It's Kelsey.
And could you approach for that, please? Why is this not?
Do you want it on 2 screens or just, does it matter?
I want it.
You know what I mean? Ready. Okay, that works. So now you just drag it over there, and then you have a separate screen. You don't want
Please raise your hand. If you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness stand, please. Thank you.
I'm going to do this right now, Judge, although we're not to it yet. We'll get to the PowerPoint in a bit, but there's going to be a few slides on the PowerPoint that depict phone numbers. One is in the phone number that was assigned to the victim, and then also to Alex and Charles Hunt, a person that we've heard about in the trial. I want to make sure that the media is not filming these phone numbers when those slides are up there. to me that's sensitive information that should not be out in the universe.
Yes, thank you. And I see our cameraman nodding, and so just let us know once we're
will.
about to play that, and then our cameraman will shut off the video. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kelsey Cohen. I work for the city of Scottsdale under the police department, Scottsdale Police Department, and I am a senior police analyst assigned to the criminal intelligence unit.
How long have you been with Scottsdale Police Department?
It'll be 23 years in April.
Can you please tell the jury about the different positions that you have held within the Scottsdale Police Department?
I started with the Scottsdale Police Department and patrol as a police aide, not sworn, so not a sworn police officer, but Scottsdale has police aide positions. So you're in a uniform, marked patrol car, and you respond to delayed crimes. So delayed burglary reports, fraud investigations, collisions, that type of thing. So I did that for 4 years, and then I got applied and transferred to the special investigations section as an investigative police aide, and I've been doing that job function for the past 18 years under special investigations section. Just they change our top job title every couple years, it seems like.
And so you mentioned that you are now a senior analyst?
Senior management analyst is the latest job title, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned you're a civilian employee, not a sworn police officer.
Correct, yep.
Can you please explain the day-to-day job duties that you have with your position?
Yeah, so function as an intelligence analyst. Day-to-day, it can be, I do a lot of workups, and we can go into what that means, digging for people, for cases. I do a lot of phone analysis, and then a lot of open source threat assessments, whether it be on people, events, locations, that type of thing.
Okay, we'll break that down a little bit. So you mentioned open source investigations. Are these proactive investigations?
Yes.
Can you explain what open source means?
Open source is anything that you guys have access to. So any citizens has access to social media. Open source could be things as simple as going to the Maricopa County assessor's site. Anyone has access to that. They're not law enforcement databases. They're not paid databases. It's open source. Anyone has access to it. So a lot of that is monitoring for any potential threats, but also looking into people using open source means.
Okay, and then you mentioned workups, and I think you said digging up information on people.
Right.
Explain that a bit.
So a workup is a generic term, but a lot of times a detective will come to me or another analyst and say, hey, can you do a workup on this person? It could be a suspect, it could be a victim, it could be a witness, it's anyone, and they provide more details. A workup could be as simple as, hey, I need to go interview this person for a crime. I'm looking for their home address, a good cell phone number, and their employer, where they work. So I will use law enforcement databases, open source databases, paid third-party databases, criminal justice systems to try to locate that information for that officer and provide that to them, or the detective to provide that to them. It could be complex as if you're trying to do a complete workup on a victim to try to find out every person they've had contact with, anyone where they've been, for workup for SWAT. Serving a search warrant could be deep diving on social media to try to identify any children who might be in the house or animals, anything like that. So workup is a wide range, but it's using all databases I have possible to me to provide that information to whatever the detective's looking for.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you also do analysis of phone records, and I think you said social media?
Yes. So for the phone analysis, when I went back to special investigations 18 years ago, that's where I started learning the phone data, because the unit I was in at the time was the conspiracy unit. We worked large-scale conspiracy crimes, organized crime, and did a lot of wiretap investigations. So that's when I started doing the training and started working phone analysis, whether that's looking at who people call, looking at patterns of life, mapping where a certain phone or device was during certain time frames to either prove they were at a location or they weren't at a location at the time.
Now, you mentioned when you were in this unit, that's when you started doing the training. So that kind of leads me into my next question. What type of training did you take to be able to do the job that you do?
Over 100 hours of various cell phone analysis classes. Obviously, you have to keep up on technology as it changes. So in the past 18 years, over 100 hours of that. I am a certified criminal intelligence certified analyst through the International Association of Law Enforcement Intelligence Analysts. Sorry, that's IALEA, acronyms, and also have certifications and certificates in various cell phone analysis.
Okay, and I think one of the things that you mentioned is you need to routinely keep up as technology advances. So to follow up on that, do you continue to attend trainings to stay up to date on the various topics in your field?
Continuously.
Have you testified as an expert related to these areas before?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
For cell phone specific analysis, I did a murder trial for Peoria Police Department because they didn't have anyone doing that. And I believe that was around 2014-ish, that time. And then I've done some for City of Scottsdale courts for misdemeanor crimes.
Okay. Now, we talked about some things that you do in your position, but I'd also like to talk to you about some things that you don't do in your position. So we just heard from Lieutenant Kevin Kwan. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Okay. So he gave the jury a lot of information about things called Cellbrite extractions, meaning taking devices and pulling off information from those devices. Is that something that you do in your job?
No, I don't touch the actual physical cell phone. The data that I analyze is coming straight from the cell phone companies.
Okay, so you are specifically focused predominantly on records.
Correct, yep.
Do you write search warrants?
I do not.
Okay, explain to us why.
Not sworn officer. So detectives or officers write the search warrants.
Now, in response to search warrants written by police officers, detectives, when they get, let's say, documents back from the search warrants, is that when that information is provided to you?
Correct, yep. So they will then forward it, now everything comes via email from the telephone companies. So the telephone companies email it. It used to be when I first started, they would literally snail mail a disc with the data or a banker's box with the printout records. But now it's all email. They will email all the data records directly to the detective who wrote the warrant. They then forward it to me to analyze.
Okay. Typically in your role, are you coming up with people to be searched, or are your skills being sought out by a detective saying, hey, can you do some deep diving into a particular person?
Correct, yep. They will make the request of me. This is what I have. A lot of times I'll ask some follow-up questions. Can you do a workup on this person? Well, what exactly do you want? Do you want me to deep dive, spend 10 hours pulling up everything on them? Or are you just looking for home address, cell phone number, employer info, basic information, or do you just want criminal history, violence potential, that type of thing?
Okay, so essentially you do work based on a request coming to you.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about the specific work you did in this case, or really start with how you got involved. So I want to draw your attention back to February of 2015, specifically February 18th of 2015. Were you asked to respond on that date to 8526 East Monterey Way to assist with an investigation?
I was, my lieutenant at the time.
Okay. Your lieutenant at the time called you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, information were you provided with before you got to that location?
It was looking like a bad homicide scene, and they wanted myself and another analyst to go to the scene to be debriefed.
Okay, so we've heard from various units within the Scottsdale Police Department, and each one has a separate chain of command. Is that fair?
Correct.
So the person that called you, your lieutenant, and asked you to respond, that was someone that was in your specific chain of command?
Yes, my direct. So it goes, I report to a sergeant, and then the sergeant reports to a lieutenant. It was my direct lieutenant.
Okay, and who was that at the time?
Lieutenant Joe LeDuc. He is now Police Chief Joe LeDuc.
Okay. Aside from you, was anybody else from your unit called out to the location to go along with you?
I don't remember if any other detectives in my unit were, but specifically the other analyst, Sherry Spence.
Okay.
Yes.
So once you arrived at the Monterey Way address, did you participate in a briefing?
Our lieutenant debriefed myself and Sherry and then
So,
gave us assignments.
I'm sorry. Okay, so Lieutenant LeDuc was at the scene already?
Yes,
And then you mentioned he spoke to you and Sherry
correct,
and then gave you assignments.
correct.
At any point in time when you were at the Monterey Way address, did you go inside?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned after the briefing, you and Sherry were assigned specific tasks. So can you tell us what each of you were asked to do?
Yep. Sherry was assigned to do the workups related to the case. I was asked to do the cell phone analysis for that.
Okay. So when you say the cell phone analysis, we mentioned that you deal with records.
Correct.
At that point, as you're standing there at 8526 Monterey Way on February 18th, do we even have records yet?
No records. So they would have to do warrants. I don't know. I don't recall if they were able to do exigent warrants, which means it's a quick turnaround versus regular warrants, which could take a few weeks to get the response from the telephone companies. So in that meantime, I assisted Sherry doing workups until the phone data started coming in for me to analyze.
So that's what I was going to ask you. So since you didn't have what you needed to do the task you were assigned, what were you doing in the interim? So you said you assisted Sherry with the workups.
Correct.
Okay. Was it your understanding that you were waiting specifically on records related to a person by the name of Alex Sokodola and Allison Feldman?
Correct.
At some point, you get records.
Yes.
But before we talk about that and anything specifically you did with this case, are you familiar with the term CDRs?
Yes.
What are CDRs?
It stands for call detail records. It's what the telephone companies provide us. And so the warrant would say, I want this target phone number between this date range. And the telephone companies provide us all incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages, as well as you can request cell phone tower locations. So during that call, that text, it will show you the tower and the sector that tower, where that device was during that time. Every telephone company is different in what they provide. Some provide only tower location data for incoming and outgoing voice calls. Some do voice calls and cell phone text messages, SMS messages, and others will actually provide cell phone tower location for data. And when I say data, that's your phone is constantly running apps, right? So all of a sudden, your phone's on and you got a Gmail notification or a Ring notification or an app notification. That's your phone going out and touching a tower. Not all telephone companies store that data, some do.
Okay, so you mentioned that the type of data you receive is dependent upon the cell phone provider.
Correct.
So if you could maybe give us an example of that. Is there a difference, for example, between what you might get from Verizon versus AT&T?
Yes, and I don't want to misspeak. I have a slide on that.
Okay.
That details exactly which.
Okay.
There's so many carriers and
Got it.
I have to
Then
reference
we'll wait
it.
till we get to the
Okay.
slide at some
Yeah.
point, and I'll come back to that question. Now, you mentioned that search warrants are done. At some point, you then get a link that gives you the information.
Yes.
Okay, so when you hit on that link, can you tell us typically what format that original data comes in?
So it's usually email. and the telephone companies just email the detective who just forwards it to me. It's usually zip filed because it is a lot of data. And every telephone company has a different format what they come in. They're either Excel, CSV files, they're text files, or PDF files.
Okay. So related to this case, some weeks ago, the jury heard testimony from Detective Minor about search warrants that were authored, records that were obtained as a result of that warrant, and that he was working with Scott Carpenter, Detective Scott Carpenter, who the jury will hear from tomorrow, to obtain these records. So at some point, you mentioned that you did receive records and you were awaiting records from Allison and Alex, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ultimately then receive those records from those two detectives I mentioned, Minor and or Scott Carpenter?
I specifically don't remember which detectives. There's so many doing warrants. I don't know specifically. I couldn't testify to who sent me what.
Okay.
Specific warrant returns.
Okay, so you don't have a personal recollection of which one, just that you received?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what date this data got sent to you?
I do not.
Okay. You mentioned that you are not familiar with whether or not in this particular case related to the warrant to get the records, if there was exigency utilized when there's a request to get the data in an emergent manner versus whether it came the traditional way. Is that fair?
I don't
Okay.
recall.
We can ask another witness to tell us that, and that's fine. So let me ask you this. You mentioned that you receive the information. Sometimes it comes in different formats. It could be in a PDF. It could be in an Excel format. Typically, when you receive that raw initial data, is it in a format that is very user-friendly?
Not at all.
Okay,
And
so-
every phone company is completely different in their format, and they constantly change their formatting.
As a result of that, once you receive those records, do you then try to make it more user-friendly?
Absolutely. So back then, we had a program, a software. It's for law enforcement. And it was called PenLink. It allows you to upload the various carriers. This 11 years ago, we had Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. Since then, Sprint and T-Mobile have merged. And then Cricket and AT&T merged at some point past then too. But you had various carriers. The data also, all the phone carriers send it to you in a universal time code, UTC time. And so in order to make that make sense to what we're looking at, we have to turn it into Arizona time. In Arizona, we're lucky we don't do time changes. So we always have to take the raw data from the telephone company and subtract 7 hours from it. That's UTC time. Arizona is always minus 7 hours UTC time to make it turn into what the time zone was in Arizona when those calls were made or texts were made.
Okay, so you mentioned that you were using back in 2015 a software called PenLink.
Yep.
So I want to make sure that we all understand. You take these raw records and you input them into the software.
Input it into PenLink and say, I want to change the time from UTC to Arizona time. It automatically does that for me, as opposed to taking an Excel document and trying to write a formula and doing that. PenLink does that for you. It then also allows you to easily sort the records. I can easily look for a specific phone number. I can easily look for most frequent called phone numbers. I can narrow it down to a specific time frame. It makes it a lot more user-friendly than just trying to manipulate an Excel or a PDF file.
So I want to clarify though, other than taking the raw information and and indicating in the software that you want it put into Arizona time, it doesn't change any of the data.
No.
So all you're doing is having the records converted into Arizona time.
Correct.
And then putting them in a more user-friendly way of kind of making sense of them.
Correct.
And I think the last thing you talked about, which is helpful with this type of software, it allows you to search things in a much more simple manner.
Correct.
So once you received data from the phone companies in this particular case, any records related to Allison and Alex, did you then input them into PenLink and do exactly this process you've described for us?
Yes, I did.
Okay. After the data was compiled and formatted into the more user-friendly format that you're speaking of, did you then begin to do your own evaluation of the data?
Yes, I was, the detectives provided me what their timeline they were building for Allison and Alex based on interviews, video surveillance from the stores, and asked me to look at the phones and see if it matched the building timeline or known timeline, or if there was any anomalies or it didn't match.
Okay, so these are the things that you were focused on initially in your evaluation?
Correct.
Was one of those things looking at phone numbers and seeing who might belong to those numbers?
Absolutely.
And then you mentioned looking at a timeline. Was there a specific timeline you were looking at in terms of that initial evaluation?
I believe the detective had given me, hey, we know she had lunch in this area. We believe she went shopping, or she was on the phone and said she had been shopping. Those, can we figure out where specifically, or is that phone matching those patterns? And so that was a priority of her movements leading up to it, and then trying to identify anyone she had communication with through her phone records. So looking at the phone numbers, if we knew that was her mom's phone number, we could say, okay, that was mom, that was dad. And then looking at any phone numbers, if I could do a workup on them to try to identify who these people are, I would then provide that to the detective. Detective would then go off and try to identify exactly who they are, or write a court order to identify who belongs to that cell phone number and try to figure out who she was in communication with prior.
Okay, so you were trying to identify people that she might have been in communication with.
Correct.
You were looking at her movements. Is that correct? Is that a yes for the court reporter?
Sorry, correct.
And it sounds like, since you were giving some specific examples of where she was having lunch and things like that, was your focus a little bit more on that initial 24-hour period of time?
Correct.
Okay. And you were looking at, you mentioned those things, but in addition, you also had received some records related to Alex.
Correct.
Were you also looking at these same types of things with respect to his records?
Yes, day leading up to, until he showed up to the residence, that his phone device movement, as well as who he was in communication with, and trying to identify everyone he's in communication with.
And then finally, because this will probably be a good place to stop after this last question, Judge, were you also given some information at some point to evaluate in this whole analysis of a person by the name of Charles Hunt?
Yes.
Okay. And was your understanding that was Alex's roommate?
Correct.
Okay. I think this is a perfect place to stop.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
To put it in a more discussing that you took the raw data from the records that you received, you put it into the software PenLink that you used to put it in a more user-friendly format.
Correct.
And then you discussed the different ways or the different focus of what you were doing in terms of within the first 24 hours, in terms of looking at who might belong to a particular number, movements of certain people, that being Allison, Alex. I think that's where we left off.
Correct.
So you mentioned that you're doing your own evaluation of the data at this point. While you are in the middle of doing your own evaluation, are you also fielding questions, I should say, from detectives that are coming in regarding specifics in these records?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is an example of some type of question you might get from a detective, are you able, Ms. Cohen, to put a particular device in a certain area during a specific time frame? Is that the type of questions that you get from law enforcement in terms of what you're doing with the data?
Yes.
Okay. Just so we all kind of know what those types of questions are that are coming in from detectives. Now, you mentioned this a little bit earlier as something that you do as part of your daily duties, but I want to focus you specifically on this case related to this same point. As you were making your way through the records that you received in this case, and I think we were talking about the call detail records from Allison Feldman as well as from Alex and possibly Charles Hunt as well, were there certain numbers, and I'm going to focus this specifically on Allison, were there specific numbers that you were not able to identify?
Correct.
What action did you take, if any, when that happened?
If I wasn't able to identify who that phone number belonged to through a workup or from what the detectives provided me, this number belongs to dad, mom, sister. If there were any phone numbers that I could not positively identify, like this phone number belongs to this person, I provided that list of phone numbers to the detectives and asked them, then they could write subpoenas, court orders to try to identify who the subscriber to those phone numbers are.
Okay, and specifically in this case, did you work with Detective Carpenter? And I don't know if you're going to remember the exact person. Did you work with a detective when you identified certain numbers, and did you assist that detective in then seeking court orders for subscriber information from a lot of providers related to these unidentified numbers?
Correct. I don't recall specifically which detective.
Okay. And given that you, as you sit here today, can't personally remember when you received the records, I'm going to guess when you determined what you couldn't identify and when you assisted that detective in getting a court order, in getting court orders, you probably don't remember that date as well?
I don't.
Okay, and that's fine, because we will hear from that detective, so no worries about that. Fair to say that as people along the way became identified, the detectives would then take the information you obtained and then figure out significance or lack of significance to the case?
Correct.
That's not something that you do?
No.
In addition to your review and interpretation of certain phone records, did you also continue throughout this investigation as needed to assist detectives with any requested workups?
Absolutely.
In addition to this case, were you simultaneously doing work related to other cases as well?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that if I asked you to remember the names of certain people that you might have done workups on, would that be an impossible task for you?
I couldn't tell you the ones I did yesterday. Yeah, yeah.
Fair to say in your job, Ms. Cohen, you do a lot of these workups?
Yes.
While you may not have a specific memory, it looks like around March of 2015, you were asked to look into 3 additional individuals. I think one was Alexander DeLucio, one was, and I'm going to spell the last name, D-E-L-U-C-I-O. Another one was Dejan Knezevic, K-N-E-Z-E-V-I-C. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. And another was Jordan Weber, W-E-B-E-R. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, I have no memory of that.
Okay, you don't have an independent recollection of those 3?
No, I don't.
So if you were asked to do workups, after fulfilling the request from the detectives, what would you then do with any information that you learned?
When I put the work up, it's usually a workup packet, I would put together, and I would either email it, or if I was in the same building as that detective, I would hand him the packet, and then I shred or delete my copy if I still
Okay.
had it.
And can you explain why you do that?
It contains, so they're not to be attached to reports or supplements. There's a lot of personal identifying information, sensitive information that can't be disseminated, criminal justice information, criminal history, employment information from DES that can't be disseminated. If I were to get a police report from a contact within a workup from another agency, as Scottsdale, we can't disseminate that because it came from another agency. So it's more of a intelligence workup packet for the detective to utilize for violence potential, any intel they need related to that person, and then it gets shredded or destroyed.
Okay. Now, we have a PowerPoint that's up on the screen.
Correct.
At some point, well, before I get into that, do you typically, we've heard a lot from detectives and officers and lab people about all the reports that they wrote. In your specific position, do you typically prepare reports?
Supplements, it depends. If I am given a specific phone case on a subject and the detective says, I need to know if this device was in this area at this time related to this type of report, I will map that specific device. If I can put it in that location at the time, and then any other information related to that, related to a specific case, to prove or disprove that that person they're looking into was related to that case, I would do a supplement for that specific.
Did you do any supplements in this case?
No.
Okay. But you did put together a PowerPoint, fair to say that encompasses some of the information that you reviewed and some determinations that you made with that information during the course of this investigation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, before we get into your PowerPoint, I think it would be helpful, I think all of us have varying degrees of understanding in terms of cell phones, not necessarily how they work, but in terms of what you do, signals, towers, all of those things. So could you provide, so it can make sense to everybody here when we start putting up the PowerPoint, just a general description of the type of work that you're looking at and things related to this PowerPoint so the jury can understand what we're looking at?
Exactly. So basic terms, when your phone is powered on, and even if it's just sitting in your pocket, in your purse right now, it is constantly going out and it is touching multiple towers. Those towers it's constantly giving feedback that, hey, if they were to receive a text right now, if they were to receive a call right now, if they got a Gmail alert right now, this is going to be the strongest tower that's going to hit off of. And depending if it's a call or a text or data, the telephone companies record that data. If you go back, if you guys remember 15, 20 years ago when cell phones, they didn't have as much coverage area, you would be on the phone, you'd be driving, and on your way home from work, you'd be talking, and you'd always drop the call at the exact same time, and you knew that call was going to drop right when you hit that location. That's because back then the towers weren't overlapping and didn't have continuous coverage, so it'd be a little dead spot and you would drop your signal. Now, especially in metropolitan areas, they have so many towers that overlap and cover that I can get on the 51 freeway at Shea, make a phone call, stay on that phone call all the way to Thomas in the 51, and I won't drop that call. My call and the telephone company is constantly feeding signals saying, okay, she's going this way, the next tower, and the phone seamlessly is bouncing back and forth between the towers. The telephone companies, most of them, document the call starting tower. AT&T will give you the tower that the call ended on as well. That's the only telephone company that provides the start location tower and the end location tower. The rest of the phone companies just tell you the starting or the tower where that started.
Okay. So now we're ready to move into the PowerPoint?
Sure.
That you prepared. So for purposes of the camera, in terms of the PowerPoint, these next few slides are going to depict phone numbers.
Okay, thank you. So we will not film these portions. Thank you.
Okay. So moving to what is slide 2 of the PowerPoint, can you describe for us what we're looking at here and the significance of the information on this slide?
Yep, this is just showing the phone numbers, the carrier, who that phone number was subscribed to, and their relationship. So the victim, Allison, I have her in red, and I will show you when I'm mapping, I have them color-coded so you can see the difference. Victim's boyfriend, Alex, his phone number was a Verizon, and then Alex's roommate, Charles, his phone number was also a Verizon.
Okay.
And, excuse me, can we identify the exhibit number?
Sure, and I wrote that down and forgot to do it. It's been
Okay.
marked as Exhibit 673.
Thank you, 673.
Thank you, Jeff. Moving on to slide 3, we're seeing the same colors, the same folks, the same phone numbers, the carrier information, but on the left portion of that slide, it's describing cell site marker, and there's a specific little doohickey thing. I don't know how to.
It's just a legend for when you see it on the map. That is going to be the physical cell tower and where that physical cell tower is located. So when I get into the mapping portion, where you will see that icon is where the physical tower is, and where that's located at.
Okay. Moving on to slide 4, again, we're seeing the same color coding. Is that going to remain the same throughout the
Yes, it is.
PowerPoint? Now, to the left, we see another type of shape. I think that's talking about, is it coverage area?
Yep. So you have the tower, and then you have, when the cell phone companies provide us, they provide us with the tower location, and then they tell us which sector or azimuth the tower is hitting off of. Towers aren't necessarily, just because it hit a tower isn't 360 degrees. Sorry. It is telling us which side of that tower or sector it's hitting off of. So this is the shape that it kind of looks like a brain, but the possible coverage area of that tower. And if a device was hitting off that tower, that would be it within that coverage area of where that device was most likely located.
Now, up top, it says estimated handoff ranges.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's every tower fluctuates in how strong it is. If you're in downtown Phoenix, tower doesn't need to be a 2-mile radius because it's so dense and there are so many towers overlapping. If you were to look at a tower, if you're going up the 17 towards Sedona and you hit Sunset Point, that tower could cover 20 miles because there is no other tower coverage within that area. The telephone companies don't keep track of how strong the towers are, and they are constantly fluctuating. So if you were to have a concert in downtown Phoenix, they are going to boost up the tower ranges so more people, more population can be on those towers and it can cover it. It's constantly fluctuating. So this is the estimated average coverage area for towers.
Okay. Now we're moving on to slide 5, which is a bit more technical. So what are we looking at here?
So this is the shape of the tower as deemed. The engineers have done an anatomic chamber, created this shape as most likely the coverage area of an average tower. The dot in the middle is where the physical tower is located. And if you click one more, I think I have I have an animation. And that's the direction that antenna is pointing. So that's that sector of the tower, the azimuth in which that coverage area would be.
Azimuth. For
It's
those
a
of-
sector.
Okay.
It's the direction.
Okay. Now, in terms of slide 6 that we're looking at, does this slide basically put together all the concepts that we just learned about in the prior slides so we can understand what we are looking at the map, on the maps to follow?
Yes, I'm a visual person, so hopefully it helps. It's just taking those steps and putting it physically on a map. You can click. I think it's, I have animations going through it. So where that pin is the physical cell site location. That's where the cell tower is located. The number 177 would correspond to, that's the call number, if you were looking at the call detail records from the telephone company, what they sent. So this was related to call 177. This is just an example of what the mapping looks like. You can click. The shaded area represents the estimated handoff location where the device was within that area during that call or text, and when it was connected to the network.
Okay.
And then,
oh, did I go too far?
no, you're good.
Okay.
So this is just showing what it would look like when I map it with multiple targets or devices on the same map. So Allison is in red, Alex is in blue. This shows what they would look like together in the same area. So Allison's estimated location was in the red shaded area, and Alex's would have been in the blue shaded area.
Okay. So now we're moving into what can be mapped. And I think one of the things we discussed earlier in your testimony when I was asking you about the difference in providers and the information you have and what you can see and not see, is this slide and the next slide to come kind of give examples of limitations of certain carriers?
Yep.
Okay, tell us about what we're looking at here.
So Allison's phone was AT&T. Call detail records can provide voice calls, so incoming calls, outgoing calls. Data, which is those apps running in the background refreshing, and SMS, which are text messages. The AT&T will give us calls and data with cell towers that I can map. They do not provide mapped towers for text messages sent. Verizon, which is what Alex had and Charles had, their call detail records provide incoming, outgoing calls and text, SMS only. And only the calls will show you the actual maps or the towers to map. So even though they'll show me that a text message was made from Alex or Charles, I can see that. There's no tower data provided to map it.
Okay. And I want to continue on with SMS versus iMessage, because there are also some distinctions based on the type of phones people have and what functions are on or off. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
If you're, most of the time, as long as it's turned on, if you're iPhone to iPhone, it's the blue text messages that we all get. Those are iMessages. They are not considered SMS or text messages. It's an Apple iPhone, and it's encrypted to encrypted messaging through Apple only. Those do not show up on call detail records from the telephone company. Even though we think they're text messages, it's an iPhone encrypted two-way messaging, almost like a WhatsApp type thing. They do not show up on call detail records. If it's a green text message, so if you have your iMessage turned off, or if it's an iPhone to an Android device or vice versa, or Android to Android, those will show up as text messages on call detail records.
Okay. Now we're going to move into some of the information that you were able to determine when you looked at Allison Feldman's call detail records.
Right.
And so if you could take us through the date, the times, and the significance of what you were notating in this particular slide.
So this timeline is a combination of what the device showed, and I'll show maps after this, but also what the detectives provided through interviews, through pulling surveillance from, Walmart or Kohl's. So it's kind of combined and all that. So on the 17th at 11:40 a.m., Allison leaves her residence. 11:50 to 1400, she met Jeff Ciardi, her supervisor at Daily Dose, which is a restaurant in Scottsdale. At 14:14, Allison pulls back into her residence. At 17:22, Allison leaves her residence.
Let me stop you really, really quick. For those of us, I think Mr. Roseberry admitted this the other day, he's not particularly great with military time. just so
Sorry.
we have an idea here.
I can.
11:40 a.m. is typical 11:40. As we move past the noon hour.
I'll convert it.
If you can,
Okay.
just so it's
Yep.
easier,
Sorry.
in case some people.
Nope, yep,
Yeah.
sorry. Our world is military time. So at 5:22 PM, Allison leaves her residence. At 5:44, she walks into Kohl's, which is in North Scottsdale. At 6:32, Allison leaves Kohl's. At 6:33, Allison has a phone conversation with her sister Kelly for just over 7 minutes. At 6:44, Allison walks into Walmart, which is off Chaparral and the 101, I believe. At 7:07, Allison is driving southbound after leaving Walmart. At 7:15, Allison arrives at her residence. And the very last data, anything we have on her phone was at 9:41 p.m. Her phone does touch a tower, and it's a data event. So it wasn't a phone call, it wasn't a text, it was some app or something triggered the phone to reach out to a tower. There's nothing until the 18th at 9:02 a.m. Incoming call, which automatically got forwarded to voicemail. There were no further outgoing calls. And all incoming calls were automatically forwarded to voicemail, and the phone never touches a cell tower after the 17th at 9:41 p.m.
So I have a couple follow-up questions related to a few points that you raised here. So you mentioned that 9:41 p.m. that Allison's phone touched a tower, and that it was a data event, meaning it wasn't a phone call, it wasn't a text message. And you talked about an app. So what I want to ask you about here, because it appears to be different than some of the other events that you noted. In order for that phone to reach out to a tower for one of these data events, does that involve any user action?
It could, it doesn't necessarily have to, depending on what app. If you have an app on your phone that automatically refreshes, like Gmail or something like that, and it's pushing you a notification, that could trigger a data event.
Okay.
It could also be that the phone is physically being manipulated.
Okay. And also, I think one of the other things in terms of looking at mapping and things like that, you're looking at data and data from a device. You're not able to tell who's behind the device.
No, I'm very specific that I am mapping this cell phone. I don't know who's in possession of the cell phone. I don't know, and that's why you need video surveillance to coincide or map up with witnesses to coincide with the cell phone data. I am strictly looking at the device.
Okay, which leads me to some of these other questions. You mentioned that you not only looked at the call detail records, but then you considered the call detail records with information from the detectives. So were they asking you to determine if her cell phone activity from the CDRs that you had appeared to be consistent with what they were looking at on surveillance videos and things like that?
Correct.
So are you able to make a more educated guess as to whether that person actually had the phone with them, if you can see them in the surveillance video and their phone is also registering the information?
Absolutely.
The next thing I want to ask you about is February 18th. You mentioned incoming call forwarded to voicemail. What does that typically tell you?
The phone is powered off. It's being pushed directly to voicemail and it's not ringing.
Okay. All right, so you covered these bullet points with us that you put in a timeline. So I want to move now to the actual mapping of what you're looking at. So the jury can see these focal points and what they look like in terms of what you put together. And those specific points that you mentioned, I think are encompassed in slides 10 through 16. So with respect to slide 10, does this appear to be a slide where you took all of the points and put it on one slide?
Correct. So this is all calls, all activity on the 17th from 8 a.m. to the very last activity, that data event at 9:41 p.m.
Okay. As we move forward, did you then take each isolated event and map?
Yes, I broke it down.
Okay. Tell us why you do kind of a collective slide and then start doing the individual slides.
It's easier, especially when you're doing analysis, to get an overall visual and looking for consistency. If all of a sudden you saw a tower that was way off of this pattern, you might want to look at that, any anomalies. And this is just an overview of that activity window, and then you can kind of drill down more specifics.
Okay. So here we are looking at her activity that you described for the full day on February 17th.
Correct. The residence is down in the lower. There's a lot of tower around there, and then you can see it goes off, and then way up north to North Scottsdale.
And did this
And back
appear to
down.
be consistent with the other evidence that you had been asked to review in the case?
Correct.
And so here, I don't want to repeat everything that we went to, but this is you showing, for example, the meeting up with her boss, Jeff Chardy.
Yep. So she had multiple phone activity during that time window between 11:50 to 2 p.m. when she was meeting with her supervisor at Daily Dose Restaurant. Daily Dose is kind of in the middle between those towers, but it looks kind of messy. But she had multiple tower hits, but it's all within that same area, coverage area.
Okay, and those numbers that you mentioned were the line numbers on the call detail records?
Correct.
That's
That
what
would
we're seeing there.
correspond with that call
Okay.
or event. Yep. I think if you click again.
Okay, there we
There we
go.
go. And another one. There we go.
So there are additional things, we'll call them, that have popped up now on this slide. Tell us what the significance of what you're trying to show here.
I'm just showing the exact specifics. So for this tower, it's 2825. That was a data event. It's telling you the target number, the direction. It's not incoming, outgoing because it's an app. It's a data event. And it hit off of that tower. And the time was on the 17th at 12:48. So it's within that window. She was at Daily Dose. It puts her still in the area of Daily Dose, and it was a data event.
Okay. And then this is when you talked about her arriving back home. I know at some point you had said 14:14. That's around 2:14 p.m.?
2:14 p.m. And I wouldn't have personally known that. I believe it was through surveillance or some other means that they put her back at the residence. But if you click, I'll show you and again. So this was another data event at 14:27. And it puts her at the tower that covers her residence to confirm that the device was in the area of her residence.
Okay. And this is essentially what you did for every event?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And I'm not going to have you go through everything because you've covered the events, and I want to be mindful of the jury's time. But again, you mentioned that every event that you discussed in that timeline that you covered in slide 10 was collectively represented on that slide, or on, I think it was slide 10 where the mapping started.
Yes.
The slide before had the timeline.
The timeline and the device mapping corresponds with the timeline.
Okay. So now I want to talk to you about Alex, and this is slide 17. This appears to be the same type of summary events like you did for Allison's call detail records, but for Alex as opposed to Allison.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to move through what you saw because there's some things in his summary on slide 17 that appear differently than what we saw in Allison's. So tell us what we're looking at here.
So on the 17th, all the towers, all of the data or calls were hitting off of towers in the area of his residence. The first one on the 17th was at 10:23 a.m. The last one is at 4:07 p.m. There's no other activity on that phone until the 18th. When I went back and looked, because there was no activity, that was consistent with his pattern of life. So when we do cell phone analysis, we go back, we're not just pulling cell phone records for a day or two around a crime. You want to get a couple months worth of data because you want to analyze someone's pattern of life, and you're looking for anomalies or changes in those patterns. And so when I went into days prior, months prior, it was consistent with when he was home for the evening and not at Allison's house or out anywhere else. He had no phone activity until the next morning.
Okay. Now, it looks like that last tower hit was 4:07 p.m.
Correct.
And you said this was consistent with his pattern of life.
Correct.
Now, you can't necessarily say for sure that he wasn't using his device.
Correct.
What could be possible explanations for the lack of tower hits? Are there different things that would cause a phone not to hit off of a tower?
Powered off, airplane mode, or connected to Wi-Fi.
Okay. Are you ever asked, and tell me if this is a better question for another witness, to look at IP addresses to assist in making that determination in terms of utilizing Wi-Fi?
That would have been the digital forensics or what Sergeant or Lieutenant Kwan would have done.
All right. So you were not asked to do this in this case?
No.
So if I'm understanding you correctly then, when you're saying pattern of life, on the date of Allison's murder and the subsequent day, there's nothing that jumps out about what you saw in these particular days related to his phone records that's drastically different from other days of his life?
Not at all.
Okay. It looks like we're now moving into February 18th of 2015. Talk to us about what you're representing here.
His first call was at 11:20 on the 18th, and then through 11:28, he was hitting off towers in the area of his residence. At 2:30, he was hitting in the area of the Paradise Bakery. At 3:15, he made an outgoing call to Allison's cell phone. That hit off the tower in the area of the Paradise Bakery. At 4 o'clock, he made an outgoing call to 911, which hit off a tower in the area of Allison's residence. And then 2 minutes later at 4:02, he made a second outgoing call to 911, which hit off the tower in the area of Allison's residence.
So you mentioned at 11:20 he makes his first call. So when you were reviewing the records, you mentioned that it appeared that when he was in for the evening, that's kind of when the tower hits would stop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, if I'm understanding correctly, would they then resume once he got going with the day?
Correct.
Okay. And that was consistent?
It was a consistent pattern. It was normal activity.
Moving on to slide 19, did you do the same thing with that cumulative data for each day that you did for Alex that you did with Allison?
Correct. So I took all calls between the 17th at 8 a.m. and through the 18th at 11:43 p.m. And this is a map showing all of the tower hits during that time frame.
Okay. And then you did the same thing by doing each one individually.
Correct. So this is all the tower hits from on the 17th, starting at 10:23 a.m. through the 18th at 11:28 a.m. Any activity that showed up was all in the area of him and Charles' residence.
Okay. And I'm going to move along as an example here. Let me see what I'm looking for. I go back. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I'm going to use this slide, which is slide 21, as an example. You mentioned on that timeline that at around these hours, Alex, Paradise Bakery. So was this another situation where you were provided information from the detectives and you were confirming or not confirming whether or not that information appeared to be accurate?
Correct. I was showing that the device was or was not in the area of the Paradise Bakery during that time frame, and this was an outgoing phone call made at 3:15 to Allison from Alex, and it puts him in the area of the Paradise Bakery during that phone call.
And so if we were to see, for example, a cup in a vehicle, a screenshot of a call on the device itself, are these the things that you're looking at to again determine or help you determine whether or not it might be that particular person behind the device?
Correct. Or the detectives would be.
Yes.
Yes.
And my question related to Alex is much like the one I had for Allison. Did this appear to be consistent?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to move along to Charles Hunt. And if you could explain what we're looking at here with respect to him. I know we established he was Alex's roommate. So tell us what you're demonstrating here.
So his timeline was on the 17th at 9:59 a.m., incoming call, and it put him in downtown Phoenix. Detectives provided me information that they confirmed he worked in downtown Phoenix. The phone continues to hit in the downtown Phoenix through 5:48 p.m. And then the next call at 8:07 p.m. was an incoming call for 9 seconds, and it put him in the area of his residence in Tempe. The phone continues to hit in the area of his residence. The last activity on the 17th was at 8:48 p.m. The next activity was on the 18th. And again, this is consistent with his pattern of life, similar to Alex's. When they would get home and no more calls late at night, it seemed like there wasn't activity on the phones until they started going the next morning. On the 18th, the next activity was at 9:56. It was an outgoing call hitting back in downtown Phoenix, where the phone remained until after 4:38, which was after the victim was found.
So in summary, at night, it appears Charles Hunt is at home.
Yes. Yep.
And then the next day then goes to work, and that's when the activity starts again?
Begins.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it appears from what you've denoted in these slides that they both appeared to be home at the same time.
Correct.
Alex and Charles.
Yes.
And then you did the same thing again, mapped the cumulative information and then broke it down?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you've explained the significance of all this, so I'm not going to beat this with a dead horse. Okay. Judge, I'm done with this if the camera wants to resume.
Thank you.
So you were asked to look at call detail records. You put together a mapping that demonstrated visually some of the information that you determined from those records. In addition to doing that, were you involved or in this, and I'll ask you to explain what this is, but were you involved in looking at records and numbers and things like that for a tower dump that was done in this case?
Correct.
Okay. First of all, what is a tower dump?
A tower dump is, we have to write a warrant to the telephone companies. It's not used in every case. Majority of cases are when you have multiple scenes. I'll go into that in a minute. But tower dump is saying, I don't have a suspect, I don't have a phone to write a warrant for to map that phone. So I am going to go out, I have a crime scene, I have a date and a location for when that crime occurred. I am going out to the telephone companies and saying, I want every phone that hit off of the towers that covered this specific crime location during this crime date and time, for every phone number. It's dumping their cell towers and giving me all that data. It is tens of thousands of phone numbers. We normally do it when.
Let me stop you really quick, because I want to have this information kind of presented in a certain order. So let me, before you get ahead of yourself. So you say you get all of this information, it's tens of thousands of numbers.
Correct.
Once you get that information, what do you then do with that information?
So in this case, we just held on to it.
Okay.
It was unreasonable to go and do workups on tens of thousands of phone numbers, trying to identify every single person who belongs to these phone numbers. It was just to have that data in case we have a similar crime, that another homicide or an assault that matched maybe similar to this one, that we could do a tower dump on that as well and compare, looking for a common device that was at both locations, at both scenes at the same time.
Okay, so before we get a little bit more into that specific point, you mentioned that when you get all this cell phone data, that it's in very not user-friendly mode.
Correct.
So much like when you get the records from the phone companies, when you get the information back for the tower dump, do you then put it in this software you're talking about to make it more user-friendly?
Correct, into PenLink.
Okay, so did you do that in this case?
I did.
And then you mentioned it got stored.
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we get into the types of cases you typically see them in, and some of the things that you covered, I want to talk to you about certain limitations of tower dumps.
Yes.
First of all, is there certain limitations that are carrier specific?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So just like on call detail records, certain carriers only store the data for certain amounts of time. Most carriers only provide if a call was made or a text message was made during that time frame. Would it hit on the tower? They don't store data events on tower dumps. The ones that do, Verizon is one of those that does store if a phone used data, but they wipe that data specifically off those tower dumps within 5 to 7 days, and it overwrites itself. So unless a phone call or a text message was made in that location that would have registered off a tower, that's how we would get that data.
Okay, so I'm going to break that down a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll use Verizon as an example.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, if you do a tower dump, you'd be able to see calls and texts that were made,
Correct.
and that could be indefinitely. Well, not necessarily indefinitely, but outside of this 5 to 7 day timeline.
Correct.
But if somebody had a data event, unless you did this tower dump within that very limited period of time, you would likely not see that phone register.
Correct.
Okay. Because you mentioned it rewrites over itself. Is that kind of like surveillance video where?
It is constantly overwriting for storage. Okay. Correct.
So that leads me into the next point, which is when this tower dump was actually requested and what could, and what limitations could go with that as a result. Do you recall when the tower dumps were requested in this case with relationship to the crime?
I believe it was a few months after, I want to say
Okay.
March, April, May-ish.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
And let me ask you this, are you involved in any way in the decision-making of when to request a tower dump?
No, that's detectives write the warrants for those.
Okay. When detectives come to you and talk about, hey, we're going to do this, do you then explain to them these limitations that you just discussed in terms of what they might expect to see as a result?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that tower dumps are only done in very specific, usually specific types of cases.
Correct.
And I think what you talked about was multiple crime scenes. So can you explain, can you give an example unrelated to this case regarding what you mean by that?
Absolutely. Usually when we're doing tower dumps, because it's so much data and it's unreasonable to go through all of that, when we do tower dumps would be, for example, bank robberies. Someone robs the Wells Fargo. We have a suspect description, maybe a vehicle description that they left the scene on, but we don't know who that person is. Maybe 2 days later, the Bank of America gets robbed, and it's a similar suspect description, similar getaway vehicle. We now have possibly 2 crime scenes, 2 separate locations, and then maybe Tempe says, hey, we had a bank robbery last week, same vehicle description, same suspect. We now have 3 separate dates, 3 separate locations and timeframes. We will do tower dumps, requesting all the tower telephone data at those 3 locations during those specific crime times. I can then put all that data into a pen link and say, look for any phone numbers that showed up at 2 or all 3 of those scenes during that time, and the likelihood of a random citizen being in all 3 locations on 3 different dates, 3 different times who wasn't involved is rare. So it gives us at least a lead on a potential suspect or someone to look into. So that's usually when tower dumps are done, is you have multiple locations, multiple dates and times that are possibly related.
So given your understanding of when these tower dumps are typically utilized, I think you hit a bit on this earlier when you were talking about it. What was your understanding of why your agency was utilizing a tower dump in this case?
It was kind of a Hail Mary. We didn't have any suspects in this case, any leads. And so why don't we do the tower dump now, get the information, and then have it if another crime occurred in the future that matched the similar MO, similar type crime, and then we could do a tower dump at that and compare to see if we can find a single device just to have the data.
Okay. So I want to focus in on more specific work related to the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham. So once you learned through detectives of Mitcham's identity and he was a suspect, were you also asked to check social media records that had previously been obtained in this case to see if there was any connection between any of the players? And when I mean say players, I mean Allison, the defendant, Alex.
Yep, just looking through social media for anyone we hadn't identified, and so Alex, Allison, trying to see if we could connect any social media or connections to the defendant.
And were you able to make any connections?
None.
Additionally, were you asked, once police learned of the defendant's phone number, were you asked to check the defendant's phone number against the information obtained from the tower dumps?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were asked to do that, did you learn, before you did that, obviously, the carrier that the defendant used?
Yes.
And were you able to learn the carrier that the defendant was using? Because we've already learned that he wasn't contacted till 2018. Were you able to determine the carrier he was using back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
Verizon.
Okay. And so when you checked his phone number against the information from the tower dump, what, if anything, did you learn?
It did not show up on the tower dump.
Okay. Did you also check the defendant's phone number against the phone records that you had for the 3 other players we discussed, which would have been Allison, Alex, and Charles Hunt?
Yes. On any phone related to this case, any phone numbers, I cross-referenced and ran a search to see if there was any contacts on any of the call detail records with the defendant's phone number, and there was none.
Okay. So we established Verizon for Mr. Mitcham, not in the tower dump. I want to see if I'm understanding correctly based on your testimony this far. So given that the defendant was a Verizon user, unless he had made or received a call, one, or sent or received a text during a particular date and time in the area of these towers that encompass the crime scene, would you expect to see his phone number within the information you received from the tower dumps?
If no calls or texts were made or received, no, it would not show up.
Okay. And then my last question to you is, were you also provided a phone number for an individual by the name of James Castellamidis?
Yes.
Okay. And did you search that number against the phone records that you had for Allison and Alex?
Yes.
And any connection there?
No.
Did you also search that number against the data that you received from the tower dump?
Yes. And did not show up.
Okay. One second. Do you want to do it on my computer?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I was just taking a second. You covered a lot of information
Yeah.
with the state. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you did in this case, okay?
Yeah.
And you told us that you went to the scene on the 18th of February.
Correct.
And there you met with your lieutenant.
Yes.
And you were briefed on some information there, correct?
Correct.
And you were given an assignment.
Yes.
And Sherry Spence was also given an assignment.
Correct.
And your assignment had a little bit of a delay because you look at records, correct?
Correct.
And her assignment was to do these workups, correct?
Correct.
And you and her, because you didn't have anything to do, so to speak, on the case, worked together on these workups.
We didn't do them. She would say, hey, can you help me with this person? And I would do that. We didn't do workups, like commingle them, I guess, individuals.
I understood that.
Okay, sorry.
So like if I said, go find John Smith, you would go look up John Smith and try to narrow down the John Smith's date of birth, different addresses, locations, all that stuff, and then work it up as much as you can, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you would use any open source, which is stuff that's available for everybody.
Correct.
So that might be look up John Smith using the county assessor site
Correct.
and see what property John Smith owns.
Correct.
And if that property was near Allison Feldman, that could be the person that you're looking for, even with that common name, correct?
Correct.
And then you would go through and find out information of where that person might work,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Addresses that that person may have lived at.
Correct.
You might You might find court records,
Correct.
financial records,
Correct.
if they're married,
Correct, yeah. Or
who they
divorced.
might be living with.
Yes.
You could run like credit reports,
We don't have access to credit reports.
but the information that's usually contained in there, you could
Yeah,
have
we could
access
through,
to. And if there was any criminal history, you could run that, I'm certain.
yes.
And any phone numbers.
Yes.
And what you did with those workups is you provided that information to detectives.
Correct.
And you did not keep a record of who you might have run the workups for, correct?
No.
And if there was a record of who those were for, those would be the responsibility of the detectives, usually in their reports, correct?
Correct.
And if they did any follow-up, you would expect to see them in the report.
Correct.
So I think Ms. Otis asked you about the 3 people that you did a workup for.
Yeah.
And you have no recollection of those people.
I don't, sorry.
But you know that they were related to this case, correct?
If it was documented in those reports or related to it, yes. But I don't have any independent recollection of doing those specific people.
So when a detective would come to you, he might just say, can you give me some information on John Smith? And give you a little bit of information to kind of point you into the
Or
right
whatever
direction.
information they're looking for, yes.
I want to ask you, just in case you know the name, I don't hear well, as you probably remember.
Sorry.
I think Ms. Otis asked you about Ashley Hankins, who is a person that Allison had contact with regarding her hair.
I do not recall that.
Alex DeLucchio,
I do not recall that.
and that was a Detective Bailey responding to a tip. Would you have received information from the tip?
I could have. Some tips were fielded through the department. Some were detectives just emailing saying, we got a tip. Can you try to find a phone number, address, employment for this person? We need to go contact them.
And you might have got an email from a detective, for instance, saying, hey, we have this Vice house. Can you go find this person, correct?
Do a workup on them?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And then the detective would take that information and do whatever they're going to do with it.
Correct.
I mentioned and you responded to the tip line or the
Yes.
tip stuff.
Yes,
You're familiar with that, correct?
I am.
In fact, you helped Detective Heinzelman kind of navigate through that, correct?
Correct.
And the tip line is at the Scottsdale Police Department, you had TipSoft first, is that right?
Yes, yep.
And TipSoft is kind of an online program.
Yes,
Is that correct?
it is. It's a national database we pay for that citizens can go online and submit anonymous tips, and it comes directly to us.
And then it comes to Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And then Scottsdale Police Department can read those tips and go forward, correct?
Triage them and distribute. If it's fraud-related, drug-related, it will be sent to those units. If it's homicide-related or crime like that, it would be routed to that unit. Correct.
So, for instance, homicides are in the VCU.
Correct. Yep.
So if there was a tip on a homicide from that TipSoft, it would be routed towards the VCU, correct?
Correct.
And then whoever's answering or reviewing that, they could see those TipSoft tips.
Correct.
You also have another program now. It's not TipSoft, correct? It's like P3 or something?
P3. Yep.
And that functions almost the same way, correct?
It is. Yes.
And the programs allow for the retention of those tips, correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, the follow-up that's done is separate and apart, and if it's documented into the Scottsdale Police Department's reporting system, correct?
Correct.
And back then, it was iLeads,
Yes.
and now it's something different?
Mark 43.
When we were talking about the cell phone data, there was a lot of terms there that I think were gathered together, but they're different things.
Okay.
Okay, and I want to make sure that we all understand that. Call detail records.
Yes.
That is for an individual phone number, correct?
Correct. And historical. Yes.
Say that again.
And historical.
And historical?
So it's not live phone, it's in the past, historical call detail records, yes.
So that's you submit a phone number, and it gives you all the historical information from the time frame that you're requesting for that phone number.
Correct.
There's another thing that will give you, in certain circumstances, and you may not have done it in this case, where you can request all calls that are being made forward from that, correct?
A pen register, correct.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
I'm pretty sure it was done on Allison's phone. Moving forward, I don't know for how long, but looking for any activity if her phone ever powered back on, we were up on a live pen register to see if the phone ever powered back on.
So you would have been, because of the pen register, able to see if someone was using her phone, correct?
Correct.
And the pen register is for calls, correct?
Correct.
Is it also for data?
No, it's calls and texts.
So you would have seen if someone tried to use it and make a phone call or text somebody, correct?
Correct.
And let me go through. You testified earlier that when you were looking at Allison's call data records, you were identifying phone numbers, correct? And, you were able to say, this was mom.
Correct.
And you got that information from the detectives, correct?
Some detectives and also doing some workups, correct, on a phone number.
So, but it's outside of the call detail records. So like, for instance, if you went on my phone and you saw one of my kids' names, that's not going to be on the call detail records, correct?
Correct. I didn't physically touch a device to see the contact name associated with it. If the detective had identified, hey, this phone number is going to be mom, I would then look at my records, say, okay, they've identified that as mom. I don't need to try to identify that and work on the numbers that we didn't know who they were.
So the detectives at that point may have had her contact information from Officer Kwan or Detective Kwan at that point, or somebody from the computer forensics that had already examined the phone, correct?
It's possible, yes.
So, and when you talk about your workups, if you're doing a workup on, let's say, mom, you might have her phone number because that's one of the things that you look for, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about the frequency of calls.
Yes.
You're able to see if somebody called somebody else 1,000 times, correct?
Correct.
And actually you were able to sort it so it could descend in order.
Yes.
Correct. You testified that you were in contact with other detectives, correct?
Correct.
And some of those detectives were asking you to do the workup or you to do some stuff, correct?
Correct.
You also sat down with Detective Lockerbie and looked at the records together, correct?
It's possible. I don't recall that specifically.
If he had it documented in his report that he sat down with you on the 25th.
I'm sure it happened. Yeah.
You said that you provided information to detectives that led to getting cell phone data from other carriers.
Correct.
You had mentioned Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Cricket. There was only 4 that you had mentioned. When you, what I understood was there were 13, let me phrase this correctly, getting cell phone data from 13 carriers for subscriber information.
13 telephone numbers is probably what I referenced, is if I wasn't able to identify who those numbers belonged to, I would have provided those 13 phone numbers to a detectives. I would have told them this one's a Verizon, this one's Sprint, this one's T-Mobile, and for them to then go ahead and write court orders to those telephone carriers to try to identify the subscribers to those phone numbers.
And in the PowerPoint you had next to Allison's phone number, you had AT&T.
Correct.
And for Alex and Charles, you had Verizon.
Correct.
You're able to determine based on the phone number who the carrier is, correct?
Correct.
So you don't have to guess, correct?
No, there's various databases that you can put, people can port numbers. You can also call, if it's showing up that that's a Verizon phone number, I can call Verizon and say, hey, I'm getting ready to serve a court order on you. Can you verify this is still your phone number? And they will verify yes or no, it was just recently ported, it's now Sprint or whatever.
And when we talked about how the cell phones work, you had mentioned that if the phone is powered on, it is actively searching for a tower, correct?
Correct.
And if the phone is off, it's not doing anything, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell if a phone is on or off by the call detail records, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell if a phone is on or off by it not being connected to a cell tower?
Correct. So lack of data could be multiple things.
It's like the dog that barks, right?
Yes.
Even though you didn't hear it, you don't know if he barked?
Correct.
Okay. So what we look for, or what you look for, is that cell phone hitting a tower, correct?
Yes.
And when let's say you gave the example of going up the 51, coming down from Shea.
Yes.
And when you hit Northern, it always dropped, right?
Yep.
But then it would pick up back, you could have seamless if it just kept going through tower to tower to tower to tower to tower, right?
Correct.
But when you look at that tower drop, it doesn't have all the towers in it, correct?
No, most carriers, AT&T is the one that does the starting location tower and the ending location tower. All the other telephone companies just show you where that call or text or data event originated.
That's where I was confused.
Okay,
Thank
yes.
you. So you would know, like if I left work and called my mom and I talked to her all the way home, you would just see that my tower was down here, correct?
Correct. Unless there's also data events occurring at the same time that are placing other towers.
And that's when the event begins as well?
Yes.
So if you have an app running in the background, you use the example of Google.
Yep.
Like you got a Google notification or a Gmail notification.
Correct.
If we're sitting in the courtroom, all of us are going to hit that same tower, correct?
Not the exact same tower, depending on the carrier and field, but yes, we will be showing and registering off a tower. Unless you're connected to Wi-Fi.
That was where I was going next.
Sorry.
So when you're connected to Wi-Fi, you can't tell if a phone is on or off, correct? Based on the tower dump.
On the tower dump, no.
Based on the call detail records, can you tell if the phone is on or off if you're connected to Wi-Fi?
No.
So when you testified earlier that Alex was at Allison's house
Yes.
in the area, that's basically him driving up to it before he connects to her Wi-Fi, correct?
It could be.
So if he connects to her Wi-Fi, and this is back in 2015, which I still think we had Wi-Fi assist, correct?
Yeah, we had Wi-Fi in 2015.
But to make a phone call from Wi-Fi.
I believe so, but I'm
Okay,
not
so
100%.
so if Alex was at that house and he's using Wi-Fi, if he's sending iMessages, they're not going to show up on the tower, correct?
If it was it could show up as a data event. It would not show up as a text message on the call detail records.
And if he's using Wi-Fi at the house, that's not going to show up at all on the tower, right?
Correct.
And you testified that Alex's phone stopped at like 1607, which is 407, I think.
Was the last tower hit? Yes.
On the
17th.
The 17th.
Correct.
And it didn't hit another tower till the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And in your PowerPoint, you had that brain image looking shape in the general area around his house, correct?
Correct.
And that doesn't mean he was at his house, correct?
Correct. It was in that area.
He could be at his house.
He could be.
He could be driving around to some businesses or someplace in that general area hitting that tower.
Correct.
And the same with Charles Hunt, correct?
Correct.
So you have him where there's no data in the night.
Correct.
He might be at home.
Yep.
He might not be.
Correct.
And when we're talking about this, we're talking in the person is not there. There's an assumption that the person has the phone with them, correct?
Right. And that's where you have to, this is the device, and put other evidence to put the person with the device. Correct.
And on the call, on the tower dump, you're just seeing a phone number, correct?
Correct.
And if you have an iPad, for instance, that could mess things up too, correct?
What do you mean?
Here's what let me go back. If you have multiple Apple devices, let's say, and they're all connected to that iCloud.
Yes.
And let's say you turn off your phone, you can still get a call from through your iPad, correct?
You would need cell service. If you were connected to Wi-Fi, it wouldn't touch a tower, but I believe your iPad would have to have a separate cell service.
Or be through Wi-Fi, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned that you kind of did, I don't want to say dump, but you took all the phone numbers and all the information that you had and you put it into PenLink, right?
Correct.
So when we're talking, we're not just doing that cell phone tower that's by Allison's house, right?
No, so the way, and typically I don't have independent knowledge on this specific warrant, but for typically when a warrant is written for the tower dumps, you provide the telephone company the location, usually latitude, longitude, the date and the time range of the crime, and their engineers determine which cell towers would cover that area during that specific time, and they're the ones who determine which towers they choose to provide you with the tower dump.
And I'm beyond that, actually.
Okay.
So when you get that data from the phone company and into Scottsdale Police Department,
yes,
you use that program that you own to put it all together to make it more user-friendly.
Correct.
So all the phone numbers that you looked at, all the information from the cell towers that you looked at or received, you put in PenLink.
Correct.
And it was kind of this case PenLink, right?
Yeah.
And that gives you the opportunity or ability to search it.
Correct. Yes.
Cross-reference it.
Yes.
So if you wanted to, like you said, look at Brian's phone number, it was a simple search, correct?
Correct.
You put the number in and it said, yes, we found it, or no, we didn't.
Correct.
And in this case, no, you didn't.
Correct.
It's my understanding that you also looked at social media,
Yes,
and you pulled Allison's social media, correct?
correct,
And you looked at her friends.
correct.
Some of them you may even have worked up, correct?
It's possible,
You looked at the posts that she might have made
correct,
and the comments to those posts.
correct,
And any comment that you saw that she might have made that you were able to see, correct?
correct.
And you did the same for Alex
Yes, correct,
and Charles too.
correct.
And you looked at that and passed that along to the detectives, correct?
Correct.
But you kept it.
I believe, yes, I think, I don't know if it was saved on a drive or printed, but yes,
Somehow it was retained so that you could look back in 2018 when detectives asked you, hey, can you go look for Ian in this part, correct?
correct.
And you didn't find Ian connected to any of that?
No, correct.
Can we have just one moment,
Yeah.
please?
Sure.
Pattern of life. I want to ask you one more question to clarify.
Okay.
You use the term pattern of life.
Correct.
That's something that you've been trained on, right?
Yes,
It's kind of a term of art.
yes,
And the way I understand it, it means that, well, actually, I'm not sure I understand it. So when you say term of art, this is their daily routine? Or pattern of life is their daily routine? Is that what you're saying?
can you give an example? So if I were to look at your cell phone records for the last 3 months, you usually drive into work, your work schedule, I could probably tell that you leave Monday around a certain time, phone activity, when you wake up, you're texting, where you work, usually you head downtown Phoenix, and then around what time you head home, if you go to restaurants. Usually people stick to a pattern of life and they have habits. Like the jury right now, for the last couple months, their pattern of life, if I were to look the last 6 months, all of a sudden, it would completely change, probably around, November when this started, because all of a sudden, their normal patterns changed because now they're no longer going to their regular work. They're no longer having the same contacts. They probably have very limited phone and text patterns during the day, whereas before at their job, they may have completely been able to have full access to their phone, whereas right now in the jury, they don't have access to their phone. So that would be an anomaly and something to look at, that their pattern of life changed. So it's taking a months or 6 months worth of data and looking to see what people's patterns are, if they have some. If someone's transient and they couch surf from different people, their pattern of life might not be consistent, but typically people have a pretty consistent pattern of life. And so we look for those anomalies and try to explain what those may be.
So as part of the pattern of life, if you know that I go home every day after work and there's no activity, you can assume my phone's either off or it's connected to Wi-Fi, correct?
Correct.
And that's all you can assume.
Correct.
Can we just take a break? I'll probably have,
Okay.
if I have any questions at all, I just want to talk to my team.
Sure. So we're at that 3 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we're back in the presence of the jury, and we will continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Ms. Cohen.
Welcome back, thank you.
Thank you.
I only have a few more questions for
Okay.
you. On direct examination, you were asked a question about a person named James Castlemedes, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that you ran his telephone number in the tower dump.
Correct.
And you didn't find anything.
Correct.
When did you get that directive?
It was when I met with prosecution and Detective Heinzelman. I believe it was on December 22nd
Of what year?
of 2025.
So recently,
Correct.
you were given his address
No, I was just given a phone number.
and you put that in the pen link thing, right?
No, we no longer have PenLink, so I had to do manual searches through all of the raw tower dump records for that phone number.
So, and those are in Excel, correct?
Correct.
And so you can do that control find
Correct.
and then put that number in and it didn't appear.
Correct.
And you were asked to do that last year by Detective Heinzelman and the prosecutor.
Correct.
The prosecutor is in this courtroom?
Yes.
Is it a male or female?
Female.
Okay.
Aaron.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Otis raised her hand.
Yes.
And that Ms. Cohn identified Ms. Otis as the person who directed her to run that information.
Correct.
And to just extend just a couple seconds more, if he was living in that area and had Wi-Fi at his house, his phone wouldn't show up if his phone was connected to Wi-Fi if he was making any calls, correct?
Correct.
And
That's
if he
possible.
was only show up if he's beyond his Wi-Fi, correct?
If his phone was connected to Wi-Fi, correct.
And I want to ask you just very quickly back to Alex, his pattern of life.
Yeah.
You said that that was consistent with his pattern of life, and what I understood is that when he was home, his phone wasn't connected to a tower, correct? Is that correct?
Not always. I couldn't tell if he was physically in his house. You could tell when he got into the area of his house, whether or not where he was within that area. I don't know if he was physically in his house or not.
And you testified earlier that you looked at about 3 months' worth of data, correct?
I believe it was a couple months, 3 months. I'm not sure exactly how much data we had specifically for him.
And when you looked at that data, you were looking at the tower dump?
No, I was looking at his call detail records. So first, when I look at it, looked at the night of the crime, looked at up until he called 911, looked at that data, and then would go back and say, okay, there's a lack of activity between his last phone call till the next morning. Then I start looking at, is that normal or is that an anomaly in his call detail records? So I'll then go backwards, look at all the date prior, the weeks and months prior, and see if that is an anomaly or if that is a normal pattern for him.
So you're not telling us that, every night he goes back to his house, correct?
No.
You're not telling us that he spends Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at Allison's house, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that on Tuesdays and Thursdays he's back at his house?
Correct. I would have to look at all the data to specifically look at that, but no.
And you would have to look at the cell phone towers?
Correct.
And you would have to look at, where his phone is connecting, correct?
Correct.
And that's not your job to look
No.
at that. That's, like a Detective Quant, correct?
Correct. Who has the physical device? Yes.
Who could maybe look at the internet router and determine, is this device connecting to that?
Absolutely.
So you're testifying that when we're talking about pattern of life, you're talking about cell phone activity.
Correct,
whether it's on and connecting to a tower or not.
correct.
Let me just check in with my team.
Okay.
One more thing to clarify, let me get to the microphone. One more thing to clarify. When I asked you about the tip line or
Yes.
tip soft,
Yes.
and I said you helped Detective Heinzelman with that, kind of walk him through that. Do you remember that?
Walk him through, I would forward tips. I believe he did at one point have access to TipSoft where he could log in at a point, but yes, tips would, yes.
Did you read all the tips that came in through the Scottsdale Police Department?
If they came in through TipSoft, at that time, I don't know. I don't remember who all got them at that time. It's possible, I would get them, during that time, whether other people were also getting them during that time, I'm not sure. And we had divvied it off to forward to whatever unit it was. I can't specify if I read every single one, and I was the only one who received them, though.
So you, as you sit here today, can't tell me that you remember reading a TipSoft line or tip about James Castlemedes, correct?
Correct. No recollection of that.
If there was a tip, you or whoever was fielding them would forward to the different units, correct?
Correct.
And somebody within that unit would field them, so to speak.
Correct.
And it could be someone like Sergeant Davidson, who was at that time, the sergeant of the VCU, correct?
Correct.
And if there was somebody in another unit, like I forgot what you called it, the special.
A fraud unit, drug unit, any
It
of
would go
those.
to them, correct?
Correct,
Or we've
correct.
had some gang officers testify, it could
Correct.
go to them,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And that would be the extent of your involvement with the tip, correct?
Correct.
Unless you were asked to follow up by one of the detectives. To
Exactly.
go find whatever, or do a workup, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Okay. And any redirect by the state?
Yes, I have a few. To follow up on the TipSoft inquiry, are there times that tips come into TipSoft where you're really not able to follow forward, I should say, because they're not specific enough to get them to either a relevant unit or detective?
Correct. They could be vague, and it could just be an address and say suspicious activity, and you don't, you can reply within the tip line. Can you give me more information? It's up to the tipster whether or not they log back into the system and reply. We also get tips through a voicemail system and get forwarded tips from Silent Witness or other agencies. So tips come in from multiple different venues or formats, but specifically to TipSoft at the time, yes, that they can be vague and not know what they're talking about.
And if there is not a lot of information, arguably that might be hard, one, to get it to the right unit,
Correct.
or to get it to the right detective, or even know what case or incident it may be referring to.
Correct.
I have a question about, Mr. Kirschler was asking you about the call detail records, and you talked about it being historical data,
Correct.
not as
Live.
life is happening.
Correct.
So with respect to historical data, just so we're clear, cell phone records, specifically, different carriers have retention policies.
Correct. On-call detail records, yes.
Okay, so when we're talking about historical data, you can only get so much historical data.
Correct. Every carrier is different. They're usually around 12 months retentions. I think one's 16, some are 18 months, but that's usually the max of call detail records. They only are stored through the telephone companies for that length of time, and then they're purged.
So when I talked to you about running Mr. Mitcham's phone through the tower dump, that's really all you could do. Were you able to look at call detail records for Mr. Mitcham?
No, it was past the time retention. I'm not sure if they had still attempted with a warrant, just to try, but I was told there was no data.
Because he was put on the map in 2018.
Yes, 3 years later, correct.
And so it was your understanding, do you remember what year, 2 years, I think, for Verizon?
I think it's 18 months, but it could be around 18 months, 2 years.
Okay, so there was no way to get the detail records for 2015?
Correct, they were gone.
And my last question is I don't, just to be clear, because this is the word Mr. Kirchler used, I didn't direct you to do anything. Did I simply just ask if you could run a number?
You asked if I could run a number through a tower dump, and I said yes, and Detective Heinzelman provided me that phone number, and then I was able to run that through all the tower dump records, correct?
Okay, because I don't have control over you, I'm not your supervisor. I just asked if that could be done.
Yes,
Is that fair?
correct,
Okay,
yes,
just wanted to
absolutely.
make that clear.
Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and those are all the questions, correct?
Yes.
All right, and so any questions from the jury for this witness? I see one. We'll collect it at this time. What number is it? 18.
Yeah.
Made sure you got your dots.
You from the jury. The first question is, which towers did you receive tower dumps from? Can you point them out on a map with their likely radius, or can you describe the radius this covers?
I don't have that. I would have to get that and bring it back. So we don't pick the towers. We provide, when the warrant is written to the telephone companies, we say this is the specific location of the crime, this is the date and the time range. They then have their engineers for the telephone companies pick which towers would cover that area during that date and time, and they are the ones that pick those specific towers and then dump them. I can provide, I have that, I just don't have access to it right now.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Radius or something.
Let me just ask you. You provided a PowerPoint to the states, correct?
Correct.
And I'm grabbing 673, exhibit number 673. And when we looked at exhibit number 673, you have these little pins.
Correct.
And on the legend on slide number 3, it says the icons below mark the cell site location.
Correct.
Is that the tower?
That is the cell tower. I would have to look and see specifically on the tower dump which towers the telephone companies provided us those tower dumps on. I have the raw data, I don't have it mapped, and I couldn't tell you its tower latitude and longitude without having access to that.
So let me ask you, I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 673, because I don't think we're asking for longitude and latitude, at least as I understand the juror's question. I'll tell you what slide it is. 1, 2, 3, roughly slide number 10. I'm going to show you the top part of it. Do you see that little red pin up there?
Correct.
Is that approximate location of the cell tower?
That is a cell tower, correct.
So if you were,
But we would not have done a tower dump on that tower because it's not near the crime location.
but if we have this part, I'll go to the victim's residence just a second.
Yep.
So when we're looking at, I think it's slide 11. Slide 12, slide 13 would be, let me focus out of that.
Yeah. There you go.
Just to remind, film this portion because of the phone number. It's okay. He's nodding. He knows.
So we have Exhibit 13, we have the page that has the victim's residence, and there's tracks, AT&T, and at 227, there's a tower, it says 2834. Do you see that?
That's the call number. Yes, that tower, I don't want to testify that for sure AT&T said, yes, that is a tower that covered that area during the date and time we provided them. Most likely it was on the tower dump, but without physically looking at the tower dump data in front of me, I can't testify to, yes, that was one of the towers in the tower dump that they provided us.
And I don't want to try to reinterpret the juror's question, but that tower that's 2834 is on Granite Reef, and it's north of Thomas Road, but
Correct.
south of Indian School. Is that correct?
It looks to be that area.
So roughly that area,
Correct.
if that's the tower that you would have received.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Just that essentially, Ms. Cohen, without having the information in front of you, one of the tower reflected in the PowerPoint could be one that was included,
Correct.
but there could be a lot more included.
There were more. They didn't provide on a tower dump, like I said, you're not just, you have overlap of the towers. That's why we don't drop calls anymore. So they provide 2, 3, sometimes 4 towers that all cover that one single location, and they provide us tower dumps on all of those towers that would encompass that one location.
And would a good example of that be the slide that we saw when Allison was having lunch with her boss at the Daily Dose? We saw a lot of different towers represented.
Correct. She was potentially in one location. I could walk out of this room, be connected to a tower right here. As soon as I walk out that door, I may connect to a different tower because all of a sudden I have clean sight through one of the windows. So there are many towers that are constantly covering one specific location. So it wouldn't just be on the tower dump, one single tower the telephone company is dumping. It's multiple to cover that entire area.
Thank you.
Yep.
And the next question is, did anything come out of the phone data for Castellomitas, or what was the reason for pulling the data?
I was asked if we could search that specific phone number to see if it did show up in the tower dumps. I did a search for it. I don't know anything else about this person or the phone number. That was the first time. So Detective Heinzelman just had provided me the phone number, asked me if I could search the tower dump records, and I did, and they did not show up in there.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense?
Judge, I don't have any other questions, but Judge, for exhibit number 673, the states and the defense would move to admit this for actual evidentiary purposes.
Okay, so we'll admit Exhibit 673, which is just a demonstrative, which will not go back to the jury.
We're agreeing to.
Oh, you are, I'm sorry, you're stipulating.
Yes.
Sorry, I misunderstood. So in admitting 673 into evidence.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, and those were all of the questions. And I'm sorry, did I ask you if you had any cross and you said no?
I don't have any cross.
And no redirect, obviously no redirect because no cross, thank you, sorry. And with that, may this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
It's ready to.
Aaron, but then
And the state may call.
state calls Detective Best.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Can you state and spell your name for the court?
Richard Best, B-E-S-T.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Richard Best, B-E-S-T, retired. Badge number was 887.
And sir, if I could have you just pull that microphone closely to you. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you. Thank you.
You bet.
You said you're retired?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been retired?
A little over 3 years.
We've heard from a lot of police officers, but I just want to know just a little bit from you. First, tell me, were you a police officer in 2015?
I was.
What was your role at that time?
I was on transitional duty from a accident, ATV accident on work. I was assigned to go over to the Scottsdale Family Advocacy Center to, at that time, I didn't know what I was going to be doing, but I was going to go over there. I met with Sergeant Davidson, I believe, and Detective Lockerbie. And upon that, they gave me the task of reviewing security video or surveillance video.
And real quick, before we get into it any deeper, how long were you a police officer?
20 years.
And you retired in you said 3 years ago, about? 2022. So in 2015, you had been a police officer for about 13 years?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay. What was your, you said you were in transitional duty. What does that mean?
I couldn't perform the actual role of a police officer at that time due to an injury that would impede me from actually doing my duties. It was a leg injury, so.
So you weren't able to go out and do your normal role in 2015, so you were kind of confined to do something else at a desk?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Were you part of the violent crimes unit at that point in 2015, or were you working somewhere else and just kind of pulled in to do this task?
At that time, I was currently in the role of a patrol officer, working for the day shift squad in District 1.
And we've heard from other police officers, so I'm not going to go too far into your training and experience, but you said you were asked to review some surveillance in this case. As a police officer, had you had experience reviewing surveillance?
Yes.
And had you gone through all the training that we've heard from other officers, the law enforcement academy?
Correct.
Had you been part of any specialized units during your 20 years?
I was part of the domestic violence unit stationed at the FAC, the Family Advocacy Center.
When were you part of that unit?
Between the years of 2008 and 2012.
So you were already kind of familiar with a specialized role, but then had gone back to do patrol in 2012 for a little while?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to try to jump right into it now. You said you were asked to review some surveillance. When was it that you first became involved in this case?
If I'm correct, it would be February 26th of that year, 2015, I believe.
Okay. And you said you were given a task to review surveillance. Did you collect any surveillance yourself?
No, I did not do any collection.
Did you ever go to any of the locations where you ultimately had surveillance? Did you ever even just go to the stores?
No,
Did you ever go to Allison Feldman's home?
no.
Okay, so you're asked to look at all this, a bunch of different surveillance. Why?
It was to attempt to locate or attempt to identify, not specifically, but somebody who was buying cleaning products, detergent, chlorine, things of that nature.
So you had a very singular focus.
Correct.
At the point that you're looking at surveillance, do you have any people that you're looking for? And by that I mean, were you looking for like a potential suspect by the way that they looked, a name or a person?
No information regarding a suspect was ever given to me. However, whatever I did identify on those videos, I documented that within my supplements.
And tell me a little bit, so you go to the Family Advocacy Center, how is it that you're able to view surveillance from these stores?
Using a department workstation with a standard video screen, I was able to just put the CD into the workstation and let the program play. It was just a standard program, nothing specific, didn't have anything special about it.
So essentially, you're provided a CD or a USB that may contain surveillance footage?
They were specifically CDs.
And you mentioned you just use like a regular computer, you pop it in and you watch it?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move through some of the surveillance that you watched, but in the interest of kind of letting the jury know just what we're talking about here, as you're looking at these various stores and locations, did you find anyone who was purchasing some cleaning products?
There was a few people that I identified, not just by physical description, nothing by name or anything like that. There was a few people that had purchased what I believe to be cleaning products, soap, possibly bleach.
And ultimately, do you kind of take note of that and then provide that information to detectives if they decide to follow up on it?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to move through what you looked at, just kind of to be thorough here. So on the 26th, you were first involved. What do you look at on the 26th? And if you need to, we've got a big binder. I can, if you need to refresh your memory, go ahead and just let me know. And
yeah, as far as the location goes, I couldn't tell you. I believe it was around 75th and Indian School, Miller and Indian School area.
Okay. And well, let me just, was your entire involvement in this case all in February and March of 2015?
It began in February the 26th, and I believe it ended on April 2nd.
So throughout various days in February up to, at the latest, the first few days in April, you were reviewing various surveillance?
Correct.
And that was your entire role in this case?
Correct, yeah. I did not do any follow-up or anything like that.
So from that point in 2015 to now, you haven't been asked to do any other tasks?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you wrote some supplements and that your memory when you wrote those might have been better back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just bring you the binder, and you mentioned that you don't remember the exact location of the surveillance that you looked at on the 26th. So I'm just going to bring you the binder.
Sure.
And have you take a look at that, okay?
Sure.
Just ask him if it'll refresh his recollection.
I'm handing you Exhibit 15. This is a large binder. Just 1 second. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right. So Detective, I recognize there's a lot of pages in there, but if you can just, there's Bates numbers on the bottom of that, those pages. If I could just have you flip to Bates at this point, 137, and then from there to about 145, you may see
Correct.
some supplements.
Well, that was a Walmart store, I stand corrected. It was a Walmart store at Pima and Chaparral.
Pima and Chaparral, okay. And during your time as a police officer, was it all in Scottsdale with the Scottsdale Police Department?
Correct, yes.
So can you just help me understand where's Pima and Chaparral? I mean, that might be where it is, but.
It's about a mile, approximately a mile away from the victim's residence.
Okay. And although you didn't go to the victim's residence, you're aware of where this crime occurred?
Correct.
And in the interest of not asking you sort of every single place that you went to, were the majority of places that you went to or reviewed surveillance for within that sort of radius of the victim's home?
Between a mile and 2 miles.
Okay. And why were those places picked? Do you know?
No, I have no
Okay.
idea.
But you were looking for the cleaning stuff that was what you were asked to look for?
Correct.
Okay. So you initially on the 26th, you're looking at that Walmart, Pima and Chaparral. What is it that you're looking at that point? What about the Walmart or locations inside of the Walmart are you looking at?
Are you asking specifically what camera angles?
Generally.
That I couldn't tell you. There was various camera angles.
How many camera angles did you get? Do you remember?
No, I
Okay.
don't recall that.
Did you at least get the camera angle that cut that to see what people are eventually purchasing?
Yes.
And just to be clear, we talked about February into March and April. Were you looking at surveillance every single day from February to April 2nd, or was it?
Pretty much, yes.
Was there a lot of hours of surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. So just going to Walmart, did you see anything in that Walmart at Pima and Chaparral, anyone that was buying cleaning products or anything of evidentiary value?
No.
Were you reviewing timeframes related to the murder, specifically around February 17th and February 18th of 2015?
I wasn't given a time frame. The time frames that I do note in my supplements were time frames that were recorded on the CDs themselves and on the files.
Ultimately, you were provided these times or these surveillance, but it wasn't like a month of surveillance from Walmart.
Correct.
It was whatever the detective determined was an appropriate time frame to provide to you.
Yes.
And then your job was just watch all of this and tell me if you see anybody buying cleaning supplies?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say that if you had found someone buying cleaning supplies, you would have wrote it in your supplement there?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to move on. Were there a few CDs that you reviewed in the beginning of March that initially were either the CD did not have information or it didn't appear to match what you had been requested to review?
Correct.
Did you later get those surveillance videos, the correct dates and times?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to move past that. Did you ultimately look at, you tell me, did you look at any Walgreens surveillance?
Believe so, yes.
And tell me what, if anything, you saw on that Walgreens surveillance. And I'll start with just the Walgreens at 3420 North Scottsdale Road.
3420. What
That would be,
are you looking at?
should be the next pages there.
At the Walgreens, at 3420?
Yes.
Okay. I did not see anything on that specific video, and that's on 138.
And Bates 138?
Yes.
So you're looking at this, I looked at this, I didn't see anything.
Correct.
Okay, we're gonna move a little bit faster. Did you look at this same area of your supplement, Circle K video?
Correct.
Is Circle K a place where someone might buy cleaning products?
Possibly, yes.
Did you look at a Circle K at 4101 North Hayden Road?
Correct.
Did you find anyone that you documented buying cleaning products?
No.
Did you look at a Circle K, ultimately look at a Circle K at 8140 East Indian School Road?
40. I believe I did, yes. Is that Bates number?
Let me see here. Which is a continuation into Bates 140.
Would that be 139?
It could be 139.
Okay. Would that be the one at Hayden and Thomas?
You tell me, does that sound right? You worked in Scottsdale, I'm not good with these.
It does.
addresses.
It's been a while.
Okay. The point we're getting at here, though, is that Circle K, did that have anybody buying cleaning products that you saw or documented?
No.
Okay, so that's the second one, Circle K there. Did you also look at some surveillance from CVS?
Yes.
And tell me again, where was that CVS?
Well, I believe that's the one that was at Miller and Indian School.
Is that within that same radius of Allison's home? Okay.
Correct. I believe that was the one that had to be, had to get a new CD for.
And ultimately, did you get a new CD, would have been March 7th, 2015, reviewing of that CD from Miller and Indian School?
I believe so. I believe Detective Heiner was the one that provided that.
And we've heard from
information.
Detective Heiner that he was able to, and I'm looking now for your memory at Bates 139, I believe. So again, I'm going to ask, at this point, did you find anyone buying cleaning products?
Well, if you're talking about the fifth paragraph, then yes, there was a white male that was approximately 30 to 40 years old.
And tell me about that.
That person, or that individual, was seen at 0036 hours. A white male subject was seen checking out at the front counter, and what is believed to be laundry detergent and another cleaning product, possibly bleach.
And was that information that obviously you're refreshing your memory by looking down at your written report?
Yes.
Is that information that you provided to detectives?
Yes.
Again, you wouldn't have known if that was pertinent to the case or not because your role was.
Correct.
Is there anybody buying cleaning products?
That's correct.
Did you also look at what you were able to receive from a Fry's store at 7625 East Indian School?
Correct.
And in that review, did you find anyone buying cleaning products or anything of evidentiary value?
I believe that was one of the videos that needed to be, a newer CD needed to be obtained, I believe.
And did you ultimately get a newer CD into the beginning of March from that Fry's with limited surveillance?
Correct.
Does that sound correct? And again, anything of evidentiary value?
There was nothing there.
Okay. We've gone through several things. I got a few more places that you looked at, but did you also look at a Bash's food store at Hayden and Indian School?
Correct, yes.
At that point, did you, tell me if anything, you might have seen in that Bash's video?
I believe there was, someone that I did observe about 21:11 hours. An older-looking white male was wearing a white button-up shirt and dark pants, and looked like he was purchasing a gallon bottle of chlorine, paper towels, and other merchandise.
21:11 hours, that's 9:11 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you said this, but just because whether they're only the two different people that you observed in all of your review buying cleaning products that you saw from the timeframes you were given?
Correct.
And we heard about this one, and then the other one was that one at 0036, which would have been the early morning of February 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you documented these, you passed that information along?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't, essentially, you wouldn't know if that information was in any way probative or relevant to this case, but you did what you were asked to do?
Correct.
Okay. Now, because I've asked you about a whole bunch of different places that you looked at, and we're almost to the end of the day, did you also were you asked to review in a similar capacity surveillance from a house at 8534 East Monterey Way, which we've heard is just one house south of Allison's?
That's correct.
We've seen some of that surveillance already, and I'm not going to ask you everything that you might have documented. More, I'm going to ask you, again, were you kind of given a sort of very narrow directive when it comes to reviewing that surveillance?
Yes,
And that was just to watch it and tell me what you see?
that's correct.
Because at that point, you were not necessarily part of that violent crimes detective team that was going out and doing follow-up interviews, were you?
Correct. I wasn't.
You were given sort of a, please watch this, you're on a desk anyway kind of duty?
Yes.
Okay. And as you went through that surveillance from that, we've referenced it as the Polito house. Again, did that take multiple days?
Yes.
And did you document anytime you saw a person, potentially a shadow of a person walking by?
Yes.
Or a potential car shadow or lights going by?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you would have documented that in a supplement?
Yes.
And your supplements would be provided and available to detectives if they wanted to review and follow up on them?
Correct.
Okay. At one point, were you part of any sort of neighborhood canvass in this case?
I was.
And what did that look like?
Essentially just going door to door with another detective.
And were you given some potential questions to ask if you knocked on a door and somebody answered?
I was not. I just was with the assigned detective to go ahead and door to door.
So you were kind of the making sure that there were two people together just in case?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I've kind of covered what you did very quickly, but I'm not going to play hours and hours of surveillance that you watched. When it comes to the Polito video, were you asked to review February 17th from 6 a.m. to about 7:34 p.m. of that video? Does that sound right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Did you ever get a ton of information about what happened in the homicide as part of your role in reviewing surveillance?
No.
And by that, I mean, obviously you were asked to look for cleaning supplies, but were you told, you know, this is everything we have so far? Were you kept in the loop on all of that?
No. It was just essentially just, okay, this is a specific task that you were given. Please do that and, let us know what you find.
May I have just a moment, Judge? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Just a few quick questions.
Sure.
You've indicated that you found two different videos showing someone buying cleaning products,
That's correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
And anything that you found was turned over to detectives?
That's correct.
And had any property value, you expect that they would use that in this trial?
Given the amount or the small amount of knowledge, information about the case, I didn't know if that was going to direct the detectives to go do some follow-up or not.
Okay, and you still don't know the result of that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Any questions from the jury for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And counsel, if you could approach, please.
and that's it. They don't come back. They don't send the jury home. They don't say anything. They just end the feed. So that's that. That's it. All right, you guys, that will conclude. That's going to conclude our coverage for today of Arizona versus Ian Mitcham. We're going to put it on the back shelf because Monday starts Paul Canero, and that's scheduled to go for 10 weeks. And then don't forget Corey Richin starts February 23rd, 25th, 23rd. Anyway, sometime February 23rd. I should know that by now. So that's about, I think, 6 weeks into, hold on, let me check this. I checked it yesterday. It's going to be really close. Yeah, the 23rd is a Monday. So right now, Mitcham's starting on the 12th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 weeks. So it's scheduled to go 10 weeks. So that's going to be close. That's going to be really close. So we probably, here's the deal with this case. We're not going to be streaming it like anymore like we're doing it. If anything, we'll do like closing arguments and then a verdict, and we'll do that on a weekend. For instance, or if he takes the stand, we'll, whatever we do with Ian, we'll do it on a weekend. Because right now it's just, full focus is going to be Paul Canero, and then after that Corey Richins. So that's kind of where we're standing for the next 2 big trials. So let's see, Jennifer. No, I did not see Aussie. I didn't see Aussie. So I hope she's okay. I'm sure she is. I'm sure she's okay. So anyway. All right. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being with us today. Really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to the kiddies. Grampy, Dwayne, I wish I could show you a Super Bowl. She was literally right here. She was literally like 30 seconds before it ended. I was gonna so excited to show you Super Bowl, but she took off. So Grampy, thank you so much for your gifted memberships today. That was really sweet, and your super chat. Also, Barry, if you're still watching, appreciate that. What's tomorrow? Kathy, tomorrow I'm going to be going to the post office just to double check if there's anything there. Doing my errands on Saturday. I'm going to get up on the roof because a bunch of leaves have fallen, so I'm going to take care of that. Just do some yard work on Saturday. Sunday, just relaxing. Yep, we're just going to relax and get ready for Paul. We're going to get ready for Paul. So where's the killer kitties? Yeah, they're gone. I got nobody. I got no kitties. I know. Sorry, Grampy. I was so looking forward to showing because she was sitting right here. She literally was sitting right there. So anyway, all right, you guys, be safe. And thank you again for joining us, and have a great weekend. Make sure you do something, fun for yourself, whatever that may be. And we will see you 8:30 for Paul Canero. That's Eastern. Judge said they start promptly at 8:45 every day. So we'll be on a few minutes before, just to, kind of get back into that mindset, because we've been on Corey, we've been on now Ian Mitcham. So we're going to kind of reset and get back to Paul Canero. So with that, have a fantastic weekend. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you Monday at 8:30.